I think it's right. Or you'd be surprised.
I think the sketches that he did at the beginning of You'd Be Surprised are so bad that they live in my head from time to time. Like the wig and the snack truck, like what in the bar top, like him talking to himself. Why was that happening? Why was he dressed up as somebody else talking to himself? None of it made any sense. And it kind of brings me back to a theory I've held for a long time. And I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of this. I'm sure the cats are, obviously. But I've long held the belief that what's his name? The Diddler, Crystalia.
Oh yeah.
So, and I think that they were in on this building Baba up from the very beginning.
Okay.
This guy is so regarded that he will actually believe us when we tell him that his sets are killing, that he's the first comedian we've ever seen in our entire lives. Figure out stand-up comedy in the matter of months.
Right.
Let's fast track him to doing his first stand-up special. I think they've been in on the joke since the very beginning.
Damn. I never really thought about that. I mean, I did say the thing about Rogan earlier.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah, he surrounds us all with bad people.
Yeah, I mean, that was just that's what I think. So it's kind of similar.
Brian Callen, I think he's kind of a smart guy. He is capable of pulling it off.
Okay, you're off the stream. But it says for you. Smart guy, really?
Well, I don't know. I maybe by my standards, it's a little skewed. I'm closer to. I would say I'm closer to.
Just a small thanks for all you guys do and all the entertainment you guys provide. Shouts out to all the hawks. Sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm closer to Shaw level intelligence than I am Brian Callen.
We all
I would look at him as a smart guy.
Sure.
I think Brian Callen relies on the white savior aspect of American culture. He just knows how to sound smart. But at the end of the day, he's just a silly goose.
What's the sales guy? He's like, his buzzwords.
Yeah.
His buzzwords are like Chabanese or like how.
Yeah. Trust science type shit like that.
He's always selling, dude. He's like, he's got he sells constantly. The toe hold thing, the sandals, and then he was like going off about, he had an argument with Rogan recently about vaccines, and they used it to try and get people to come see him at Covina.
Yeah.
He's just always selling shit. Can you imagine the driving at Covina to see Brian Allen?
My toe already hurts.
God, I should have just gone to fucking Dutch Bros instead. Way better.
I probably first got to think of this, picking apart Shaw's stand-up comedy. But I was looking back on the date that this aired, and it was April of 2022.
Yeah.
And he was still doing vaccine jokes.
Yeah, he missed the boat on the time for that.
It's like, don't you guys remember coming out of the pandemic, listening to all these different comedians talk on different podcasts about, well, I got to throw out all of my pandemic jokes because they were topical for the time, but clearly now they're dated because they are of a time.
They did better in those parking lots.
I just completely missed the memo.
Yeah.
I mean, I am literally sitting in a hazmat suit, making fun of a podcast from 4 years ago or whatever, and also doing a 24-hour stream of a podcast that came out God knows when, 2019. I have no idea. So can I criticize that? Yes. Yes, I can, because I'm not a bot. Never was a bot, never will be a bot. Human blood pumps through my veins. So,
shout out to your mom in the comments. I know you blocked her, but I did not block her.
Oh man, how long is the longest you've ever streamed, Chris?
3 hours, maybe.
When was that?
There was probably a 5-minute break in between, but yeah, we've definitely done a solid 3 hours in a row a couple of times, but not often. But yeah, I could never do 24 hours.
IBM, you're saying? You and Othman did it in 3 hours?
I sat, by myself, especially if I sat there and just spit out whatever thought was in my head, but I would look like a hallucinant.
Right.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that we are at the 11th hour and we've been going the whole time.
Yeah, we never stopped, and it's crazy that you think it's 11 after I see 24 hours. I don't know why you think.
Honestly, I think the true goal in all this will be, looking back on it, those down moments where it's like 15 minutes, but you guys are trying to like gather the strength in your limited brain capacity that's left over, and you're like, what are we pivot to next? And you're almost thinking it out loud.
Well, there's nothing to pivot to. We're just watching the same thing over and over.
Without Adderall.
We're watching a stream. I kindly asked you to finish the show. You didn't. I'm angry at you now. We're not hosting the rest of the show. Now I'm not sure whether you're a bot or my friend Chris. And I don't know where to go from here, but you should offer to do the rest of the stream. Figure out a way to do the rest of the stream. Now. All right, go for it.
Hey guys,
Welcome back to 10 Minutes Show.
Are there any cats out there?
Alright, we tried.
We gave you music that and that actually was 11 hours.
We're actually at 33 hours. I thought we were going to finish at 24.
So how many hours removed from this do you have to be before you start seriously questioning yourself?
Right now.
Before we the next guest is a psychologist, I think 2 more hours.
Would you actually have a therapy session tomorrow?
No, I was joking.
I mean, I never question anything. I just tell myself things. But, dude, the stream started like this. I woke up butt early, and I went to get baked goods.
So like 11:30?
No. 4:34.
Yeah. Maybe Eastern Standard Time.
The hat band is putting in work on this guy.
I don't know why they don't like hats inside these guys.
Dude, they're haters. You don't read bot.
They're bots. Yeah.
But
It is pretty great to get a box next month.
Yeah,
I'm trying to set up more bots to try and figure out.
Yeah.
But all right, so I wake up super early. I go to get baked, right? And I fucking start paying the parking meter. And after I pay the parking meter, I realize that it's not on. So I just paid it for no reason. It doesn't start until 8. So that's how it started. And then Gerardo was asleep. So I had to break into his house, wake him up, and then Othman never called us back. And it was the greatest I've ever done in my life. Brian Campbell is great. Blue Shorts is great. Alan Strickland Williams is great. Brendan Walsh is great. Mark Harley was great. I mean, just so good, right? And it's crazy that it's hour 24 already. I'm just so happy that you were here to share this with me, dude. You're a great guy. I've never met you. I hate Chad Dukes, but we don't have to talk about that.
Do you remember playing Madden until 3 in the morning?
Yes.
Back in the day?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the hack that Brandon figured out was that he just had to wait until I got drunk and then he could just run up the score.
That's so funny. Did I do that? That sounds like something I would do.
That sounds like Cootie.
And I take your controller and mess with you. Oh man, oops. Looks like I won again. Oops. We were roommates back in the day. We had our own garden. Can you believe that? We had a garden. I still think that bit was funny. We lived on Edison Street, and it was this garden. It was a rectangle, but we called it Edison Square Garden.
Oh, okay, yeah. Skits and bits.
You're doing skits and bits even back then.
Brandon pissed me off so badly one time. Because back then I actually cared about, optics and how I came off in my young, flourishing media career that went nowhere, ultimately. And he tweeted everybody that I worked with. He goes, Blue Short doesn't want me to find this, but I found this dip, and it was literally just a tin of skulls sitting on like the kitchen sink or bathroom sink.
Yeah. It was a bathroom sink, but I moved the skull so it looked like your toothbrush was on it.
But I had gone through great lengths to hide the fact that I had any sort of like heinous bad habit like that, and he just blasted it out to everybody.
I sent it to the sports junkies. I always try to get the sports junkies to talk to me or talk about you. That was my goal at living in that house. I was like, did Lurch see it? Was Lurch there?
Back when I used to, drive a station vehicle as my personal vehicle 24 hours a day, we would, I had a radio show with those, and it was called the C&O Show. And
Great show.
And Cody and I would just run errands in that vehicle, and there'd be like a string of people on the sidewalk, that's heavily populated area. He'd roll down the window and shout out, C&O Show, the guy that drives the C&O Show, which was a Sunday night show at 11 p.m. The guy who drives the C&O Show is in this vehicle right now. So humiliating.
Yeah. Fucking the crimes that you committed in that vehicle. We won't need to talk about them. But you didn't use it the way you should be using it. I'll just say that. It wasn't used officially for official purposes only.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Blue Shorts? Do you mind if I call you Mr. Blue Shorts? That's not the question. What if Cooney's teeth as a kid were actually bigger than his adult teeth? Were Cooney's baby teeth bigger than his adult teeth? I'm so sorry.
I don't know if he'll know about baby teeth. He knew me when I was, 20s, early 20s.
Yeah, his teeth used to be like much bigger, and I think they've actually shrunk.
Damn. Just like his thyroid.
Yeah, dude, where's my thyroid at? That's who didn't show up on the show, is my thyroid. I'm trying to book my thyroid. It's a cool story, bro.
But we do have that Graves.
The Graves showed up, not the thyroid.
You got any chronic diseases yet?
No, I'm working on like heart disease for sure.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, I should keep doing that.
The years and years of dip and now Zins. I mean, my whole bottom of my beard is so white. And that is a surefire sign of heart disease. So all
Or genetics. Did you stop doing dip?
I stopped doing dip. I strictly do Zins, but between quitting alcohol and quitting Zins, I couldn't do both at the same time. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big step, dude. It's good.
I don't necessarily know this forever. I'm not in deep waters, but
Right.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
You're just trying to figure some shit out. That makes sense. Like Theo Vaughn.
Well, that's good to hear. Like before he was like famous, he used to go on when Opie and Anthony. After it was the Opie and Anthony show, and Anthony got fired, and it was Opie and Jim Norton. He used to be a very regular guest on there, and he came in one time, and he was just completely strung out on cocaine.
Whoa.
And I just remember thinking, man, this guy's gone somewhere.
Well, he snorts that shit from right field, like I do with Pozzoli. He's always been. That's his guy. That's a guy that he is always very festive.
You're an office worker, right?
No, I'm a homeless cat full time.
I can never remember what you actually do, but besides, obviously,
I work for Hail Mary Pizza. Yeah, I did pizza.
Well, dude, I wish you luck on your sobriety. Keep them Zims out your mouth. You know what I'm saying, bro? Send them over to me right here. You feel me, dude? Because I'm gonna fucking choke on some Zims all night and shit, bro. Oh, you still have Zims. Never mind, then keep doing the Zims. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for coming through, dude. We should do an episode with you guys.
Yeah, we'd
one
love to
day.
do another.
Record Tweeties with It Doesn't Matter, dude.
yeah, I'd love to. I'll probably drink for that one.
Oh, no, never mind.
So boring for the past 30 minutes, but thanks for the time, guys. And if you guys would like to watch Man's life completely fall apart and then rebuild his course of 4 weeks, patreon.com/IDMPod. Would love it if you guys checked it out.
Yes.
Keep supporting these guys, TMOS. They keep me entertained every single month. So.
And, the feeling is mutual because we are also subscribed to your Patreon. The few Patreons that we are subscribed to is IDM. And I got to say, I love hearing whenever things go wrong. I'll just say that. I don't like when things go right for you guys. I like when they go wrong.
Yeah, I don't really want things to go right either. It's funny when they're wrong.
Yeah.
It's the realest podcast you'll ever hear.
Real ass podcast. Yes. Let's all give it up for Mr. Lingbach here, guys. Yeah. Later on, blue shorts.
Alrighty.
He did 23 hours.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
What the
That's
fuck?
fuck, dude. 24 hours, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we ate, dude, what else? What haven't we done? We ate some Mexican cookies for y'all, you know what I mean? We watched 22 and a half hours of the Gringo Papi because for 10 minutes we interviewed like BC, 10 minutes of Mark Harley, 10 minutes of some ASW for that ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, did we market a little bit? Yeah, dude, marketing geniuses. You know what I mean? Follow It Doesn't Matter podcast.
Yes.
Listen to It Doesn't Matter podcast.
Record podcast.
World record podcast with the homie Brendan Walsh. Ran through on vinyl.
Yes.
Ran
through it, buy it.
Has Ran Through got me laid on several occasions? I'm gonna say yes, dude. And it could do the same for you. I put in my bio on Bumble, I listened to Ran Through by ASW, and when women read that, they stop at I listen to, and then they have sex with me.
It had the opposite effect on me when I wrote that I listened to Jeff Dye.
Oh, yeah.
My dating profile.
Yeah.
It was rough for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and then also, while you're at it, join our Patreon, dude.
Please do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see where we. White girls, big titties. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
This would never work out. How freaking this morning, boys goes, dude.
Bro. Latina, bro. You know what? They're fine and they're spicy.
No doubt.
Yeah, spicy. Right? You know what spicy means?
Asshole.
I'm sorry, bro.
Dude, when we first got together, she used to
Ran Through, Torn Backwards Girl.
Thanks to the Great Courses Plus for supporting this episode. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/religion for breakfast to check out their huge library of lectures and courses taught by top-notch scholars in their fields. Kabbalah, sometimes anglicized as Kabbalah, is often defined as Jewish mysticism, but it's one of those concepts that's not only difficult to define, but constantly exoticized and stereotyped. For example, the pop star Madonna embedded Kabbalistic imagery into her 2002 music video for the James Bond film Die Another Day, which we'll examine later in this video. Generally speaking, though, mysticism refers to an experiential, spiritual endeavor to encounter or invoke the divine in this world. So this would include religious experiences of the divine, like ecstatic visions, rituals to try to access divine presence or to trigger transformative inner experiences. Mysticism can also refer to works of literature related to these themes, and though many Kabbalists could be described as ecstatic visionaries, the earliest Kabbalists were Jewish teachers, theologians, and philosophers. Most were the educated elite of medieval Europe, living in Spain and France, writing new and innovative studies on Jewish texts and concepts about mystical contemplation of the divine realms, the nature of God, the purpose of humanity, and the creation of the universe. The Hebrew word Kabbalah derives from the verb to receive, and could be translated as that which has been received, or simply tradition. The scholar Joseph Dan writes that Kabbalah is thus a claim by Jewish spiritualists from the Middle Ages to this day that they received a tradition that was held secret for many centuries. Secret or hidden wisdom that they believed was originally passed down to Moses out Mount Sinai and transmitted through the centuries to medieval Kabbalists. Kabbalah should not be described as a distinct branch of Judaism, in the same way that we talk about conservative Judaism or Orthodox Judaism or Reconstructionist Judaism, nor should it be defined as a unified or coherent system, but rather traditions encompassing several modes of reading, a library of texts, a series of concepts, and a range of practices within Judaism that is concerned with mystical contemplation. There's a lot to cover, so let's get into it. First, the origins of Kabbalah. Kabbalah emerged in southern Europe in the 12th century in several major centers of learning, including Provence in southern France, and areas on the Iberian Peninsula, including Girona and the region of Castile. But Jewish mysticism has a long history that stretches back hundreds of years before this. You can find mystical texts in the Hebrew Bible itself, such as the book of Ezekiel, or the vision of the prophet Isaiah, when he beholds the throne room of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the so-called Hekhalot literature and the Merkavah literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the late Antique book of Ezekiel, or the vision of the prophet Isaiah, when he beholds the throne room of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the so-called Hekhalot literature and the Merkavah literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the late Antique period. These texts focus on the creation of the universe and journeys into the heavens to reveal the structure of the divine realms. There's also late Antique Jewish magical texts like the Sefer HaRazim, the Book of Secrets, which describes, among other things, how to conduct magical incantations using the names of angels. But despite this rich body of Jewish mystical texts, scholars do not consider them to be Kabbalistic texts. According to Gershom Shalem, the father of the modern academic study of Kabbalah, the first true work of Kabbalah is probably the Sefer HaBahir, which dates to the late 12th century. Scholars argue that the Bahir is the earliest Kabbalistic text because it introduces three new ideas into Jewish mysticism that almost all later Kabbalists adopted. Number one, the idea that the divine world is composed of 10 divine powers known in later texts as Sfirot. Number two, the idea that one of the divine powers is feminine, which formally introduces the idea of gender dualism into later Kabbalah. And number three, the idea that the divine powers can be described with the allegory of a tree. You've probably seen schematic drawings of this tree around the internet if you've done even a cursory study into Kabbalah. The Bahir was not created in a vacuum, though. It reworks proto-Kabbalistic ideas found in earlier books, such as the Sefer Yetzirah, which was probably composed sometime in the late Antique period. We're really not sure, but by the 10th century, Jewish scholars were writing all sorts of commentaries on this book. The Sefer Yetzirah laid out the groundwork for Kabbalistic speculation about the 10 divine powers or emanations called Sfirot, as well as the mystical meaning of numbers and Hebrew letters, both topics we'll return to shortly. So the general takeaways for the origins of Kabbalah: Kabbalah emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries in southwestern Europe. Following the appearance of the Bahir, several circles of Kabbalistic teachers and mystics emerged, including around Isaac the Blind in Provence, Nachmanides in Girona, and Abraham Abulafia in the region of Castile, who is known for experiential ecstatic Kabbalah. Each and every one of these men deserved their own thoroughgoing examinations, but in general, all of them were participating in a scholarly endeavor, writing commentaries on the Torah, essays on rabbinic law, sharing prayer techniques and sermons. In other words, they were writing the same sort of genres that Jewish writers were making for centuries. It's not like there was an official division between Kabbalistic texts on one hand and non-Kabbalistic texts on the other hand. The scholar of Kabbalah, Dr. Joseph Dan, argues that these three components that I mentioned earlier are generally useful for identifying a work as being part of Kabbalah. But here I'll add the disclaimer that this is not a perfect rubric because Kabbalah is so diverse. There's almost always an exception. But let's turn to some of the most prominent ideas. First, one of the main ideas shared by almost all Kabbalists is the concept of Ein Sof, literally translated as no end or infinite. We can think of Ein Sof as an infinite impersonal God or supreme entity that we cannot describe with our own human faculties. In the words of the medieval French rabbi Isaac the Blind, Ein Sof is that which is not conceivable by thinking. To use an example from astrophysics, Ein Sof is kind of like dark matter. It's a placeholder for something that we just cannot perceive ourselves with our own senses. Ein Sof is important not just because it illustrates how mystics viewed God, but also how they viewed the universe. The great 16th century Kabbalist, Isaac Luria, developed a theory of cosmogony, or in other words, an explanation for the beginning of the universe, and he based it on Ein Sof, calling it Tzimtzum, translated as contraction. His theory of Tzimtzum goes something like this. First, in the beginning, there was only Ein Sof. Ein Sof then contracted, leaving a space in which our world developed. This means that our world only occupies a small portion of the universe. Between Ein Sof and our world, though, there are things called Sfirot, which I mentioned in the earlier discussion about the book Behir. Now, it's impossible to define Sfirot because Kabbalists throughout time have held many different ideas about them, but some think of them as layers of existence, 10 divine powers or emanations of Ein Sof that are ordered in a hierarchy that together represent the power of the Godhead. Like I said earlier, you've probably seen depictions of the 10 Sfirot, since they're often portrayed as a tree or corresponding to different parts of the human body. Some scholars would say that the concept of Sfirot is the clearest indication of a Kabbalistic worldview. If a text mentions the Sfirot, it's a pretty safe assumption that it relies on Kabbalistic tradition, though again, there are always exceptions. We can think of the Sfirot as divine intermediaries between us and the ultimate unknowable Godhead. The one at the top is the closest to Ein Sof, and the one at the bottom, called the Shekhinah, is the one that we humans most intimately interact with, the divine power closest to the material created world. Interestingly, the Sfirot are gendered. Kabbalists conceive of the Shekhinah as feminine and often described as God's bride. Each of the Sfirot is male or female, but most have both male and female parts, and each one can be male in relation to one and female in relation to the other. This gendering of the Godhead gives us a look into another important part of Kabbalah, sexuality. The best example of this comes in the most important book in all of Kabbalah, the Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. One scholar of Kabbalah calls the Zohar the highest expression of Jewish literary imagination in the Middle Ages. It's considered by many the core text of Kabbalah, and although I call it a book, the Zohar really should be described as a body of literature. The Stanford University Press translation and commentary of the Zohar required 12 volumes to publish it. So, yeah, it's not a book in the strictest sense of the word. The Zohar emerged in the 13th century from Castile, one of the major centers of Kabbalah. Most critical scholars today agree that it was composed by a rabbi named Moses de Leon. De Leon wrote it in a distinct dialect of Aramaic, mixed with Hebrew, and he framed the text as being written in the 2nd century by its main character, Shimon Bar Yochai, a real historical sage living in the 2nd century. Many Orthodox Jews today maintain that it was written by Shimon Bar Yochai himself. The Zohar is primarily a commentary on the Torah, but it reads somewhat like a mystical novel. In the book, Shimon Bar Yochai travels with his disciples around the Galilee, meeting different characters, learning and sharing mystical teachings. The Zohar develops many of the major themes of Kabbalah, including the gendering of both the Sfirot and the mystic's ultimate mission. The connection between Sfirot becomes erotic. Some are givers, some are receptors, and the mystic's ultimate mission is to initiate an erotic marriage between God and the Shekhinah. Even the search for mystical knowledge becomes sexualized in the Zohar. In one romantic passage based on the intensely erotic Song of Songs, a man passes by the house of a female lover who is a metaphor for the Torah. The man waits time and time again for the woman to reveal herself to him fully. The text says, "Hence the Torah is revealed and concealed, and lovingly goes to its lover to arouse love with him." This passage is an analogy for how some Jewish mystics view Kabbalistic practice. The Kabbalist peels back layers upon layers of understanding until the most hidden, and therefore most holy, knowledge of the scripture reveals itself. One way to describe this layered approach to the Torah is through an acronym called Pardes, which means orchard. In this acronym, each Hebrew letter stands for a different level of meaning. We won't get into what each letter stands for, but the last letter, Samek, stands for Sod, which means secret. Sod refers to the ultimate esoteric knowledge that every Kabbalist seeks. Kabbalists try to reach Sod through the text, literally. The 22 Hebrew letters, biblical passages, and Hebrew names of God are central to Kabbalah. For Kabbalists, Hebrew is a divine language, and the Torah is a living divine document. The school of the Kabbalist Abraham Abulafia believed that each letter has mystical meaning. Writing or chanting letters in specific ways brings them to life, or it can help you achieve communion with the divine. Abulafia wrote, "When you begin to recite the letter Aleph, since Aleph points to the secret of of unity, do not lengthen its recitation except according to the measure of one breath, and chant the Aleph and every letter you recite with terror, awe, and fear, coupled with the gladness of the soul in its comprehension, which is great. From this quotation, you can see how meditation on the letters was experiential. It was a technique involving breathing and head movements, and meditating not just on the meaning of the letters, but the sound of the letters. Even with years of study or practice and chanting, like from the passage above, secret mystical knowledge is nearly impossible to gain. The prophet Ezekiel is held up as an example. In the first chapter of the book of Ezekiel, often called the Merkabah vision, we see a strange description of creatures and chariots that later Kabbalists viewed as evidence that Ezekiel actually attained Sod. But testimonials of visions like this are relatively uncommon in Kabbalah. In fact, many Kabbalistic circles prohibited describing visions for fear that revealing secret knowledge could be catastrophic to the wider world. Thus, many Kabbalistic circles.
This sucks.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. From the producers who brought you Princess of the South, which comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love and pagan. The thing is, I don't actually use it. Every time I open it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything. But when the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess I'm sitting on my I don't know. I think so. He actually is too good to be true. This is called a copy. To pull up this nice, they'll have to get close. Aristocratic. Cautious. Why don't you do this? And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a hot man, how do you know if it's true love? Just another job. Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Here's some good info from you guys.
Strangers call my name. Sus, it was my direction. All the stereotypes that work so hard to break are screaming reversed.
We only do a fair part that genuine plasma. You deserve respect as much as everything else. I'm a nurse.
I'm a delivery woman, chef, a neighbor artist.
Bus driver. I'm a doctor.
Help stop the spread of anti-Asian racism by visiting iHeartRadio.com/FightTheBias. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles who see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, an investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's struggle.
Cause me think you with anything, okay?
Basically, the legends disappear if I do something for them.
They lie. They just lie.
You're on to you. Smirk. I don't want to go to jail. You didn't want to be not around here.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Arch for the K! Your tasker helps you scratch more off your to-do list.
I put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Because today I have to assemble and deliver thank you packages to every firehouse in the state for my boss. I didn't know that instructor can make house calls, and I need one of those nice sculpture guys.
Just
Take a deep breath, post your tasks on airtasker.com or download the app and connect with local taskers for any type of task.
I take more than one deep breath.
As many as you need. Airtasker.
Thinking about selling your home? Seller's Advantage makes it easy. No agents, no commissions, no open houses, no costly repairs. With Seller's Advantage, they'll make you a fair, competitive cash offer with no surprises. Check out what one of their sellers had to say. Seller's Advantage was a lot easier, faster, and more rewarding than listing my house. I'm worried about getting a low offer, but there's
Look at that, I'm going to check it, share it, and check it out.
They gave me the time to decide, and the process was friendly, fast, and anxiety-free. I highly recommend Seller's Advantage. Call Seller's Advantage today at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com for your free no-obligation cash offer.
Don't worry, sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
DRE number 0196165.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again.
Look at that, I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check it out.
Spotify and Pandora. It is the #1 podcaster. iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. Sell it, viewers who hear your message times the response rate equals no results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Rick Shenko, but he's not that on bed.
Says the say Kiddush
Radio app Miss is out of money. I'm Joel Larsgaard, and I am Matt Paulus. You are over on Facebook. You want to join a group of like-minded folks who have money questions, needs, insight. Please go ahead and join me. How do I get started? This question is from a listener who has a lot of things in flux right now. Hey, Matt, Joel. I hope you guys are doing well. My name is Richard, and I live in Denver, Colorado. With my wife and two pets, a dog and a cat. My question today might be a little bit different than the fall nationally. So my parents live in India. I'm from India. I've been in the States for the last 8 years. And my parents, they are in their mid-70s, so there's a high probability that my wife and I may need to move to India for a few years to take care of them. My sisters are in the same city as my parents, and they care of them as needed. In our culture, it's kind of like my responsibility to take care of them. So my questions are around what, if any changes, future investments and savings you guys would suggest I should start thinking about if I feel that we may have to move to India for a few years. But since we don't know when we will move, how long we will need to move forward, and whether or not we will work well in India, and what things will look like when we are there. My wife and I just turned 30 this year. We don't have kids, but we do plan on starting a family next year. Today, we make around $200,000 a year.
Circles in the Middle Ages were made up of small groups of elite rabbis and intellectuals that were already well known in the community. A crisis in the 15th century moved the center of gravity for Kabbalistic teachings eastward. Although the Iberian Peninsula was for a long time a major hub for Kabbalah, it came to an end when the Spanish and Portuguese Christian monarchies expelled or forcibly converted the Jewish communities in their territories. Those who fled settled primarily in Eastern Europe and the Ottoman Empire, leading to new centers of Kabbalah. The town of Safed in the Upper Galilee region became one of these hubs. The Rabbi Isaac Luria, also called the Ari, moved from Jerusalem to Safed in 1570 and formed a group of disciples who went on to revolutionize Kabbalistic teachings. He confronted head-on some of the biggest philosophical questions you could possibly imagine. Why does anything exist instead of nothing? Why does God exist? Why does evil exist? What is our purpose as humans here on Earth? He put forth revolutionary new theories like the one we already discussed, his creation of the universe theory called Sims.
Remember, by definition, right? which would then have to be the converse of that to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively false or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say as the moon feels in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Diana as the moon diminish. It says, okay, so fine. I don't know, maybe yes, maybe we should see that. Let's go ahead and feel like
Is it possible if you knew where every atom was in the solar system and its position and knew any kind of external forces that might affect the solar system, to be able to run a simulation to be able to predict future events on Earth?
Experience the delights of having this beautiful puppy. It's not going to be negative if you can bring this up to kids. This is about starting. Not right now. I'm not going to touch it. Some days later in life, I'm like you. You'll have at least 2 cats and 2 chickens. Sorry, I'm going to divulge this. Just show for 1 more second. My cat, one of the cats, likes to hide in our bathroom vanity. Like, she'll open the drawer and, like, somehow shoves her way back in there, but she gets up underneath every once in a while. She can't get out, so I'll go to the bathroom like that. I'm like, before I go to bed, and I hear like the cat basically be like, let me out. It's really cool. So, I mean, let's get to it. This is what you're missing out on if you don't have pets in your life. Yeah, that's right. The cats are great. That's what dogs are. Bridget, like, this is a great question. I love to have so much respect for your culture and the emphasis that TV plays on taking care of parents. And that's something that I think is just less common here in the States, Matt. And it's less common. Yeah, it's less common. I do think I am hearing more families who are doing that. Yeah, like, I mean, sure, turn back to those traditional, the whole two-generational conversation is will not have more and more. And I love hearing that because I think it makes sense on so many fronts. Obviously, from a financial standpoint, pulling your resources to a certain extent, but from a relational standpoint, for our kids to grow up with their grandparents, like truly getting to know them and for them to truly get to know the kids. I have that. Yeah, I mean, my grandma, man, they lived on the other side of the country, same with me. And I think the book being world by the American Indian Doctor really kind of helps with that whole problem too a little bit. Where I was like, oh, I see the beauty in that. That's something that like feels culturally different than what I've experienced.
I still think it can be done if you had powerful enough computers. Maybe even more powerful computers than even you know about.
I'm seeing my neighbors do it right now. Like my neighbor next door, she's 100 years old. Her son lives across the street, and she's got a where she can't even live really close to each other. She can't live alone at all, and so somebody spends the night with her basically every night. And this is kind of like elder planning in American culture. It's got really expensive. You almost have to think outside of the box. And they're like a little different. So you can work so much crazy costs. That's right. Yeah. And Rajat, he also talked about how much money he said he's got 6 months worth of emergency funds set aside, and the ability for him to at some point help take care of his folks is, I think, one of the best uses of not only emergency fund, but with it being a potentially extended period of time of what you might call peace out money or just a degree of financial independence. It's not just for traveling the world and for ditching work for a sabbatical, but being able to take care of the people in your life is far less stressful if you have a strong financial buffer. Or if you can just reduce work, take some time away. I think a massive more investment in having that like with cash is going to give you, Rajat, the ability to make the life changes that you need to make, the ones that you truly just want to be able to make here. Giving you the flexibility to make some changes. If need be, depending on how you're going to deal with it, like I said, some of the other items. If that was me, I would want to have more than just the 6 months worth of living expenses. I want to basically beef that. I believe a lot less in order to essentially build up like this war chest to just give you the options to stay over there maybe longer than you might normally feel comfortable. But by having cash like this one hand, it just seems going to decrease the level of stress that you and your family is going to experience. I will say, based on he mentioned the house that it sounds like maybe purchasing for his parents. I know that the cost of living in India.
I still think it could be done. Tell me a way of how it could be done.
So one benefit though is that you've got the ability to have your dollars go a whole lot further while you're over there. So yeah, just I think what you're getting into is that money is just to buy. The smart saving investor for long period of time isn't just to buy growth freedom or to buy fancy vacations or something like that, but it can really facilitate the kind of life you want to live, especially with your family. And speaking of like, Matt, I've talked a lot about this. My mom is not doing so great right now.
It's the tefillah I need to like avoid eye contact with.
Partly because we're a lot of years
Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some son of the foundation
grab a random lunch or coffee or something like that. That matters. Like what Richard is doing here, I'm doing a smaller scale right up.
That's the tefillah. But the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it says, if you are receiving
I know. Just making sure. So I just love that. And I think I would love to see more people be able to experience that sort of flexibility that money can buy. Yeah. It would be much harder to handle that situation if, let's say, you didn't invest at all in your 20s or your 30s. And you're like, okay, now's the time to buckle up and finally grow up and start setting money aside in my 401k. Yeah, you'd be like, no, I cannot work. But you can say, no, I can't not work for the things that matter the most. Yeah, you're spot on, my friend. All right, hey, we have more money saving information to get to it first. Let's go to the KFI 24 hours.
And even if I say it, like, it's just like, that's the
newsroom, the side freeway in Passaic,
right, but says, what is almost as if like this, like,
a 34-inch high-pressure gas line ruptured near Ridge Route Road, sending a strong gas odor across the region. SoCal gas crews were able to stop the leak after several hours. Fire officials say the escaping pressure from the rupture made a loud noise.
About how the universe was created by Ein Sof contracting. What was so transgressive about this theory is that he argued this process of creation actually damaged creation and introduced evil. Thus, the purpose of existence is to repair this flaw through human action, or tikkun olam, which translates as repairing the world. Luria's Kabbalah inspired several movements in the following centuries, especially a movement founded by a Ukrainian man who rocked the world of Kabbalah and all of Eastern European Judaism, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, or the Baal Shem Tov. In the early 18th century, he jump-started what is now known as the Hasidic movement, a movement that quickly spread across Eastern Europe. The Baal Shem Tov disagreed with the idea that mysticism should be reserved for the intelligentsia, and instead taught that everyone should try to commune with God. Hasidism taught that communion with God, or knowledge of the divine, was possible even for the masses during ordinary everyday life, especially through prayer. Another core change that Hasidism makes to traditional Kabbalah is the notion of divine transcendence, which teaches that God is wholly outside our universe. Hasidism, by contrast, professes that God has an immanent quality, meaning that God is present in our world and that we can climb toward communion through our everyday life, through everyday actions. Hasidism is still thriving today and exemplifies modern Jewish mysticism and practice. Now, I should be clear, Hasidism is not synonymous with Kabbalah. It does include mystical practices and beliefs, but it's much more than that. In fact, if you read the Holocaust testimonial, Night, by Elie Wiesel, you can clearly see a distinction. In the book, Elie describes how he grew up in a Romanian Hasidic community, but throughout the book, he mentions that Kabbalah is a supplement to usual religious study of the Torah and the Talmud. Today, scholars generally categorize Hasidism under the broader category of Haredi Jews, often called ultra-Orthodox Jews, but the two are not synonymous. Okay, now that we've covered all of that background, what's the deal with Madonna? And here we turn to what I'm going to call pop Kabbalah, but it's worth mentioning that stricter adherents would not even call this Kabbalah in the first place. Throughout the 20th century, Kabbalah hit the mainstream in pop culture. One big neo-Kabbalistic movement is the Kabbalah Center in the United States, whose members included celebrities like Madonna, Britney Spears, Ariana Grande, and Ashton Kutcher. Started by Philip Berg and his wife Karen Berg in 1984, the center sought to popularize and spread Kabbalistic teachings, even outside of Judaism. Madonna became one of their most famous adherents, and that's why we get her James Bond music video. During the video, she is being tortured in a North Korean bunker of some sort, which is featured in the film itself. She is depicted wrapping her arm with tefillin, and at the end, the Hebrew letters Lamed Aleph Vav are burned onto the electric chair where they were just trying to kill Madonna. These letters are from one of the 72 names of God according to Jewish tradition, a tradition that became especially popular among medieval Kabbalists, and are mentioned in the Bahir and used in Kabbalistic magical practice. Though her performance sparked controversy, in part because most within the Orthodox Jewish community viewed a non-Jewish woman wearing tefillin as sacrilegious, or at least viewed it unfavorably. Other movements of modern Jewish mysticism have also sprung up in the past century and a half. The Neo-Hasidic movement and other revival movements have sought to reimagine mystical doctrine for a modern era. Some have even likened mystical experiences to the effects of psychedelic drugs. The Jewish scholar and leader of Neo-Hasidism, Arthur Green, shared one of his psychedelic experiences in one of his books. As one who tried psychedelics after some years of studying the Kabbalistic and Hasidic masters, I found that the drug-induced experiences confirmed a great deal of what I found in their writings, though he warns that such a path should never replace traditional mystical practices from throughout Kabbalah's history. Overall, one thing that Kabbalah teaches is a different way to use the mind. Kabbalah breaks its students out of a strictly logical way of thinking and pushes them to uncover new modes of contemplation. It's a powerful tradition that has survived for many centuries in esoteric circles, but shows no indication of slowing down here in the 21st century. For those of you who would like to learn more, I'm including a bibliography in the description below, and you can also check out today's sponsor, The Great Courses Plus. The Great Courses Plus is a subscription video learning service with lectures and courses taught by actual experts.
There is no one
and when
book
it comes
called
to
Kabbalah.
content about religion in
What
general and
is-
Judaism in particular, The
what
Great
books
Courses
make up
Plus has a
Kabbalah?
very impressive lineup, including a 24-episode-long series on Jewish intellectual history. This one is taught by the Ivy League historian, Dr. David Rutterman. The Great Courses Plus also has a general overview of Judaism with the scholar Isaiah Gaffney, as well as an Archaeology of the Holy Land series taught by the archaeologist Jody Magnus. I've met her personally. Her books were assigned in my graduate-level courses during my PhD, so I can say that these series draw on peer-reviewed scholarship. All of them are taught by top-tier scholars in their respective disciplines, but no tests, no homework. You can watch as many different lectures as you want, anytime, anywhere. The Great Courses Plus is offering Religion for Breakfast viewers a free trial. Just go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/religion for breakfast. Through your subscription, you gain access to their huge library of video lectures that you can stream from any device. Click on the link in the description below to start your free trial today. Thanks, everyone.
Here is only makes no Kaddish Chodesh. This method doesn't move itself. So the same as the brothers. Okay, makes reference on Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the rules, which is what we're trying to highlight here. Hello, you're the Moran. I'm ready to go. Let's say, beginning now, let's do the Bracha of Kaddish.
If you're just getting everything off of Google News and TikTok, great. People are just looking to go to their podcasts.
I never said the Bracha of the way I like I said, usually for every reason, most of the time it's in a rush. What in a rush? For or less is not. Here, we're always in a rush. The Gemara says, so here's the Bracha. Baruch, now we see it's Baruch HaShem to the Baruch. Asher Ma'amaro Baruch Sheshem. Through his word, he goes through your words to the heavens. Uberuach Piv Kol Tzivav. Kol Tzivav.
What's up, sluts? So what did you learn about Kabbalah today? Well, I learned that it sucks, but I already knew that. Why does it suck? It's just like, dog, I already have so much shit to do that it's like, it's just a lot. Anyway, so anybody who says, oh, I read Kabbalah, like, That's not a book. What do you mean? Like, I guess you can say that, which means Jewish mysticism to receive, like, Fred the Litnikoff. Anyway, uh, huh? What does Fred the Litnikoff have to do with Kabbalah? What doesn't he have to do with Kabbalah? Anyway, you anti-Bolitnikoffian. He was just a good receiver, and you stick him, and like he received a lot. Anyway, so there's no single book called Kabbalah. Kabbalah is a tradition, a layered body of mystical teaching that developed over many centuries. What counts as Kabbalah depends a bit on the school and the period, but there is a fairly clear core canon. I'll lay out by historical layer. So you've got foundational proto-Kabbalistic texts. These are pre-Zohar. And again, yesterday we learned oh yeah, this is day 3. Zohar is kind of like, kind of can't hustle. That's all I'm going to say. Can't hustle. Anyway, so there's Sefer Yetzirah. This is the Book of Formation. Earliest mystical text, 2nd to 6th century Common Era. Cosmology via the 10th Sifirot and 22 Hebrew letters. The focus, creation, language, numbers, structure, and reality. Studied even by rationalists. Rambam wrote a commentary. And again, we're Rambam homers. Cheerleaders of Rambam. He's one of the people who makes the most sense to me. Okay, then there's Halachot and Merkava literature. This includes texts like ViralRabbi, Zutari, and I want you to know that it also includes things like Maaseh Merkava, mystical ascent to divine palaces, angelology, divine names, visions, influences Kabbalah, but not always counted as Kabbalah proper. Anybody who's like, hey, I was reading the Kabbalah, that's not a thing, though. So if somebody says they were reading the Kabbalah, that's not a thing. That would be like, I don't know, saying that, like, you read baseball. It's like, you can't really read baseball. You could read a baseball almanac, though. Early Kabbalah, 12th to 13th century. This is where classical Kabbalah begins. Sefer HaBahir. This is the Book of Brightness. 12th century province. Includes Sephirot as divine emanations, feminine aspects of divinity. Extremely cryptic. One of the first true Kabbalistic texts. The Zoharic corpus, the true heart of Kabbalah. I'm going to save this, and I'm sure it's not going to fucking record. All this shit sucks. The Zohar, Book of Splendor, late 13th century Spain, written mostly in Aramaic. Again, but this is, you can't hustle. Who is this? Moses De Leon. This is a De Leon, dude. Really? Yeah. Anyway, late 13th century Spain, written mostly in Aramaic. He was from Castile. I remember that. Okay, mystical commentary on the Torah introduces full Sephirotic system. Shekhinah, divine feminine presence. Tiferet, Shekhinah, dynamics, cosmic impact of mitzvot. This is the central canonical text of Kabbalah. Zohar related works, part of the same corpus. Zohar, Chadash, Ra'aya, Mahemna, Tikunye, Zohar, traditionally studied together as the Zohar. Okay, there's Lurianic Kabbalah. We know about this. This is the teachings of Rabbi Isaac Luria Da'ari. All right, 16th century. The system restructured all Kabbalah after the Zohar. He wrote almost nothing himself. His student Rabbi Chaim Vital recorded it. Key books. That's Chaim, the Tree of Life. Sha'ar HaGilgulim, the Gate of Reincarnations. Shahar HaKavanot, Gate of Intention. Sha'ari Kedusha. Key ideas. Tzimtzum, divine contraction, Shevirat Hekalim, shattering of vessels, Tikkun, repair, soul, sparks, reincarnation. Again, if like I'm not pronouncing this stuff correctly, well, you should just know that everybody will speak the way that I want them to speak in the future. My vision is really bad. It really is. And I'm doing my best. This becomes the dominant Kabbalah in Judaism. Systematic and ethical Kabbalah, Pardes, Ramonim, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, Ramak, pre-Lurianic synthesis, organizes it earlier Kabbalah systematically, often studied alongside Luria. Tomer Devora, Ramak, ethical imitation of divine attributes, very influential in Musar and Chassidut. Chassidic Kabbalah, 18th century onward Kabbalah, filtered into spiritual psychology and Ovoda. Key text Tanya, Rabbi Shura Zalman of Ladle, Laadi. You know him? Yeah, he's cool. Teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, Magid of Mezerich, Rebbe Nachman of Breslov. Based heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but expressed experientially. What is not usually included Tanakh, Talmud, Rambam, and Pop Kabbalah books. Okay, so a concise core Kabbalah canon, Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer HaBahir, Zohar, Etz Chaim, Pardes Ramonim. Okay, so I think that, well, frankly, like since the fall of the Beit HaMikdash around between like 68 and 70 of the Common Era, we've been as Jews yearning for the reconstruction of the Beit HaMikdash. I've got a whole plan for that. I don't know if anybody wants to listen to it. I'm not going to go into that right now. But it's a good plan. I think it's hilarious and it works beautifully. And no one gets hurt and it's great. If you don't want to go with that plan, that's fine. But when somebody starts getting hurt, I'm going to say, I told you so. And I'm going to say, I told you so with a fucking megaphone, dog. Anyway, and then we've been yearning for Mashiach. I yearn for Mashiach every fucking day. I'm like, where is this asshole? He's supposed to bring us into a new age, a new epoch. Tupac. Anyway, it wasn't Tupac. So all this stuff is cool, but I think it's really related to physics, and maybe some people don't think so. And I was never a very good physics student ever, but I've become better as I've gotten older, and I never gave up on it. And all right, so there's something called Laplace's demon. This is in physics. So there's this thing called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which it's something with which I struggle every single moment of every single day of my life. And it means that you can't know the location and the velocity simultaneously of an atom, essentially. And this bothers me. And so I try to think, because it's just, why not? And it's like, well, it has to do with quantum entanglement and stuff like that. And it's like, dog, why not? Anyway, so that's mainstream physics, that thought. But there are some fringed physicists that are open to other ideas. And I'm always open to thinking outside the box, especially when we need a challenge. So in classical Newtonian physics, if we knew the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future and past could be fully determined. What am I trying to say? How does this relate to Kabbalah? Well, all these guys are trying to figure out like what happened in the past, what happened in the future, and how it all started. How did the universe start and stuff? And I feel like if we could run at least the solar system and create it as a closed system, and we knew any external forces that may affect it, then we would be able to run a simulation and be able to predict the future. And that's super cool to me. But under mainstream physics, that's not possible due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And this is very bothersome to me. It's like the thing that I don't like most about physics. It sucks. I do my best to understand anti-gravity and antimatter and dark matter and dark energy to the best of my knowledge. Like, I still am a mere child in my understanding of these things. Not even. I'm just like I have the knowledge of a drop of a drop of water in comparison to the ocean. But nevertheless, I try, and that's what's important in life is trying. Showing up is 9/10 of the challenge, and if you at least try, you're making an effort, and you never know. You never know until you try. Anyway, so this is gonna fucking. I should probably just upload it. All right, I'm gonna upload it. Part 2 coming up.
This case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict.
What's up, Slut? So what did you learn about Kabbalah today? Well, I learned that it sucks, but I already knew that. Why does it suck? It's just like, dog, I already have so much shit to do that it's like...
I have a problem, and I need help. I just moved into this house. Dude, it's fucking cold. Where's the fever? Show me. Move your arms.
The head of the judges, he makes the declaration of Zakin Hadid. If you want to say that ultimately Zakin Hadid means the declaration. We did good. We did good. We judged appropriately. The honor makes sense. The head of the basis says this. But if you say that Allah means that the din is too difficult and we can't find the resolution,
Visit our website, RooterHero.com, to schedule your appointment today.
Why does the Lord have to say it? And that's why they have to be declared by faith. Because the Lord does the head of the base and as we say, it's embarrassing. Which means, yeah, it will go to Christ, man. There's going to be some level of embarrassment because the basic can't reach resolution. But it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. You know, so you down, rather say, yeah, I'm going to show up on the emails. If you want to say that it's declaration that basis says, to give all you can't reach a verdict, I know anyone that is special as well. The other problem, if you want to say that you do a declaration, the basin is making the basin is saying, doing a good job of adjudicating this case. The person supposed to place themselves. If you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the basin be saying, Shkaya, I did a good job of adjudicating this case. Shining wheels at the basin, everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the basin. It's not. Same way. For sure, the tax bracket will be what to start withdrawing contributions. So I can't decide if I should pay the 24% tax on contributions now, or if I should wait until the next tax bracket before switching to a traditional. Appreciate it, advice. Thank you.
It sounds like Ethan is in the messy middle. He needs to make all the sense. He's talking about tax brackets. He's seeing his income increase. He's trying to figure out what is the most optimized banks, all this kind of stuff. We'll cut to the chase. A Roth IRA and a traditional 401k is what we recommend for somebody. Somebody in this situation in particular, because he is in that middle spot, right? Let's say you are really early on in your wealth building trajectory, and your first job out of college or something, and you're like, man, my salary's not awesome, but gosh, I'm being frugal, and I'm attempting to do contributions, significant contributions to my IRA, hey, what should I do? The answer is probably going to be both of them, right? But let's say the further along you get in your career, you're crushing it, the more the income for traditional can make makes sense. It's just
Yeah,
impossible here to make
once
it
he is
work.
something,
Because we're
once it
dealing
says
with
if the
unknowns
nerve
around future tax rates as a society, we're also dealing with unknowns about our individual tax rates. Where will my individual effective tax rate be?
right? So let's say
Turns out it's hard to specify for people who are incredible savers and investors. You might find that it's higher in retirement, but what most people find is that, especially if they're high earners now, the likelihood is strong that you're going to be in a lower tax bracket in retirement. That actually makes traditional contributions, especially in that 401k, make more sense now. Yeah, I know what you're saying, which is that, like, if you know you're making bank right now, and that you are like, oh man, I am working really hard, I'm getting after it, yes, then you might know that you are unlikely to continue to generate income like that. But it also depends on how much you invest, because if you are, making a ton of money right now, but then you're investing like crazy, there's a good chance that the money comes in later down the road, and the kind of lifestyle essentially that you are requiring of your money means that you have to withdraw more money, which means not necessarily higher cost of living from the income that you've but possibly similar expenses to what you're experiencing. Sure. When you look at the vast majority of retirees, though,
I have testimony that can accelerate moving. Remember again,
reasonably
Basin
lower
was accepting
overall
testimony
effective
to
tax rate
accelerate
in
moving.
their retirement years. But what I'm saying is, I think a lot of that through the fact that they haven't set aside a ton of money, which means that they're drawing down less. So much of the behavioral aspect of it, how much are you investing now, and then how much are you drawing back? Yeah, you're pointing to like the lived reality of a lot of those issues.
Flag
But
guy
like if
would wave his flag.
if you're an incredible saver investor, there's a chance there's some reasonable chance that you're going to end up just as high of an effective tax rate, if not higher, if you're like a saver investor with a high percentage. What you're bringing is there's a chance Ethan might fall that kind of so you kind of say based on those two number of references in one episode. The frequency which Bill talks about Jim Carrey, folks, is not just as high to it as
I just
I
thought
want
of
to keep that so I want to be more than that.
I just thought of
But the listeners to content.
Right,
So
that's cool. I just thought of something.
weekend combo allows you, I would say, to take the plan and taking some future tax exposure off the table, while also paying a current tax rate on another chunk of your retirement dollars. It also allows you to convert traditional dollars into Roth dollars down the road, so you retain flexibility. So, for example, if you retire early, as is your goal,
What do you got? Right, tell us. Right, right. What information do you have that is new and necessary
conversions like a ladder for traditional dollars into Roth dollars at a far lower tax rate. You're not bringing money in anymore. So one of the things you can do
the place where they executed
is
Rugain was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took them out. It sounds like he was a good distance away. So it was a French rule. I was like, yeah, it's based on all you had to do here was put the base of Sila somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be
No, baby. All right. So we were talking about Laplace's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future and the past would be fully determined. I don't understand why that's like why some supercomputer or some like super advanced extraterrestrial can't do that. I understand why I can't do that, but I hate the word no or impossible, or I just don't like them. I always think generally there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, baby. So why does this fail in practice? Because of chaos. Fuck chaos, bitch. I don't think chaos can be organized and beautiful. Even staying purely classical prediction breaks down due to chaos theory, sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In chaotic systems like weather, climate, tectonics, ecosystems, brains, an error of one atom width today can become a completely different outcome years later. This is not a measurement problem, it's a structural feature of the equations. I get that, but just measure really well at the beginning. Examples, weather becomes unpredictable, long-term climate, human neural activity is massively chaotic. I kind of think that in its own way that chaos is organized. I think that the Big Bang is organized. Maybe some people may call it chaotic, but I think that there's organization in the chaos. The deeper limit, quantum mechanics, why it fails in principle. Okay, I mean, tell me. You cannot know exact positions and velocity. This is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It says you cannot simultaneously know a particle's position and momentum with arbitrary precision. This is not a technological limit, it's a law of nature. So the premise, if you knew where every atom was, it's physically impossible. It's physically impossible, not just impractical. I know what you're saying. I just think that there might be somehow some way around that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Quantum randomness is not hidden determinism. This is crucial. Quantum mechanics does not say we don't know what happens. It says certain events are generally probabilistic. Examples: radioactive decay, quantum measurement outcomes. All right. So the solar system is not closed. I know that. I get that. The solar system is constantly affected by passing stars, galactic tides, cosmic radiation, neutrinos, gravitational waves. To predict the Earth perfectly, you'd need the state of the entire universe. Okay, well, what if like some extraterrestrial civilization figured this out? See, that's the thing that nobody is. I give credit to extraterrestrials. I think that, and like people don't even think they exist, and that's cool. You can be closed-minded or whatever, but I am very open-minded, and I think that they're very, very smart. Some of them. Others are like single-cell extraterrestrials or whatever, and they're just working on stuff. But like, there's some stuff out there that could be really, really intelligent. What can be predicted? Orbits, statistical behavior, probabilities of classes of events. Exact weather on specific date years ahead can't be. Exact human actions can't be, and specific historical outcomes can't be. Okay, you want to tell me that's fine. Final answer in one sentence. A perfectly detailed simulation that predicts specific future events on Earth is impossible, not just practically, but fundamentally. Okay, so what if you had like really big computers? That still doesn't get you past it. But then, what about quantum mechanics blocks the premise itself? Dog, I just know that like scientists have only really been like had accurate ways of determining everything for like a century. Like give them 50 millennia and I bet our shit's a lot better. And I just, yo, dog, give me an example of what was once considered to be thought to be a law of physics that has been proven incorrect.
There's no danger to the public and no injuries have been reported. The cause is unknown, but SoCal Gas says the lead.
Look, I'm just telling you, when I was a kid, they used to say that water pigs didn't exist, and they used to say that the giant squid didn't exist. I remember this. It'd be like, oh, you're some kind of weird person because you think that squids could be, bigger than general size. And it'd be like, well, there are like all these accounts of it. Well, those people are stupid. And then this team in Japan in like the early 2000s got this on video of a live one. And these things used to wash up on shore to show that this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience, and that's what they call it. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. And I don't like that. And I feel like everybody should have an opportunity, their fair opportunity to be able to give their arguments. And we shouldn't say, well, because my degree says this, or because the consensus is, dog, the consensus was wrong on a lot of shit for centuries. So here's the big one. The luminiferous ether. what people thought. Light is a wave, and all waves need a medium. Therefore, space must be filled with an invisible substance called an ether. Taken completely seriously by Maxwell, Kelvin, almost every physicist in the 1800s, textbooks assumed it existed. What killed it? The Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887, Einstein's special relativity. So, fuck you, dog. Fuck your shit. I consider these people who are like Heisenberg, uncertainty principle. Well, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm not. But I'm saying, how do you know that that's not just the luminiferous ether? Or what about Newtonian gravity as a force? Subtly, but hugely wrong. What people thought. Gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space. Worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. And then what replaced it? Einstein's general relativity. Gravity is equals curvature of space-time. So, like, all this shit that was, like, fucking dead solid for centuries gets proven incorrect at points. Phlogiston theory. Energy before energy. What people thought. Burning objects released a substance called phlogiston. Explained combustion. Explained rust. Explained weight loss in burning. What killed it? Lavoisier showed combustion is oxidation. Oxygen exists. All right, so there's a lot of shit. There are a bunch of things that people thought. Like Earth being the center of the universe, the geocentric the geocentric system was replaced by the heliocentric system. This is like Galileo, like, was rebuked for this by a bunch of assholes. So I'm saying that those assholes still exist. So how does this connect to Kabbalah? I hear some Reddits in the back. Yeah, right. How does this connect to Kabbalah? Well, I mean, there's the principle that nobody really knows anything. And all of it everything stems from that, in my opinion. And that's very Aristotelian, which is very Platonic, which is very Socratic, and just classical. And I'm sure it's other shit too. But here's what I think. I think, well, like all these Kabbalists, it seems like they're trying to figure out what started the world, or what God is, and I don't really agree with what thus far. Like, it's some of it in ways can contradict like mainstream Central Orthodox Judaism. Like, there are some slight contradictions. Like, I mean, here's just a simple one. God is one. That's like the big thing in Judaism. Okay, well, what about the Shekhinah? That's extra. It's like, oh, well, it's like the sun and the rays of the sun and shit. And it's like, I mean, why can't God be everything? Every atom in the whole universe. I don't know. Then I just get into God as energy, and that's what I think. I've never heard anybody put it that way. Maybe they have, but that's just what I think. They're not doing it like I'm doing it, and that helps me. And I think that from a scientific perspective, that works for people. Like, when people refer to God, Hashem, whatever, they're referring to energy. It's only when you get into these ideas of like Hashem, like having being corporeal, like having a body and stuff. That's Hashem is incorporeal. That's a tenet of the 13 principles of faith, and I am a Rambam Homer. I'm a cheerleader. Anyway, so how does that like? Well, we're all just trying to figure stuff out, and one of the big questions I think of these Kabbalist is trying to figure out what God is. It's like, dog, we didn't have a temple and Mashiach hasn't come yet, so what else are we going to study? And literally they just started making some shit up. And maybe some people had some visions, and maybe some people like channeled some stuff from ancient times, or it was passed down orally, even though there's not a lot of evidence for some of it. There really isn't. And then it just keeps getting built upon. It's like if we were playing with Legos, and like we had the base of the Lego set that was from a stolen set of Legos. Sure, let's just say that. And then we build this beautiful structure on top of that, and we say, look how amazing this Lego structure is. It's the most amazing thing. It's pure. It's perfect in every single way. But then we find out like the base was stolen or just corrupted, and people don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. They don't want to get rid of the structure because their parents like the structure and their grandparents like the structure. But at the end of the day, the base is still corrupt. And that's what happens a lot in religion and philosophy and teaching. Okay, so where are we getting at with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and everything? Okay, so I'm fine with that. But I just think that perhaps that still works, but maybe there's a way around it. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying it's too early to tell. We're still very primitive people. And some rabbits gonna be like, yeah, rabbits in the back. All right, big dog. So what do you think? How did it all start? And I would say this. I think that humans, like Homo sapiens, what we are either not intelligent enough to understand this, or yeah, I would say, wait, so the big question is, all right, so if we all think the Big Bang happened or whatever, like even in Bereshit, like what happened before Bereshit 1:1, like it doesn't go into other like the multiverse or an omniverse. It doesn't go into any of that because it was just written traditionally. It was given to Moshe Rabbeinu at Sinai, and then he passed it along to everybody, and then much of it was orally communicated. But nevertheless, there are a lot of holes. Arguably, some people are like, "Oh no, the Tanakh is perfect, Torah is perfect." Okay, that's fine. Then explain why that was arguably 5,786 years ago, but like we can do carbon dating on stuff way earlier than that. Well, carbon dating is, oh shit, this thing's gonna end. Is corrupted. This thing's fucked. Anyway, well, I guess we'll have to do it another time. But really quickly, what do I think it is? I just don't think that our minds can process a type of idea that there was something before there was nothing, or before there was like what happened 1 second before the Big Bang? Was it another universe or a multiverse? Our brains cannot comprehend that. Maybe a more advanced species of humans into which we're evolving, or maybe some kind of extraterrestrial can figure it out. But I don't think it's possible. So the way that I describe it is, if you've ever seen that emoji that's like the red string, not the Kabbalah thing, that's different, but like imagine like a ball of, imagine like time is a like a timeline, like a line, like a string. And if we took that and made it into like a toroid, like a donut shape, and then we just kept looping it, it would eventually create like a like a toroid of yarn. And then if we took that and we bundled it all up into like a ball, like that emoji, and we said, where does it start and where does it stop? We wouldn't really be able to tell. And in my mind, like, that's how we should think of the universe. Like, there could be a big bang, and then all the shit happens for 60 billion years, and then a big crunch, which is what, you know, like, we're 13.8 billion years into the life of the universe, like, from a scientific point of view. I understand that we're 5,786 years, that religiously, but whatever you want to believe, this has to happen. Something's got to happen. And if there's like a big crunch, perhaps like maybe billions of years in the future, then what happens? Does it start all up again? And there, if it does, then that would be like another like ring on this red yarn. And if you bundled it all up, you would never know where it started or where it stopped, or generally, like, you could delve into it, I'm sure, but like, just looking at it without being able to touch it would be very difficult to understand where it started and where it stopped. And that's kind of like how history is. It's not perfect, but it helps me to understand that, like, we're never, as humans, going to be able to understand what happened before the Big Bang, or what happened 5,700 and like, well, like today is like 5,786 days, but like, what happened 5,787, not days, years, 5,786 years as of today, but in the future it's going to expand. But what happened 5,787 years ago, or 88 years ago, or 89 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 10,000 years ago? And people can be like, oh, well, there's this Kabbalistic teaching of this. Dog, I'm a realist. I'm a rationalist. So I'm trying to figure this out from a real scientific. Science is really important to me. It's like my name. You could call me science. I fucking love science. I think it's amazing. And then I'm trying to figure this out from a religious perspective as well. And the red string, the yarn or whatever, that's how I figure. It's like a toroid. That's how I think of it. All right. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Oh, that didn't fucking record? This is the worst. This is the worst. I fucking hate this shit. This is bullshit. Fucking shit. Dog, why does this shit suck so much cock? This is the worst. Hopefully this bullshit recorded it. This sucks. Fucking bullshit.
Here's the latest. One person has been killed and 10 others sent to hospitals this morning following a multi-vehicle crash on the southbound Golden State Freeway at Boyle Heights. And a powerful winter storm sweeping the east from the plains is bringing heavy snow, ice, rain, and it's a day after holiday travel. More news at the bottom of the hour. We'll take a drive on into the live next.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off when your fantasy team scores another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm JJ Zachariason, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time. So tune in daily to help build a championship roster to meet your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How much do you know about the person you love? And who they really are? This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How could you be so secret?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where's start? What the hell is going on?
It's about who we are online, how little we know, and uncovering a 10-year scandal.
Everything I have is publicity.
I'm Alexi Mostrous, journalist at Tortoise Media, and this is Sweet Bobby.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. More than a third of Americans took on debt to help cover the holidays this year, and averaging more than $1,200. A survey from LendingTree found 4 in 10 who did take on debt are still paying off last year's debts. We may never know who won the nearly $6 billion Powerball jackpot, although one ticket matched all 6 numbers in Wednesday night's drawing for $1.8 billion. The winning ticket was sold at a gas station off the interstate highway in Arkansas, around 25 miles northeast of Little Rock. Arkansas is one of several states that allow fraudsters to shield their identity. Other states with anonymity laws include New Jersey, Georgia, and Arizona. And if you didn't win the lottery, there's still a chance the government may owe you money. Read tenants and details. Treasury divisions across the country are trying to connect unclaimed funds with rightful owners. They say the money is typically from inactive bank accounts, overpaid bills, uncashed checks, or unpaid benefits. They estimate 1 in 10 of us has some unclaimed property. You can search the website missingmoney.com to see if your name is on the list. Funds are overdue. Instacart is ending the use of an AI tool that lets some item prices being hiked by as much as 20%. With details. Report this month from Consumer Reports and Report Collaborative. Found the tool helped shopping navigate how much it can charge for a particular item before shoppers decide not to buy it. It found the grocery stores different prices on the same line. Stores like
The giant squid didn't exist? I remember this. It'd be like, oh, you're some kind of weird. Just can't be in specific historical outcomes. Can't be. Okay, you want to tell me that's fine. Credit to extraterrestrials. I think that maybe. I don't know. Example is weather becomes unpredictable. That's. The place is demon. No, baby. All right, so.
Gather to stop nearby construction. Massive training nicknamed cops. There in the forest, it builds a different vision.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of property.
And these things used to wash up on.
It was a full red unload. It was just like shots. It was like blasting off. From Wondering, Campsite Media, Airfoot TV,
So here's the is my and misinformation. And when I was a kid, these things used to wash up on shore to show that this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience, and that's what they call it. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. And I don't like that.
AM 640 live over in the iHeartRadio app. I'm Andy Reismeyer. This is the Andy Reismeyer Show. Just past 2:20 here on this beautiful Sunday. If you're out looking at the world today after like a week of nonstop rain, I wouldn't blame you. Maybe you're in the car, driving to the mall. This is the golden week of Los Angeles. The period of time when everybody is gone. You can get a reservation at any restaurant for the most part. You can actually go do stuff. The traffic isn't too bad. Although I think tonight, especially, people are going to start getting on the road to get heading back home after the holiday season. But I was at the mall, man, and I could not believe how nobody was there. It was amazing. I was like, this is great. We should do this all the time. Speaking of being in a traffic situation that's not super great, the 5 freeway, as I was talking before, always a nightmare. There's sometimes when I have to go down, like if I'm going for work down in Orange County, I can do something down there. Like I would do anything in my power to avoid the 5 freeway. It's just always under construction, especially through parts of southern Los Angeles County. And then you get, to Orange County, and the road switches from being this just like complete, utter nightmare. Potholes. All of a sudden, it's nice and smooth. But if you go north, bigger problems yesterday.
Overnight, a gas station in California forcing a major freeway to shut down, causing traffic and concerns for commuters.
We smelled gas as soon as we got into Santa Clarita coming from Billboard area.
Video showing the gas violently bursting into the air, keeping up debris invisible from miles away.
It's crazy when it's like gas is so intense. It's coming out in such a clip that you can actually visualize it. You can see it blowing the dust of the hill out.
Authorities shutting down the freeway, worried over the possible cause of the leak.
We didn't know we had a potential of a major explosion. That's funny because it's on all freeways.
Traffic backed up as far as the eye can see. Some drivers stuck on the road for more than 3 hours.
People are in life for like an hour and 3 minutes. We're just like asked as Californians to sit and wait for things. I had no idea that living in LA for 15 years would just mean that I would be normalized to the idea of every once in a while going somewhere, you might have to just sit there for a minute. I was heading over the hill last Sunday after the show. Hopped in the car, drove over to 405. They had, and I this is my own ignorance for not paying attention to this, but they're doing off and on construction. And it's not like they just have a couple of backhoes or dump trucks going up and down the street there. They have K-rails in the middle of the freeway. They are moving the northbound and southbound traffic so that the southbound lanes don't even go on the normal part of the 405. They just cut over onto the northbound lanes. So they divide the freeway in half. So you go down from 7 or whatever, 8 lanes down to what feels like 3 lanes in each direction. So a normal Sunday afternoon trip, which would again take you like, I don't know, 15 minutes to get over the hill in a good situation as long as there's not an accident on Sunday afternoon. It's like an hour-long trip. And I'm sitting there like, why didn't anybody tell me about this? I'm like one of those people who comments on, why is no one talking about this? I'm sure we were talking about it, I just didn't pay attention to it. Eileen, have you heard about this?
Which one?
The 405 freeway into LA from the valley with the construction on the weekends where they...
Nightmare.
Unreal.
It took me 2 hours to get home.
What? Did you try, because you were going from West Hollywood over?
I was coming from here.
Oh, to West Side. That's right, because you're down in the Bay Area, or the South Bay. I guess we're eating race myself.
Well, what happened was my GPS on my car told me to exit on Sepulveda to get around it. But then they had all of the
entrances to get back on the freeway closed. And I just sat and pulled it out.
I feel like I'm pretty connected to what's going on in the world thing, you know, working in news. And when I got stuck in it, I was like, how did I not know about this?
I mean, I knew about it. I just didn't. I think the thing was, I was stuck on Sepulveda and I could see traffic on the 405.
Right, yeah, that's right, because that Sepulveda is just too late. So you got everybody thinking, oh, this will be the quick one. What you got to do is you got to go down to Bank Canyon. Actually, I don't know if that's open now because of the rain, but go to PCH, come down that way. Matter of fact, go up to San Francisco, hop on a plane, fly down to Long Beach. That's how you get it. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And now the Castaic area, the gas leak rather from yesterday, which was reported just before 4:30. At least the freeway is reopened. As far as what exactly is going on, if it's still leaking a little bit, just back where you go.
The immediate area receiving a shelter-in-place order that's since been lifted. The freeways reopening shortly before 9 p.m. Saturday. The smell of gas is subsiding by nightfall. Officials eventually finding and stopping the source of the leak, confirming that no explosion had occurred, declaring the area safe.
But what a freaky thing, man, especially even the Aliso Canyon gas leak and the storage facility up there that really was. I mean, people had to sell their homes and move because they just said it can't take it anymore. The stakes. So good news, you made a miss in 2025. Everybody's talking about how difficult everything was the last year. I swear, this happens every single year where there's all these end of the year recaps. Someone says, this year is over. In parentheses, oh, thank God. It was terrible. It's a terrible year, good riddance. Never seen a year that bad before. I feel like it's truly every year, and this year is no different. CBS News compiled a bunch of good news stories, things that are good, that happen, that make people feel good. Probably didn't make it to a lot of your feeds because, of course, good news isn't triggering like bad news is. When we come back, I'll get into some of those things, plus where you should go for New Year's here in Southern California. Lots of opportunities. Maybe the Queen Mary down in Long Beach. Now, would you call Long Beach the South Bay? Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't end in Palos Verdes.
The South Bay, and then you hop over the little like Seal Beach area and it becomes
Orange County, yeah, for sure. Long Beach obviously is LA County, but Long Beach has its own thing outside of the South. Like I wouldn't call San Pedro South Bay. Maybe it is. Peter's its own place. But when I think about areas like Marina Del Rey, or I'm sorry, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo is in South Bay.
What about Palos Verdes?
Well, north side of the peninsula, sure. I think Palos Verdes has got to be South Bay.
Well, then Long Beach could be.
I don't know. I wonder.
Long Beach is its own city.
It is its own city, but so is Redondo, right? There's a mayor of Redondo. There's a mayor of right? I think Redondo Beach is its own city. Hermosa is its own city. Yeah. So, I don't know, the rules around here are kind of whack. I was talking about this to somebody over the weekend. Like, okay, so can you explain how Encino and Sherman Oaks and Cities are cities, right? So it's still not right. But the address is...
Listen, but it's
yes, but it's Los Angeles. Because there's no beer, sure.
Get ready for this. Get ready for this. I won't shut up. Awesome big black mafia. For 40 years he was in business. He was in business. Right? And then shut up on us. For 40 years he learned. Right? He did it right. He did his thing in business and he learned. And I bought him shut up he made. And for 40 years he went ahead and he became a Rabbi.
And I feel like everybody should have an opportunity, their fair opportunity to be able to give their arguments. And we shouldn't say, well, because my degree says that I should like, and I don't like, and Japan is a weird person. A century, like, give them, whether on specific date years, is it people, right? Maybe. I don't know. I think that there's an chaos. What's that? Generally, they're all. So we're talking. No, baby. All right. So we're talking about Laplace's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future and the past would be fully determined. I don't understand why that's computer or some like super advanced extraterrestrial can't do that. I understand why I can't do that, but I hate the word no or possible, or I just don't like that. I always think generally there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, baby. So why does this fail in practice? Because of chaos. Fuck chaos, bitch. I don't think chaos can be organized and beautiful. Even staying purely classical prediction breaks down due to chaos theory, sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In chaotic systems like weather, climate, tectonics, ecosystems, brains, an error of one atom width today can become a completely different outcome years later. This is not a measurement problem, it's a structural feature of the equations. I get that, but it's measured really well at the beginning. Examples, weather becomes unpredictable, long-term climate, human neural activity is massively chaotic. I kind of think that in its own way that chaos is organized. I think that the Big Bang is organized. Maybe some people may call it chaotic, but I think that there's an chaos, the deeper limit, quantum mechanics and principle. Okay, tell me, I cannot know exact of velocity. This is the Heisenberg principle. It says you cannot simultaneously know a particle's position among arbitrary position. This is not a technological limit, it's a law of nature. So the premise, if you knew where every atom was, it's physically impossible, not just impractical. I know what you're saying. I just think that there might be somehow some way around that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Quantum randomness is not hidden determinism. This is crucial. Quantum mechanics does not say we don't know what happens. It says certain events are generally probabilistic. Examples, radioactive decay, quantum measurement outcomes. All right, so the solar system is not closed. I know that, I get that. The solar system is constantly affected by passing stars, galactic tides, cosmic resolution, neutrinos, gravitational waves. Perfectly unique, the state of the art universe. Okay, what if like some civilization figured this out? See, that's the thing that nobody is. I give credit to extraterrestrials. I think that, and like people don't even think they exist, and that's cool. You can be closed-minded or whatever, but I am very open-minded, and I think that they're very, very smart. Some of them. Others are like single-cell extraterrestrials or whatever. They're just working on stuff, but like there's some stuff out there that could be really, really intelligent. What can be predicted? Orbit, statistical behavior, probabilities of classes of events. Exact weather on specific date years ahead can't be. Human actions can't be, and specific historical outcomes can't be. Okay, you want to tell me that? That's fine. Final answer in one sentence. A perfectly detailed simulation that predicts specific future events on Earth is impossible, but fundamentally. Okay, so what if you have like really big computers that still doesn't get you past it? But then, what about quantum mechanics blocks the premise? I just know that like scientists have only really been like had accurate ways of determining everything for like a century. Like give them 50 millennia and I bet our shit's a lot better. And I just, yo dog, give me an example of what was once considered to be thought to be a law of physics that has been proven incorrect. Look, I'm just telling you, when I was a kid, they used to say that water pigs didn't exist, and they used to say that the giant squid didn't exist. I remember this. It'd be like, oh, you're some kind of weird person because you think that squids could be, bigger than general size. And it'd be like, well, there are like all these accounts of it. Well, those people are stupid. And then this team in Japan in like the early 2000s got this on video of a live one. And these things used to wash up on shore to show that this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience. And that's what they call it. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. And I don't like that. And I feel like everybody should have an opportunity, their fair opportunity.
I met water bear, tardigrade, just again. It's like, I'm hard on myself, but I don't know what a water pig is, but I met a water bear. Tardigrades, when I was a kid, were seen as pseudoscience and go, fuck those people now.
To be able to give their arguments, and we shouldn't say, well, because my degree says this, or because the consensus is, dog, the consensus was wrong on a lot of shit for centuries. So here's the big one: the luminiferous ether. What people thought: light is a wave of a medium, therefore space must be filled with an invisible substance called an ether. Taken completely seriously by Maxwell, folks assumed it existed. What killed it? Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887, Einstein's special relativity. So, fuck you, dog. Shit. I consider these people who are like Heisenberg, uncertainty principle. Well, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm not. How do you know that that's not just the luminiferous ether? Or what about Newtonian gravity as a force? Subtly, but hugely wrong. What people thought: gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space. Worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. And then what replaced it? Einstein's general relativity. Gravity equals curvature of space-time. So like all this shit that was like fucking dead solid for centuries gets proven incorrect at points. Phlogiston theory, energy before energy. What people thought: burning objects released a substance called phlogiston. Explain combustion, explain rust, explain weight loss and burning. What killed it? Lavoisier showed combustion is oxidation. Oxygen exists. All right, so there's a lot of shit. There's a bunch of things that people thought. Like Earth being the center of the universe, the geocentric the geocentric system was replaced by the heliocentric system. This is like Galileo, like, was rebuked for this by a bunch of assholes. So I'm saying that those assholes still exist. So how does this connect to Kabbalah? I hear some Reddit back. Yeah, Rabbi. How does this connect to Kabbalah? Well, I mean, there's the principle that nobody really knows anything. And all of it everything stems from that, in my opinion. And that's very Aristotelian. No, baby. All right, so we're talking about the place's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know.
I love him, but he's very addicted to devices and things like that, right? And I know this about him. Like, if you're talking to him, he's totally taking, but then he's checking because this club might be blowing up or that club might. He's trying to figure out which club is blowing up, which Israeli supermodel turned 18. I love him, but he's very addicted to devices and this about him. Like, if you're talking to him, he's totally taking, but then he's checking.
Jared Allen, he Idaho State. Jared Allen, Joshua Burns preschool. Jared Allen, homeschool. Thanks, Mom. That's the first time we've had one of those.
As long as 2 out of the 3 get the Hakilos together, get the years correct, then the Eidos is good even if the third one messes up. That's how long the third one messes up. How long the Eidos is still good? Not like the Hakilos. One second, I want to point out here, there's a fascinating point because we've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of 3 witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all 3 to be certified, or is it just enough to get 2 out of the 3? Let me keep this as 3, you can pass it that way. You pass it at 2 out of the 3 is good, because we also pass it that witnesses can be strung together independently. So if I look for myself, as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the Hakilos correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana of Sanhedrin, they Rabbi is great. The Rav Sanhedrin, we're learning Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi. Let's say it's incredible, right? They learn Sanhedrin, we learn Sanhedrin, we get Sanhedrin, but they're not Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sugyat Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi. Paul the Boy, Bakamo, Shabakam, welcome to them. I'm going to learn my Risa, Bob, this actually Rabbi. What did you learn? What did you learn? Like, what did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi? On the right, my Amino, they Sanhedrin gave us. What do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Like, what in general do we go ahead and hear about and learn about? Like, what do you have questions on? I don't know. Well, what is the distinction between Hakilos and B'dikos? Hakilos, when it comes to Hakilos, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the Eidos is bottle. Eidos is bottle. The Digos, when it comes to the Digos, after you strike on the Eidos and Kayamas. So I say, so again, this is a fundamental thing that we see over and over and over again. Hakilos, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah. Right? Correctly, let's see only 3, but we're asking 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halakha is, you're out. You're out. If you get those wrong, you're still in. You're still in. What's an example of B'dikah question? For example, B'dikah question, color shirt, right? Stems of the fig tree, color of the figs. They're important. Now, again, they are important. And remember, basically, you can use discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So, therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Hakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get B'dikos wrong, you're in. Now, the Gemara says, but what? Lichti. I see he, Hakiros, and B'dikos. But I understand, why is that? Why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Hakiros and Medikos are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one and with the other? Amelei Alvi actually, but Hakiros are Einu Eitus of the Deva. The Andi the Eitus Shata Yapol Lazimo. The Tikos Echad Omehan Einu Dea. Karemes Eitus Shata Yapol Lazimo. So it's a very simple distinction. By Hakiros, I will say, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the susceptible to Asama. Right? Remembering, I will say, the Kabbalah is witnesses who cannot be made into agents of women. They have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Any of the Hakira questions, if they get those wrong, those make them susceptible to be made into agents of women. Particular questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to Asama. So because Hakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones, ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. They're not indispensable. That's why you get them wrong. So who are the road? So it's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So a kind of Safra run into Rabbi, right? And also, I'm sorry, run into Rabbi Kama. So Rabbi Kama asked them what you're learning. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, Shkoyach, boys, incredible, and for absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: so Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned a lot. They said back to him, I'm going to be two dozen the man, I'm sorry, you said the man, I'm going to be two bar. You said the man, no, I'm going to go. So it's actually quite beautiful. Rav Karen of Safra say back to Rabbi Makama, it's only because you're so gracious that I'm able to share with you one Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Also, what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would have been more difficult to share with Torah. Now, we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. Let's change like and finish up the sugya. But once we end up with the distinction between Medikos and Hakiros, again, that last piece of the conversation between Rabbi Bar Chava and Rav Karen of Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Mizrach deal in that note. I know I ran through. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What are we going to start thinking about? Shkoyach. One second. All right, people, good morning. Central School Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. Certainly, Svarma going in, our Hashem, the Ars Koshas are in the back over there, and here's Hashem. More some will trickle in. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem Shofel is on it. Is building settling, okay? That's our catch-all phrase for everything. Building settling. We'll find out what that is in your Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us. So we already begin by thanking all, and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. Sorry? We have. Okay. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. Everything will be all right, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual Talmud sponsor for Kavshin Tehed, Pilsen Mishpach Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all Sherman Rothschild as a zuchus for Besoros fellows and Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Teves Havalin, who covered the Talmud Mishpacha in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the merits of our Talmud Torah is the Shabbat and Aliyah and his family in the Chama. Our Daf sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, from the merits of our Talmud Torah, from the Shabbat and Aliyah and her family in the Chama. And as well says, we dedicate our learning in the service of our holy hostages, and to the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, and if that will be successful, the whole Maaseh. And also with this, let us be beautiful, a really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is in the amount of 41. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on them on the base 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up the bottom. Tarabana, right at the 2 dots. Bakir Matamos, Tarabana. So again, remember, we are continuing in Meretz Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witness.
So we were talking about Laplace's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know the exact position and velocity of every particle, and I'm hugely wrong. What people thought, gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space, worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. Which is very Platonic, which is very Socratic, and just classical. And I'm sure it's other shit too. But here's what I think. I think, well, like all these Kabbalists, they figure out what started the world, or what God is, and I don't really agree with what thus far. Like, it's some of it in ways can contradict like mainstream Central Orthodox Judaism. Like, there are some slight contradictions. Like, I mean, here's just a simple one: God is one. That's like the big thing in Judaism. Okay, well, what about the Shekhinah? That's extra. It's like, oh, well, it's like the sun and the rays of the sun and shit. And it's like, I mean, why can't God be everything? Every atom in the whole universe. I don't know. Then I just get into God as energy, and that's what I think. I've never heard anybody put it that way. Maybe they have, but that's just what I think. They're not doing it like God's doing it, and that helps me. And I think from a scientific perspective, that works for people. Like, when people refer to God, Hashem, whatever, they're referring to energy. It's only when you get into these ideas of like, Hashem, like having, being corporeal, like having a body and stuff, that's Hashem is incorporeal. That's a tenet of the 13 principles of faith, and I am a Rambam Homer. I'm a cheerleader. Anyway, so how does that, like, well, we're all just trying to figure stuff out, and one of the big questions I think of these Kabbalists is trying to figure out what God is. It's like, dog, we didn't have a temple, and Mashiach hasn't come yet, so what else are we going to study? And literally, they just started making some shit up. And maybe some people had some visions, and maybe some people, like, channeled some stuff from ancient times, or it was passed down orally, even though there's not a lot of evidence for some of it. There really isn't. And then it just keeps getting built upon. It's like if we were playing with Legos, and like we had the base of the Lego set that was from a stolen set of Legos. Sure, let's just say that. And then we built this beautiful structure on top of that, and we say, look how amazing this Lego structure is. It's the most amazing thing. It's pure. It's perfect in every single way. But then we find out, like, the base was stolen or just corrupted, And people don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. They don't want to get rid of the structure because their parents like the structure and their grandparents like the structure. But at the end of the day, the base is still corrupt. And that's what happens a lot in religion and philosophy and teaching. Okay, so where are we getting at with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle? I mean, okay, so I'm fine with that. But I just think that perhaps that still works, but maybe there's a way around it. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying it's too early to tell. We're still very primitive people. And some rabbits would be like, yeah, rabbits in the back. All right, big dog. So what do you think? How did it all start? And I would say this. I think that humans, like Homo sapiens, what we are either not intelligent enough to understand this, or, yeah, I would say, okay, so the big question is, all right, so if we all think the Big Bang happened, or whatever, like even in Bereshit, like what happened before Bereshit 1:1? You know, like it doesn't go into other, like the multiverse or an omniverse. It doesn't go into any of that because it was just written traditionally. It was given to Moshe Rabbeinu at Sinai, and then he passed it along to everybody. Much of it was orally communicated, but nevertheless, there are a lot of holes. Arguably, some people are like, "Oh no, Tanakh is perfect, Torah is perfect." Okay, that's fine. Then explain why that was arguably 5,786 years ago, but like we can do carbon dating on stuff way earlier than that. Well, carbon dating is, oh shit, this thing's gonna end. Is corrupted. This thing's fucked. Anyway, well, I guess we'll have to do it another time. But really quickly, what do I think it is? I just don't think that our minds can process a type of idea that there was something before there was nothing. Or before there was, like what happened 1 second before the Big Bang? Was it another universe or a multiverse? Our brains cannot comprehend that. Maybe a more advanced species of humans into which we're evolving, or maybe some kind of extraterrestrial can figure it out. But I don't think it's possible. So the way that I describe it is, if you've ever seen that emoji that's like the red string, not the Kabbalah thing, that's different, but like imagine like a ball of, imagine like time is a like a timeline, like a line, like a string, and if we took that and made it into like a toroid, like a donut shape, and then we just kept looping it, it would eventually create like a toroid of yarn. And then if we took that and we bundled it all up into like a ball, like that emoji, and we said, where does it start and where does it stop? We wouldn't really be able to tell. And in my mind, like, that's how we should think of the universe. Like, there could be a big bang, and then all the shit happens for 60 billion years, and then a big crunch, which is what, you know, like, we're 13.8 billion years into the life of the universe, like, from a scientific point of view. I understand that we're 5,786 years that religiously, but whatever you want to believe, this has to happen. Something's got to happen. And if there's like a big crunch, perhaps like maybe billions of years in the future, then what happens? Does it start all up again? And there, if it does, then that would be like another like ring on this red yarn, and if you bundled it all up, you would never know where it started or where it stopped, or generally, like, you could delve into it, I'm sure, but like, just looking at it without being able to touch it would be very difficult to understand where it started and where it stopped. And that's kind of like how history is. It's not perfect, but it helps me to understand that, like, we're never, as humans, going to be able to understand what happened before the Big Bang, or what happened 5,700 and, like, well, like today is like 5,786 days, but like, what happened 5,787, or not days, years, 5,786 years as of today, but in the future it's going to expand. But what happened 5,787 years ago, or 88 years ago, or 89 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 10,000 years ago? And people can be like, oh, well, there's this Kabbalistic teaching of this. Dog, I'm a realist. I'm a rationalist. So I'm trying to figure this out from a real scientific. Science is really important to me. It's like my name. You could call me science. I fucking love science. I think it's amazing. And then I'm trying to figure this out from a religious perspective as well. And the red string, the yarn or whatever, that's how I figure. It's like a toroid. That's how I think of it. All right. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Oh, that didn't fucking record? This is the worst. This is the worst. I fucking hate this shit. This is bullshit. Fucking shit. Dog, why does this shit suck so much cock? This is the worst. Hopefully this bullshit recorded it. This sucks. Fucking bullshit. Which is very.
No, I agree. Free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Get an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The prize is all of it confirmed on the blockchain. But I think to Avni, it's thousands of pounds. Am I right, Avni?
Yes, it's thousands of pounds. I don't know what this dollars is you're talking of. What is that?
That's what we use in Western society. Also, we drive on one side of the road, drive on the other side of the road. I don't know what's going on, but it takes a little bit of getting used to.
On the right side of the road. You drive on the wrong side of the road the last time I checked.
That could be also it. We use the different matrices and centimeters and blah, blah, blah. But it's all good because you know what? At the end of the day, we speak the same damn language. Thanks for co-hosting here, Bixby and Avni. We got Wise pulling up. We're going to hear from you guys in a second. Welcome to the show. Molecular. I see Jimmy in the audience. What's going on, amigo? Thanks for pulling up. Tribe, Eve. Rabbi's in the building. What's going on? Some of the Fajal communities here as well. Guys, stick around. We're going to get to all the crypto headlines. Top volume leaders on Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, and Ordinals. Molecular, thanks for pulling up here as well. Much appreciated. We got Gia, Lily in the building. Don't think I've ever seen you in my space before. You better not be a catfish. Thanks for pulling up here. Look at, come on, Avni. I couldn't help it, right?
I'm curious, is the 100% you are a catfish or 100% you're not a catfish?
I'm dying to hear this. You know what I mean? It's so pink in the dark, isn't it? Jesus Christ, Alex! It's too early in the space for that.
Well,
it is.
What have you been doing in the dark, Alex? Oh my gosh.
I cannot confirm nor deny such allegations. What me and Tom do in private is what me and Tom do in private.
You know what? Yeah, the UK is much more accepting of me.
Please stop doing things with Alex in the dark.
It's all right, you know, whatever, man. It's all gravy. And you know what? The market has been brutal. All right, the last couple of weeks it's been brutal, so we got to do what we got to do to get by. All right, we've seen Bitcoin down, Solana's been down from all-time highs, Ethereum's down. Ethereum and NFTs in particular have been hit pretty hard. Ordinals are down, right? So if you got to get a little homoerotic now and again to get you through, that's what you got to do, man. Patina.
We had to sail back because he did not check to see if the guy who sold him the boat sold him a boat with a good battery. So here we are with this boat having to sail, pack back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We didn't get in until way, way, way late. So I'm doing a lot of boating these days after that. I was going to talk about the news of the week and what was happening here in Southern California as far as the rain, but I will just tell you quickly before we get out of here because I'm way over on boat talk. Looking for probably rain by New Year's Day. Gonna be nice but windy here starting this evening all the way up until Tuesday. Wednesday will be transition day, which is New Year's Eve. Might be raining. Remember, we're still a few days out here, so when you're that far out, sometimes it'll change, it'll adjust. But rain likely by New Year's Day here in Southern California. High wind watch in effect at 10 p.m. tonight. Looking at gusts between 45 to 50 miles an hour in those Santa Ana wind corridors, mountain passes, interior valleys, desert-facing communities. So those north-facing slopes in the Antelope Valley. Not fun stuff, but at least it's going to be beautiful here for the next 2 or 3 days if we. All right, coming up, we're talking about influencers. We're talking about young kids liking old shows, and maybe more boat talk if we get some more talkbacks. And remember, As we told you, a ship is a ship can carry a boat, where a boat can't carry a ship. I'm Andy Reesmeyer. This is the Andy Reesmeyer Show. Check in with Nightly Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky are finished meeting in Florida as both leaders continue to try and advance a potential peace deal with Russia. And a new survey shows America's top New Year's resolution is to exercise more, 25% making it their primary goal for 2026. More news at the bottom of the hour. Check your drive on the 91 next.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off when your fantasy team scores another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm JJ Zacharyson, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time of year, so tune in daily to help build a championship roster to beat your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down a criminal network hidden in the shadows? I tell them that. I know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse website on the darknet. The journalists working to expose the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators.
We created the environment that they used. No, we didn't. We didn't make it. They made it.
Hunting Red. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for, who gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive new police training facility, nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters open. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Campsite Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is We Came to the Forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that rushed into officers now.
I'm Matthew Shear. Follow We Came to the Forest, the group so dedicated to that forest being the want.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
But addicted to the high, caught in your now I'm way through the fire, all the way to find out. This was still a part of the plan. Because of the same thing. This came by AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark, you gotta tell me, what is that? We're listening to this kind of 1975 vibe to it. Exactly what I was thinking when I first discovered it. It's by somebody named Star Letta. It's a song's called Secondhand, the Neon remix. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I just stumbled upon it on TikTok a couple months ago. Had to look it up. It was on Spotify.
fell in love with it ever since. Go for it. I love that. Well, we need some good positive 80s vibes too these days. I'm a big fan of that. The record that I tried to make years ago is very much inspired by that kind of era of music. And then 1975 started doing it. And now that there's AI, it's kind of hard to like get excited about making music because even like listening to stuff, you're like, is that AI? Is that made by pseudo? Is that a real thing? Somebody made a search engine that basically allowed you to look at everything that was going way back to basically like 2023. So it's like anything that shows up on there was created before 2023, which indicates that it was probably made by a really human. By the way, I wanted to say a shout out to all my fellow Chargers fans. Tough day yesterday. Chargers beat Chargers. As Nikki's people say, hot rank somehow feels good in a place like this.
What was that?
How do you say it? You know, Nicole. Nicole Kidman does that thing. Heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
Heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
Have you not seen the AMC commercial that she does for?
Oh, I haven't gone to the cinema in a while.
Okay, all right. I know how like embarrassing my accent was. I know it was not good, but Margaret died. Oh my gosh, that was my big laugh. Mario, I appreciate you supporting our absurdity over here. Can you see me laughing? Yeah, dog, in my studio all the time. It's great. It's what I want. I was hoping that if Mario's laughing, then I'm hopeful. I'm hoping someone is finding this at least somewhat interesting. If not spicy, at least somewhat interesting. It's always a good time here. There you go. All right. Is it the end of the line for Hey Guys Online? You know, these YouTubers, these influencers, TikTokers, Instagrammers. Hey guys. That's the rule. Nobody can be famous if they can't say, hey guys. That's been for many years. But there's a debate raging on TikTok over if the modern influencer is dead. And I think the one that we're talking about specifically is the sort of like glossy, beauty, luxury goods influencers. It says the perfect life can be mine, or can be yours rather, just like mine, if you comment Andy for the link. It started, at least the conversation, with beauty influencer Jaclyn Hill asked her 1.2 million followers, why is no one watching my stuff? She used to get a ton of views on her luxury hauls. Or come with me while I put this stuff on my face. Have you tried honey on your face? I don't know if she does that. I did see a girl who was like, I put honey all over my face. And now I love when you see like a dermatologist who's like, you shouldn't do any of this. Don't do any of this. Don't listen to this. Because, anybody can do anything with these things. But she asked why nobody's watching her stuff. She used to get a ton of views. Now she gets like maybe 15, 20,000. She's 35, despite what Don Lemon might have you believe. Apparently, it has nothing to do with her aging out and being too old for the platform. It's more that she's just too much. A lot of commenters not coming to her defense saying, look, lady, we're tired of influencers like you rubbing your wealth in our faces. And with the cost of everything, with the inflation, etc., the disconnect is crazy. A professor of media studies told NBC News, people are over the overconsumption in general. We've had it. A lot of it is a product of the influencer industry itself because people are relatable, they start making videos, and then people say, oh, you're great, I like you. And then they become famous, and then they're no longer relatable. They're rich. They suddenly have glamorous lifestyles, which is why I have strived from the beginning to be as unrelatable as possible. As a matter of fact, influencing is so eye-rolly, there's now a trend of de-influencing, which you may have seen as well. That's where kids basically just say, here, I want you to see this and don't buy anything because of it. No link below. We have an update here from one of our listeners.
A yacht is just a type of boat.
There you have it.
What's the lie?
A yacht, yeah. Where is the lie? I think that's right. As far as I was aware, and I just Googled it because I wanted to make sure. And, again, in the whole effort of I must be right. This is just a very, that's a really cool thing. All of us trying to just be right all the time. There's no standard definition of yacht. The term generally applies to vessels with a cabin intended for overnight use. So there you go. But technically, it's a sail or motor-propelled watercraft made for pleasure, cruising, or racing. Could be a lot of different things. And my Volvo station wagon, is that a yacht? Well, in name only, perhaps. Check in with Isaac Gonzalez in the Campfire 24-hour newsroom.
The 5 freeway in Castaic is back open after a major gas leak shut down all lanes and forced nearly 1,500 residents to shelter in place. 34-inch high-pressure gas line ruptured near Ridge Route Road, sending a strong gas odor across the region. Local crews were able to stop the leak after several hours. Fire officials say the escaping pressure from the rupture created a loud noise, and some residents mistook for an explosion. This resident who lives nearby tells KTLA there was massive confusion.
The noise literally was deafening. People were walking out their homes on the old road, their hands over their ears, and it was so loud. I'm getting goosebumps at this moment.
No injuries were reported. There's word the rupture was possibly caused by a mudslide, but that hasn't been confirmed. A woman accused of DUI is now facing murder charges after an 18-year-old high school student was struck and killed in Manhattan Beach.
Prosecutors charged 33-year-old Jania Bell with second-degree murder, gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, and driving on a suspended license. Police say Ron Levi, who was just 1 month away from graduating high school, was walking with a friend on May 4th when he was hit by an SUV. Court records show Bell was driving on a suspended license tied to a prior DUI arrest in 2023. She was taken into custody Tuesday. She's being held on $2 million bail. Sharon Reardon, KFI News.
At least 1 person is dead after 2 helicopters collided and crashed in New Jersey. Authorities say 1 person was killed, another critically injured after the helicopters went down near Hamilton Municipal Airport, which is about 35 miles southeast of Philadelphia. Chevron is taking aim directly at California politicians for high gas prices.
A picture of a sign at a Chevron pump saying California lawmakers are driving up gas prices has gone viral. Chevron has fought back against state politicians in the past, posting signs last year saying filling up your tank is a lot cheaper in other states. Right now, California takes about $1.30 in taxes and fees per gallon of gas you buy. Some industry experts predict that gas prices could skyrocket to around $10 a gallon when the Valero refinery closes in Northern California in April of 2026. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
Brigitte Bardot, the French screen legend and animal rights activist who shot to fame in the 1956 film And God Created Woman, and later starred in over 40 movies before retiring in 1973. Bardot then dedicated her life to animal advocacy, founding a major protection group. She remained a controversial figure in her later years for her far-right political views, but many in France remember her as a cultural icon. Brigitte Bardot was 91 years old. Let's go to a crash on the 110 in downtown LA.
Four-level interchange, 110 southbound, connector road to the South 101 Hollywood Freeway. It's a two-vehicle collision. It's over on the right-hand shoulder of this connector road. Up ahead on the South 110, right at the 10 Santa Monica Freeway in the downtown slot, is a vehicle that crashed into the center divider median. So these 2 problems causing delays on the South 110 from the 5 Golden State Freeway down to the 10 Santa Monica Freeway. 110 northbound is slow as well from Adams up to the 4-level interchange. South 101 Hollywood Freeway, you're slow from Melrose to downtown Los Angeles. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off when your fantasy team scores another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm JJ Zacharyson, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time of year, so tune in daily to help build a championship roster to beat your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive, but what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and this station.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
For tenderfoot TV in Atlanta. There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
What the fuck is happening right now? Is he not a Puerto Rican shortstop for the Dodgers?
There should be a COVID test for being into the job right.
Yeah. I did that
Like
shit.
you take
Spin the cup, you
spin it around your mouth, dip it in. You got Reddit.
Yep. I am white as shit.
Reddit 19.
Yeah. White person handout, the 7-inch. Once a week. A fucking hot pot will kill you every now and then. Every time they would come, I'm like, oh, does she really go to the goddamn meal? She's serious? She for real? Every time they would come, like, does it ever occur to her? Maybe Brendan's not trying to shit his pants tonight. How about that? Fuck. Every time they would come, my asshole would go like this. We're talking down here, Bobby.
It's so spicy. He's hilarious.
I mean, every time it's crazy how good it is.
I've never been thicker since I got with a Mexican man. Thick with 3 fucking C's. Dude, every day. Cheese. Dude, every day. What the hell, man? Cheese cardboard year round? They never tail off the carbs? That's the game plan?
I'm getting one more water.
We're supposed to be built like armadillos?
Can you give me water? Thank you.
I got so sick in the pandemic, I decided to go on a keto diet. If you know what keto is a diet where you can't eat Mexican food. That's the diet. It's pretty easy to stick to, man. Just don't touch a fucking tortilla. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, sir.
My problem, though. Here's my problem. Every Friday, my mother-in-law cooks my favorite Mexican food.
Oh, shit.
It's my favorite. Listen, do me a favor though. I don't want to be tempted. I don't want in the house. Do me a favor. Tell your mom I'm on keto. Can you do that? She goes.
Cooney has suey eyes.
She speaks English, but she doesn't though. But she doesn't.
I'll clean all this up tomorrow.
You keep saying that. She clearly fucking doesn't. Do me a solid. Tell her I'm fucking keto, okay? 8 weeks goes by, your boy hasn't touched a fucking tortilla. Nothing. I walked in the house last Friday.
Dude, shout out to everyone that subscribed today, dude.
My favorite food. You know how like Theo Von came around?
I was convinced Rabbi would do a show tonight.
You know how like he struggles with cocaine? Like if there was cocaine on the table right now, he'd fucking squirt from right field. You feel me?
It's crazy that when I go home, I'm just gonna put this right back on.
I will fucking take it to the.
Oh, we're not even watching in 4K?
Fuck.
God damn, we gotta start over.
Yeah, start the clock over.
Yeah.
So I walked in, I go, Mama, what are you doing? I know you know, I'm on keto. I know you know. Somebody told you I'm on keto. She goes, mijo, bueno, cabrón. She grabs his tray, she goes, cabrón, look.
Ketos.
It's keto, bitch.
I gotta say, the Puig jersey, great touch, dude.
Thanks, man.
Nobody's really commented on that.
I think I remember maybe Man Lehman asked me how I got it.
Yeah.
I got on it.
Oh, the other thing you know about that.
What? eBay, dude. eBay.
They loved it. They loved it.
It was a good price, and
They loved it.
I'm happy with it. Maybe I wear it to a Dodger game. We'll see.
I'm the only person in my house who doesn't speak Spanish.
I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like, after hour 4, it's kind of like a spiritual experience, and we're just like going.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of like, it doesn't even feel real.
It's a mantra, dude.
And people keep asking how many times have we seen this 66?
You know what it feels psyched that my 5-year-old son roll up on his bike.
Oh man, 66 times.
Yeah.
As a father, you know what that
Daddy
feels like?
number 66.
I don't have a clue what he's talking
Does it
about.
come
I don't have a clue.
All right, Shotbot.
Yeah. Curtis Bot. It's more like ese cabrón. Sabe ni in the Oxford Dictionary. How many times have you jerked off while watching this? 66.
Yeah, 8 inches.
Yeah.
Extra.
Cooney, I don't know who Puig is, B.
Dodgers player. Ever heard of him?
One of the many things I love about the Mexican culture is, and I do love your culture, man. One of the many things I love about it.
He's talking to me.
Every week,
you have to celebrate.
as a white person, my dad's
mine is like, what's your birthday, motherfucker?
all right,
Be cool.
Be cool, man. Be cool.
Yellow strawberry ice
Every
cream.
week something's popping.
Snot's going to jail?
Turn 15.
What's she going to jail for?
Honestly, it's the one person in the shoppers I don't mind reaching out to.
To help her out?
Yeah.
How would you help her with jail stuff?
Writing letters, the usual.
To the governor?
Yeah.
You're like, good thing I know Mr. Jameson, I can send a letter right to him.
Yeah.
I walk in the house, these Mexicans give a fuck about social distancing. There was a Mexican.
Kevin DeGraw.
There's a mariachi band. They're beating the shit out of this pinata. There's fucking hot Cheetos spraying over the goddamn living room.
That's how the cop knows you've been watching too much Gringo Poppy. You roll your window, hot Cheetos all over the place. The car.
Apartment early? What's going on here? She goes, no.
Base is asking me if I'm scary.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense.
Is violence in your DNA scary?
It's pretty scary.
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me. Do you think you'd leave a room with me scathed, and I would leave unscathed?
Yeah.
Probably. And could I twist your neck off?
Yeah.
Next question.
But where'd you buy the dolphin bottle? Great question, Bot. You don't buy those bottles, they find you.
I told you I'm watching shit.
It's your piece of shit
Yeah,
bottle.
Mexicans stick together. Like, you never walk in a bar and
Puig life story is sad. Why? Because he slept.
they're there with their amigos.
Part of you dies every hour here.
I was taking my family out for dinner the other night. My family, I mean all 15 of them.
Fucked up.
Puig is kind of a mess. Have you read his Wikipedia?
Puig?
Yeah.
No,
It didn't really work out.
My mother-in-law.
I think he just wasn't. He never lived up to the hype, and I think he might have had some legal issues.
Yikes. Yowzers. I'll be right back.
We fit. The fuck? No, you don't fit. She goes, wait a we fit. I went, please don't do this. I promise you, you do not fucking fit. Sure enough, we fit, y'all. We fucking fit. Yeah. Crazy. Good. Two of them were hanging out and spoiled. They didn't give a fuck.
I gotta say, the highlight of the stream for me so far, dude, was singing R&B with Mark.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
That was great, dude. I feel like that was the peak of the stream, and then it kind of went downhill after that. Just kidding.
I wanna ring you,
little pandemic. She found one, man. She fucking
beans and cheese with you, baby.
So we're driving to couples therapy. She's crying.
I want to buy the very last
That's my life currently.
I want your nachos.
Small Brazil. I've never seen some shit like this.
Gringo Poppy.
Gringo Poppy.
Giant red neon letters.
This was a bad idea. Every element of this is sad. Will harm.
Boss.
The only one not having fun is you, Will.
Yeah. Will harm?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you harmed yourself, Bob.
Yeah. This is definitely 24 golden hours, dude. So.
Yeah, it's like golden hour times 24.
Exactly, dude.
You're looking for Dr. Robinson, Dr. Allen at this point. You feel me?
Yeah, I think it was towards the end of hour 1 or into hour 2 where we sang with BGL.
If you watch Gringo Poppy this many times, you don't even need to take
new house
HGH or
testosterone.
It's always weird. It's even weirder in the middle.
It has the same effect.
So we moved in the house. My girl goes, Poppy, I feel pretty old. Let's play it safe. I'm conscious. Would you just go over it? Fuck's Mexican cookie. What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it. What are you talking about?
Okay. Whenever the transcript comes out,
You'll be able to find that R&B part for sure.
They clip every time we say bot.
That would be great, but that's a lot of clipping. Oh, you know who can do that? A bot.
Oh, there you go. That's how you know.
Yep.
All that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff. I'm good. Fall asleep that night.
Oh my God, I'm tired.
Yeah.
3 a.m. goddamn dot. I woke up again.
As soon as I figure out how I pull plugging it all, like, I'm gonna turn that on the air fryer pretty soon. Put my head inside.
Well, I didn't know about this ring app. I download the app.
We'll make a sausage salad another day.
I don't want sausage salad, you psycho.
It's fantastic.
The webs are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have truck walks to creep and sinks to piss in before I sleep.
For hours looking for real crime.
Spots bottoms.
I can't really imagine food after this.
Yeah.
Like dinner, that just seems like a strange concept after watching the Gringo Poppy 75 times. Like, sit down and eat dinner?
What do you
Yeah.
do? Every day? Your hood. You learn
How drunk do you think the people laughing are?
Very
right now.
Yeah. More drunk than drunk.
Drunk and very supportive.
Yeah.
2 doors down, Jerry goes, "Hey man, this mountain lion eat my goddamn dogs."
Don't underestimate the hawk. We'll get the bot compilation up tonight. Rose is made for sure.
Oh, I've yawned already, Nate Bot.
Might as well just buy a subscription to Patreon, dude, because
I know, that gets you a month
of yawning.
of yawning. Yeah. We film at
My kids saw from the window. We can't sleep at night. Somebody needs to do something. This is not good.
This is
not good.
This is not good. Then David, right next door to me, David goes, "Yeah,
David.
You stole my Amazon package."
10 treat minimum.
The Amazon package was taken by a lion?
Yeah. Facts.
That gives me the idea. I'm like, ooh, I know how to introduce myself.
Dude, Christian Hell, you've been here the whole time. We talked about Brian Callen the whole time, dude.
Yeah.
This is easy work.
Is this really 24 hours straight Netflix? Yeah, dude, look at the timestamp. It already says 23 hours.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
Bot.
Figure it out.
In a way, we've already done 48 hours.
Yeah.
Don't ask.
I got
Yeah, we've been watching this since the last time we recorded.
Listen, I never shot a gun. I walked out with an AR-15.
1 times 1
Like
equals
the
2,
red
dude.
laser thing on top of it.
Everybody knows that.
I walked out with the Zero Dark 30 Navy SEAL night vision helmet. What? I was like, dude, 19 grand for all this? Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
it's a steal, bro.
I keep having to remind myself that we've already watched this.
I know.
It's weird now.
It does feel weird.
That cat's fucked, bro. I'll keep it posted. I'll let you
I'm so sorry if we're not funny anymore.
Killer deal.
I don't give a shit.
Bots, fuck you, bots.
So I get home, I've never owned a gun.
This is
I'm
fucking
hyped up,
crazy.
I got my fucking gun. I got my
Yeah.
vision on. I'm like, this shit is fucking dope, dude. In my head, I'm like, right, this. I'm envisioning this, right? That cat shows up at 3 a.m. every night, right? So I'll be sleeping. It's 3 a.m. It's late. I'll be sleeping later. Wow! I'm gonna fucking pop out of bed, right? I'm gonna fucking, yeah! And then I always have my
I gotta text Bobby and ask for a
right
raise.
there. Pretty cool, Tom Brady works. So I fucking.
Yeah, be cool.
I slide my Uggs on, right? Have my AR-15 like this. Have my Zero Dark 30 night vision like this.
Zero Dark 30 vision like this.
So I'm like, I don't know how I threw that in, but be cool. So I'm fucking there. She's so amazing.
2XP.
So I'm there, right?
What guitar do I have? I have my 12 strings is Sunland, my 6 string is a Yamaha.
Yeah.
And then also an Epiphone. And they're all Kibitech. Wait a minute, you guys still going? Real Neil Hill, where have you been this whole time, dude?
Boom.
Look at my ring camera and go, World Star!
He's so happy to be there.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't believe I did the whole thing.
Once you go viral, it's gonna be lit as fuck. I can't wait, man.
Yeah.
So next night, right? I'm pacing back and forth. My girl's like, go to bed. I'm all, shut up, bitch. I'm fucking here.
Oh, shut up.
Thank you, Crack City. Bye.
Again, I got my Ugg boots on. I got my AR-15. I got my Zero Dark 30 night vision on, right?
Sorry about that.
Still got the big dick. Sorry. I'm fucking here.
You know, I think we can get away with ending early if Cowbell just talks about you. I feel like Cowbell's not going to be the best, but
No, this would be the worst combo you've ever seen in your life.
3 kids are here. Wow. Showtime.
Can you film Cowbell sleeping?
Yeah! Okay, how about this?
It's just like Cowbell.
Dude, you know how loud a cowbell is, dude?
It's a little loud.
I went all the way out to get Mark, and I heard cowbell from the street.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit, your neighbors don't like you.
Right? Like, where's their alarm clock for Saturday?
I don't need the Navy SEAL night vision, dude. Like, to probably grab it by the scruff of the neck and be like, enough, son.
I got a better idea. You know, we're convinced that people are bots, right?
Yeah.
There's one way they can tell. We can tell if they're bots or not.
Okay.
We can let them call us in.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys want to call in? I'm waiting to see yeses in the chat. We'll do this for the last, what do we have? 30 minutes-ish? You know what I mean? And we're going to determine whether or not you're a bot.
Yeah.
Yeah. The phone number, if you guys don't already know, is 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. Let me figure out how to turn this on. How do you do this? How do you do this? Oh.
You're, yeah, you guys. Ryan, you want to call in?
Give me 1 second. 775-557-8767. Okay, so somebody just called. Oh, let's give them a call. Let's see who this is. Hello. Hey, how's it going? You're here with Raccoon Tweety.
With Jared and Brandon.
That's us.
Right.
You reached the team.
You guys really doing? You guys really did it. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys got big dick. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. All right. You're not a bot, dude. That's great.
You passed the test. Dude.
I am not a bot. No.
All right.
If you look up, in the white person manual on page 7, it says that I need a tater tot at least once a week.
Okay.
That's very true. You do. You should always have a tater tot.
Yes.
Once a week.
I've been riding with you guys for ever since like probably episode fucking 0 since 1. Yeah, it's been great.
Oh shit! Nice. Thank you, sir. Well, congratulations. You're not a bot. You said that we have huge dicks, and that's what we like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so glad you guys do those songs. I wish you guys did it weekly, but
okay, bot. All right, you're a fucking bot later, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. It's weird how they fool you like that. You know what I mean?
Sound like they're human beings, but then they become a robot so fast.
Let's see. We got another one coming in. Hey, how's it going, dude?
Accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Bot. Literally a bot. You saw that? That was literally a bot.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, we got a call. Let's see who this one is. Let's see. Last one was calling from jail or something. Did you hear that?
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, Dallas?
Hey, what's up? Truck flip.
Okay. All right. It's finally nice talking to a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to get off the fryers for a bit, man. It's been a long day. Got a broken leg. So, been enjoying you guys all day.
Nice. What's it called? Do you have a smoke break at all?
Yeah, I got a smoke break right now.
Nice.
Good.
That's great. Sorry my phone is going nuts because people want to call in, but go ahead and tell us about our show and how much you love it.
Well, it's really good because it's a great avenue for all of us homeless cats to, stay on top of the entire Bopaverse and all that entails because it's a never-ending saga which provides much entertainment.
Right. Okay, good. Not a bot.
Not a bot. That's great.
Great.
I'm a real boy.
You're a real boy, dude.
All right. Since I was going to ask, the last guy was a bot. You did bring up songs. Do you have a favorite song?
Favorite song?
Yeah,
honestly, like the Cooney Louie intro.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's the right answer, dude.
Yeah, Raccoon Tweet.
Yeah, it's a good one, man. It's a banger. I find myself just kind of like, I'll actually be like watching TV and I'll hear the Louie song, but I start hearing the Cooney lyrics. So.
Hell yeah, dude.
Raccoon Tweety's never heard of it. You watch that show too, then?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I missed the episode where you explained your Martha's Vineyard trip, so.
Oh, you gotta watch
it. Sorry, Cooney.
No, you can watch it, dude. It's
yeah.
Fucking, I talk all about how I'm now working with Alan Dershowitz.
Hey, do you guys actually work for Bobby Lee? Because I have a Bobby Lee story.
Yeah, we would love to hear the story, and yes, we do work for him.
Okay, so he might not like this story.
Okay, well, we don't actually work for him.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. So, I forget who the guys he was with, but like, I'm from Tahoe. And like, it was probably like 10 years ago, but they did some show. It was a 3-man show called the Marijuana Logs. It was like a play on the vagina monologue.
Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember that, yeah.
Absolute dog. It was absolute dog shit. And anyways, after the show, Bobby and those other 2 comedians ended up going to my buddy's back over to my buddy's house because he had a house right next to the casino. And when we were like leaving the garage, Bobby was like so like fucking on trying to be a funny guy. Like I stopped and I told him, I was like, you know, the show's over. And it was really awkward. And like me and my friends, I don't know, we still kind of talk about that to this day because I don't know if anybody ever said that to him before. It's kind of like no one's ever told Joe he's not funny.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. I can't relate because it's so easy for me to turn it off. In fact, turning it on is the problem.
Yeah.
I could stop right now, honestly.
I think that's honestly like one of the biggest problems, like with the whole like Rogan verse and this whole era of comedians is that I find that they're less comedians and more just performers. Yeah. And that really is kind of the root of why I don't like them.
Yeah. I agree with it. That makes sense. I like
Anyways, great show, boys.
Thank you, bro. And you are not a bot.
Yeah. Good work not being a bot. Stay not a robot as long as you can.
Yeah, don't fall for the robot's tricks. My mom fell for that shit.
Yeah, she's a bot now.
Yeah.
Well, Rosa needs a weekly spot.
She needs a handler, B.
Yeah.
We need like the T-Mug political corner with Rosa.
Oh my God.
He's got some hot takes there.
Yeah, I didn't say oh my God to you. I said oh my God to this voicemail. Jesus Christ. Well, thank you so much, brother. Thanks for calling in.
Truck flip. Have a good one.
All right, later, boys.
Later on. I saw that Balloon Fart left a message. I do want to reach out to Balloon Fart.
Okay.
He's got this guy left a terrible message.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me see what this is. Let's see.
That I need you.
Oh my God. Balloon Fart. Who the fuck is that guy? Where's Balloon Fart at?
Balloon Fart, call back.
No, I don't know what he is.
No, fuck. Don't call back.
I know Man Lehman was trying to call.
He said he left a message.
Oh, here we go. Let's call Man Lehman.
Okay.
Balloon Fart, put your number in the chat or the area code in the chat. Oh my God, it's a spot, dude.
It's not a bad, but it's Man Lehman.
Hey, how's it going, Man Lehman?
I can't believe it's coming back.
Let's just be honest, okay? You've been accused many times today of being a bot. I know your name.
Listen, I watch every video to the end. That's all I'll say.
That sounds like a bot.
No.
Okay, no.
Watch every video to the end? Oh, I guess you said bot because like only a computer could do that?
Yeah.
No. A lot of people watch
long-time listener. I'm definitely, Hawks in the chat, smash the like button, join the Patreon.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
Well done.
I want to give a big shout out to everybody that donated a ton of cash because I could only push over $4 today.
I mean, I loved every
dollar.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you, dude. We appreciate
Yeah,
you.
who's that one Indian guy that gave us like $9,000?
In English money.
Oh, yeah. Cool, Gerard.
Oh, you know, he's from India.
Well, I still want you guys to watch Adam Ray do with Tony in front of him, but at least I know that Adam Ray's
maybe we'll do it on Patreon.
Yeah, maybe this week we'll do some more Kill Tony on Patreon.
Yeah.
that would be fire.
You know, it's not easy to suit up and show up, you know what I mean?
Show up.
But yeah, it's hard to, like, you know, get into the hazmat suit and watch all this trash content.
Yeah, and we have to do that before every Patreon episode.
Yeah.
You guys know it takes 6 months to make a Patreon episode, so
exactly. Yep. It's hard.
Yeah. You get it.
Nope, bring back the songs, and I appreciate you guys doing that.
Bring back the songs.
All right, well, bye. All right,
Dude? What the hell?
No, we will bring back.
Yeah, we will. We're sorry.
It's just fun to do that.
Yeah, let's get some bits. This is Trunklick. Think I'm not a bot. Okay, who the fuck is this guy? Who's Daddy's number? Block Muscle. Hear you. Hey there, Gerard. What's up, guys? It's Drunk Elbow. It's from the Patreon. Ever heard of it?
Oh, hell yeah. Hey there, Gerdo. Hey there, Gerdo.
Oh, here we go. Balloon Fart. Found it.
Oh, nice.
I want to hear Balloon Fart's voice. Do you think it sounds like an asshole squeaking? Let's see. Brian and I were trying to make this go longer, dude.
Yo, what's up, my man?
Yo, is this Balloon Fart, dude?
This is the one and only.
Oh! Let me just hit the hot noise real quick.
It's good to hear your voice.
What's up, Balloon Fart?
Okay, I'm watching the stream, but it's like behind a little bit, so I gotta turn it down.
Can I ask you a question?
Shout out to all the guys in the chat real quick, you know, all the old heads. I won't even start naming names because I'll leave some out, and you know, there's just so many, you can't name them all, except for Elizabeth, she's my girlfriend.
Oh, shit.
We're opening a shop together. But and Badizzi's are like, you know, he's our property manager, but that's anywho, just love the show. Glad you guys got BGL on again. I'm sorry I missed Brian Campbell. I'm a big, you know, MMA fan, and I like his work in boxing and all. So I just and he's noticed Balloon Fart too. It was just a weird chat name that people seem to like have just noticed.
Well, that's my question. I was gonna ask you. Can you tell me the origins of Balloon Fart?
It was like, I had an account get banned. I made a new one. I needed to come up with a name. And it just like, I guess I was playing with balloons, and you know how they make that squeaky noise? Yeah. And I was like, oh, it's like a balloon fart. And then 808, I guess it was like, just was a fun thing to slap on the end, and people like noticed it. And then I realized I spelled it wrong. I am retarded, so.
Well, you know, it led to a very recognizable name, so I think you did the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like people just seem to notice, and then like same with Badizzi, like we seem to have the same taste in everything because we always are in the same chats. Like this Crack Amigo, or like MMA streams, or like different, like even in like different like comedy videos, I'll see like him in the comment section. That's my life.
He has a great taste.
Great honor to be able to chat with you guys, just a bit to say hi.
Yeah, you know, Balloon Fart like rides the wave of like the line. You know what I mean? On the other side of the line, you got Dixie Normus. You know what I mean? Trans Tim Kennedy type stuff like this. And then on the good side, you got like Wolfcat with the gun, Badizzi, and then Balloon Fart's in the middle where it's like kind of naughty, but also kind of funny. You know what I mean?
It's family friendly.
I'm a goofy dude. I have a very silly sense of humor. I'm like pretty serious by nature, but like my sense of humor is very goofy.
Yeah.
That's why I like this environment. Oh, by the way, so shout out again to you guys, and especially the shop, because, and I am kind of a bit of a lover.
Yeah.
Because of like the crazy environment. Imagine a world like, okay, if entertainment was good, then there would be no environment for us to have like this entertainment between each other because the rest of the world's entertainment's so bad. And it's just like, I actually am thankful for that because this is entertaining. Like, we do have fun.
Yeah. Well said. I agree.
Dude, like, you guys make my work day more enjoyable. You guys, you know, like, the only thing I wish we could get more Dalia stuff. I love it.
I'm just kidding, though. No, for sure, I did.
You know, like, honestly, it was, I think, one of the, like, was, like, one of the bits that got me into you guys, and that's what made me hang out around chat, was, like, Cooney responded.
Yeah.
Cooney responded to be like, I think it was that episode. And I was like, oh, cool, these guys actually, like, respond to fans.
Yeah.
And it's goofy stuff, so... And then, you know, again, the name stuck out, so you would just see me around, especially I've been around so long, like, back in the day when there weren't many people in chat, you know, you kind of, the names stick out, so.
Yeah, you were born in the darkness of the Raccoon Tweed Comedy Store.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I missed the songs too, but honestly, like, I kind of guess I didn't notice you stopped.
Oh, see, there we go. That's an honest answer, an honest human answer.
Right. You didn't even notice.
But also, given like changes of schedule, and I'm an East Coast boy, and like you know, my schedule's all over the place, so I know I don't get to watch you live stream as much now too, or stuff. So, or I don't guess the premiere's the same, or something's different. I don't know. It's all good. But anywho, one love, and I'm gonna get to bed. Good luck with you guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Balloon.
Night sleep. Don't get sleep apnea in your brain.
Do you prefer Balloon or Fart? All right.
Well ahead of Zootopia 2, which made $20 million in its fifth week. Marty Supreme, starring Timothy Chalamet, opened in third with 17.5 million. Let's go to Crash Mom 2.
No, but like you not to know so. So we say no, this is do you recognize the perpetrator, you recognize the defendant. So nothing how that did to the man Jew, he saw how that did to the Jew, his face about, which give him Asra. Keep him alive, Asra, did he accept the Asra for himself? Inter Asma Luisa, there was an inter Asma Luisa who was and committed himself to that. After he heard the Asra, after he heard the warning, did he still proceed anyway? Right, so here's the Asra, which are so three people. And again, did he essentially, after the Asra, did he go ahead and violate immediately after he killed three people? All we know is that he's a little bit of psychology, right? He's going to say that we're going to work out. He has to do this thing. We are one. But then right now, it's worship.
all of the land. This is the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you by Talkspace. How we doing tonight, huh? Make some noise for the great Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, and it's the great Charles Reed III joining us. Yelling on the electric, John D's on the keys. And believe it or not, that's not a guy dressed up for Halloween. This is the real D-Madness live in the flesh. What a fucking overloaded show we have for you tonight. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single week, I book this goddamn show myself, and I cannot believe that I was able to secure these two guests tonight. I mean, you know, sometimes we go a little off the rails with exactly who we have. Sometimes it's, you know, two of the biggest comedians on Netflix. Sometimes it's two of the biggest comedians on this and the that and the blah, 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 blah. Tonight is very special. Tonight is one of the greatest actors of all time with one of the greatest rappers of all time. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guests, Sylvester Stallone and Tony Yayo. Yeah! Oh my God! Make some fucking noise! All right, Tony Yayo, welcome, Sylvester Stallone. Wow, this is a first. How you doing? Sylvester Stallone, welcome. Yeah. My agent, Tony, says, hey, you want to do Kill Tony, you know? Yeah, and I was like, what's that? And then he told me he gets out of use, so I said, you know what? Just get out. Sylvester Stallone is here. How about a hand for the great Tony Yayo? The real report coming out just after New Year's Eve. Great Tony Yayo. I eating a lot of barbecue. Make some noise for that barbecue. Hell yeah. I like that name Yayo because it's got a yo in it. Yeah. Yeah, in the beginning, like he was like yo. Stallone, you the man, bro. You the man. Stallone and Yayo are here. You guys are both first-time guests, so let me tell you how it works. Over 300 innocent souls, hopeful motherfuckers have signed up for tonight's show. They are loaded up in a bar next door, hoping to get pulled out of this bucket. If they are, they get 60 seconds of stand-up comedy time uninterrupted. You know their time is up in here. The sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I'm gonna let this Filipino masseuse pick the first name of the night. See if we have a happy ending here from this. Oh my goodness! And the first name has been pulled. While we go wrangle that person, we're going to have one of our elite golden ticket winners start the show with a minute of uninterrupted stand-up comedy. He was discovered here on Kill Tony, given a golden ticket immediately on an episode with a record, I think 22 bucket pulls. We could not find anyone funny one night at Vulcan Gas Company about 3 or 4 years ago, and we just kept pulling in a very fast turbo round. Finally, we found this man with no voice. After 2 appearances, Howie Mandel discovered him on this show, rushed him on America's Got Talent, got second place because they sabotaged his final appearance. And now he is here for us. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the golden ticket winner, the great Aaron Belisle, ladies and gentlemen. Taking the mic out of the mic stand. The real circus, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, the great and powerful Aaron Belial, moving the mic stand and grabbing his phone. And any second now, the show will begin. Here it comes, and here we go in 3, 2, 1.
To get the American experience, I went out shooting the other day. I shot a .308 in the clay and a handgun. What kind of idiot would give me a rifle? That's just irresponsible. They were super cool about it. The guy hands me a handgun, but they didn't notice that when they handed me the gun. They all took like 3 steps back. They're like, this is America, so we are going to let him shoot. But also, this very special boy is definitely going to shoot one of us. Luckily, I had my handicap pass, so I just shot everything. So there's a serial killer in Austin, Texas, that has been killing a bunch of people at Lady Bird Lake. I have a big secret. It was me. And I tried to turn myself in and tell them it was me. And they were like, no, you're not. Stop playing. Bunch of ableist assholes. People always underestimate me. I could totally drown a dude in a lake. I almost drown every time I go into a lake.
The great Aaron Belial has started to suffer. I believe that. I believe everything you said. Can you swim? Do you know how to swim? Perfect. So you and Tony Yayo at the same swimming side.
Still don't know how to swim yet.
How about you, Sly Stallone? What's your swimming skills like?
You always got to punch the water. To the top of it, and then punch down. Come on.
Aaron Belial, how's things been going for you? You've been out on the road. You worked with Steve-O, took you all over the place, as it though.
I had about 23 shows last month, all sold out.
Wow.
I get a Corvette that I can't drive and get the license plate that I drove.
Look at that. I love it when you say something and the crowd applauds because you don't know if they're going to applaud or not, and then they applaud over whatever the rest of what you just said was. You want to hit that? Do you have that button loaded up again? Here, just hit it again.
I need a moment to type a response.
Oh, shit. All right. That was a good time to say that this episode is brought to you by Talkspace. Oh. Is that from you? Oh, that's copyrighted music. Here, pause that. Oh, it's not? Wow, you knew you checked it. It's fair use? Wow, look at that. Good job, Aaron. If this gets us a strike on YouTube, I'm going to break your good arm. I swear to God. I swear to God. It's a fucking $40,000 mistake if you fucking... Is that really coming from your phone? All right, hit pause. That's psychotic. We get the joke after seconds. All right, what else? The hell? Shane, I gotta tell you, I don't know what fucking clock you got it out of. But
Yo, what up?
Your own. His left arm is a clock. Inside of him. The guy got
All right,
arrested.
I'm ready to hear it. Tell me.
The guy got arrested at your show. Oh, goodness.
I'm ready to hear it. Tell me.
Oh, he's got something. He starts making that noise. Here we go. He tried to
Oh, that's that time travel, baby.
Really?
No, sir.
Not well.
Oh. Okay. Somehow you came out of the fight the most.
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Aaron, anything else crazy going on before we get to this crazy bucket of ours?
For anybody else, I would tell them to go fuck themselves.
It's gonna plug a bunch of shit.
But for you, I'll beat your ass like it's going on. Yeah, baby.
this month. Money. Yeah. Here you gentlemen, this is where
That's ballers. Fuck, baby.
Some of them we've never seen before, some of them good, some that can happen. Right. And then you guys get it. Lingo, gentlemen, here we go.
I am aware of this. Yeah, it's on their website.
Y'all shut the hell up. I got 1 minute. Right?
Yeah, CIA.gov. You can read a lot about what they've declassified on astral projection.
He's like, well, what the fuck you talking about? I said, hey, man, chill. You better go get your one. I had one. She was about 300 pounds. Built like a lion. But I love her to the... She was...
All right.
She was magnificent. She went down. She was sucking that thing so good. I started singing the theme song and everything. I was like, ooh.
No, dude. Oh, not really. I would say no that I have not. Not something especially interesting to me. I mean, it's interesting the study of it, but I am someone who, when I meditate, I end up getting distracted by stuff. And it's kind of boring to me. I'd like to get, but
Popeyes. Oh my God! Now explain to some of these people. There's some like tech nerds here. There's some fucking boring white people that have never been with a faux fitty before. Can you explain some of the details, the fun facts?
I'm gonna talk to you. Curious, all right? Yeah. I'm trying to tell you, you get a big one that's more cushion for the pushing. All right? You get a little skinny one, you're stabbing while you're clapping, and you're bullshit. On that.
Tell me, baby. Go ahead.
Some of these girls. Zipper chicken is their specialty. Is there an app for that? App where you can just find it? Yeah. I love it. Stand-up comedy.
Okay.
Going on about 3 years. Going about 3
years. Where at?
Yes, sir.
I should have fucking gone with my gut there and guessed. You're from Orlando. Do you live here now, or are you still in Orlando?
No, I live here, man. I stay East Fifth.
Nice. I love it. East Fifth. Represent. Fun fact, between East 4th is O'Fitty.
No, sir.
Lingo, what do you do for a living?
I can't tell you that.
Really?
I can't tell you that. Nigga, I just got the job.
Okay.
That's what I got.
Can you just tell us the field that you work in? What kind of field? So it's really complicated. I work at the opposite of Microsoft. Okay. Okay. You know, hey man, fuck it, man. I showed up late the other day. I work at Apple, nigga. I work at Apple. Okay. Hide my black ass.
No.
I don't know shit about
You should take the beating as it's been.
Hey, we need you to push this Apple carrot. Nigga, I don't care, nigga. I'm gonna push it. Working like the Apple store.
Yeah, baby, I'm whooping your ass.
At the mall? Yeah, Barton Creek. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Times almost absolutely lost my fucking mind in that place. For real? Yeah. Hey, I ain't
Don't
gonna
hit
lie.
my ball.
I swear to God, like the other day, like a group of niggas that came in trying to. I was like, hey man, what the
Yes,
fuck?
it was.
Stop it. What the fuck y'all doing, man? And you do this shit on my list. I love it. Yeah. I love it. Amazing. So in your 3 stand-up comedy,
Yeah, baby.
moved to Austin exactly. September. What have you noticed? What's different
Did you
between
watch it?
Austin and Orlando? Fucking homeless people. Would have want me. They just go fucking way. Here, when I said, hey man, like, you know what, man?
Dog, it sucked since the second season.
Hey, yo, man, you got $1? I said, what the fuck? I said, here you go. Give him $1. You got more on you? What the fuck? That ain't how this goes. Special skills or talents.
Yeah, I did not like the second season.
Kind of guy that's really good at something that would surprise. You know, hey, I'm glad you asked that shit, man. I feel like I'm
Barely. I played it and I just. I got it so that I had it archived on my stream. The only one I really watched was the first season, and it was okay. There are some people I know who were like obsessed with it. I can't really say that it was that great.
All right, well, you got a drummer right behind you. Give him a nice little light beat, not too loud. I want to be able to hear him. All right, this is how we're going to do this. Hey, all right, brother, we got to stay connected. All right, cool. And then we're going to do a little, American Idol after that. We're going to check in.
Dude, you're down one hole to none.
Rapper, producer, Tony Yayo. All right, man, you know what, Tony? You're going to be the judge of this shit, all right? That's what I don't know what the fuck about that. All right, this is how we're going to do it.
Dude, what'd you... Oh, fuck.
You know what? I got another idea.
You're up, baby.
Sylvester Stallone give his opinion when I'm done.
Go in the water.
Go ahead. What were you going to say? Oh, no, I was about to coordinate the shit. I was already doing that for you. What kind of beat do you want?
90s.
What kind of beat do you want? Really, I just want, because I know, like, some of y'all don't be understanding what the fuck I'm saying. We understand. Every time I do this shit, when I do this, this, like, look like this.
Just let him play the fucking beat, man.
Hey, listen.
Just let him play the beat, man. Play the beat.
There we go. Play the beat.
I barely remember the 80s. I was only like 4.
Check me. I studied the game like an analyst. I'm a decimator. Man, I don't like this beat.
Zoo. Zoo, you tied for the lead, son.
Watch me. Okay. I have to cook. Let me cook. Okay.
Only the band is looking at him like, what the fuck is going on? That beat was crazy.
That beat was great. You wanna run it back? Let's run it back. Fuck it, let's run it back. Yeah. Like an analyst. I studied the game like an analyst. Watch me. I'm about to decimate the panelists. Red, you bad as hell. You need to hit your dick and smash band.
Zoo, what did you think of my shot?
Tony
You could make this if you have a good shot. 2 out of 10, go fuck yourself. Get it. Dude, you missed.
You fucking really sink. Like a rolling rake.
Yo, baby.
While wearing black velvet.
Zoot, let's see your shot. Bye, Bitcoin.
Great stuff. There he goes. Oh my God. There she is. Don't you? We're trying to freestyle it. We all have our own secret special skills and talents. That's right.
Oh, what a shot, Zoot. What a shot I just had on you. What a shot I just had on you.
It's the holiday season, the best time of the sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups.
Zoot, what a shot I just had on you. Zoot. Zoot, that was dirty as fuck. One of the smartest shots I've ever had. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it. Zoot. I hate this. This is like my least favorite hole ever. What'd you say, Pimp? Yeah, when?
Have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. How you play is up to you. If you want flexibility,
yeah, I mean, either one of them.
even if one of your picks misses, and if you want
if you bought either one of them,
no matter,
you could be a very wealthy individual.
It's a great way to compare takes to the test. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You need to get $50 in lineups. $5 lineup. To be right. This is sponsored by Ridge.
You said it was 1,000x, but I didn't know it was that much.
I wasn't booking gigs. There was no Netflix. We were big.
And you didn't buy it?
Slim modern wallet. Well, Ridge just took the game-changing wallet and made it even better. Say hello to the Ridge. The most refined version of the Ridge wallet. Look at that thing. Premium material, titanium and carbon.
I love Ridge 2.0. It's incredible. There are over 50 plus colors and styles to choose from. You can even get a wallet that features NFL, MLB, or college gifting, especially since Ridge is having their biggest sale of the year right now, Tony.
For a limited time, Ridge is having their huge holiday sale. Head to ridge.com to get up to 47% off your order.
Dude, this is my worst haul.
47% off your order during their biggest sale of the year. Just
No, I'm bad at it.
Please support our show and tell them Kill Tony sent you. All right, your next bucket full goes to Robo, everybody.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So we've got an obesity epidemic? Or as I like to say, more baby fat than a dumpster at an abortion clinic? Reason to joke.
Thank you for rating
It's
it.
no surprise as far as eating healthy is concerned. They've literally tossed the salad.
That's a cool story, Zoo.
Heart disease is the #1 cause of death. Fun fact, it causes erectile dysfunction. Body type is not fucking around.
All right, big dog. Come on back when you want to play pool.
Diabetes is another major health. It's just a where you chop your feet off.
Are you excited?
That one could be a stumper.
Does Emily want her box eaten?
Then they want your change when you go to the store to cure shit like Alzheimer's.
Does Emily want her box
The main
eaten?
reason why people go to nursing homes because of Alzheimer's. You think they want to cure that shit? Forget about it.
All right.
Baby, I'm sure this bitch wants her box eaten.
Are you as homeless as you look?
Dude, I have a question for you. How many hours until you do stand-up?
Sylvester Stallone.
8 hours. And they invited you to do it, right?
Is it an RV?
No.
Are you excited?
ATV trailer.
Are you going to record it?
It's connected to like a truck or something?
Yeah.
All right, I'm excited to watch it, dude. Go get him, big dog. Best wishes to you. Come back when you let me know how it went.
You do look like the kind of guy that tries to start a revolution. What was the revolution that you tried to start exactly?
Fighting against the war on drugs and
wait, you're against the war on drugs? Front man of the drugs. Were you fighting for the drug side? Which side were you on?
I was against, like, they made cannabis legal using racism against Mexicans, basically. And
Hold on. Let's separate the words a little bit. You're talking in cursive right now. Okay, so what?
Sorry, right.
Nice and enunciated. 13 years of stand-up. I would need to be able to understand you here. So what? What about cannabis and Mexicans and racism?
Oh, they said the super strength, stony, bloodthirsty Mexicans are raped their way across America or some crazy shit. Kind of like the Killer Bees thing that didn't happen.
Oh, this is amazing. Okay. That last comedian that just walked off, did you ask him for money recently and then ask him for more money right afterwards? I'm just kidding. Okay, so you're saying that who was racist? The government?
The government and the media, basically, they just want to all hate each other. So I like to say they just like to rub shit in our third eye and make it more of a third eye.
Okay. All right. Okay. What do you do? Like, what does a day look like for you? It's not work. I'm guessing you don't have an actual job, right?
After I graduated, I worked in the cannabis industry and met growers up in Humboldt, Northern California. And basically that industry has gone down the toilet. So I started doing body work. So I stacked a bunch of wellness certificates in fitness and nutrition and stuff. And so I help people. I do like some pretty intense body work.
What kind of body work? What does that mean to you exactly?
It's like heavy duty reflexology. So I use like shark's teeth and like crystals and poke people's toes and fingers. It's hardcore.
Wow. What do you do with the shark's teeth? Let's go one by one here. What exactly do you do with the shark's teeth? There's some people out here that look like they could use some real reflexology help, whatever.
Well, I mean, shoes basically like make our feet like this. Imagine if your hands were like that, it would suck, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, a lot of people worry about the Jews, but I'm worried about the shoes.
Wow. You have some of the most hippy-dippy nursery rhymes I've ever heard in my life. But I bet you freestyle better than the last guy, believe it or not. So how long have you had this dog for?
He's just turned 14. I had him when he was a few months old. Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable. What's the dog's name?
Yarnby. He's been in the news a couple times, too. He rides in a backpack on a motorcycle and wears goggles.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right.
First, it's good they put the helmet on the dog.
Amazing. So, like, how exactly do you make money now?
I go to festivals. So I've been traveling here. I moved here in March, and basically just been around for about a month and a half. I probably tried to get on a show a few dozen times. Actually, when I was taking a break from chewing weed, I wrote your Wikipedia years ago.
You wrote my Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Wow. I've always wondered who the fuck
does
that.
Look it up. Yeah. It says Strictly Rebel.
Did it have a bunch of rhymes in it?
Yeah.
No, I just heard you on Rogan, and I appreciated what you're doing. And you say you used to be vegan, and I'm vegan. And I'm like, like your kind of brother, whatever. You know, I just think Burn some time.
Yeah, I became a lot happier and more successful when I started eating meat. Just to let you know.
13 years, I'm doing good.
I don't think I was ever like this. No. No, I don't think so.
Ayahuasca, man.
I don't think so. What is the drug of choice nowadays, Jason Robo?
I do this thing called Rabbi or Hape. Has anybody heard of it?
Nope.
Yeah. It's like a grounding thing. You put medicinal tobacco mixed with different medicinal herbs, and you blow it up your nose instead of snorting it. Yeah. Pretty intense.
You blow it up your nose?
Yeah, there's different plants they mix into it. Yeah.
Okay. How often do you do that daily?
I do it like before and after clients to clear my energy. And yeah, it's wild.
You're like a real guy, huh? This isn't a character or anything. This is you.
What I do.
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you think is the most hippie-ish? Like, you know what you are, like the crystals and you're wearing a yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, that's the nicest way of putting it. Yeah, all these things. So I'm gonna ask you this. What do you think is the most hippie-dippy thing that you've ever done? Like, I mean, what is that extreme? You know what I'm talking about. Because you know, I saw you smile. Shit in a bucket? No, come on. I would expect that of you. I want you to surprise me with this answer. I want to hear the extreme, like, thing where you're like, God, this is crazy for even me. I'll let you think about that one while I ask you the opposite question. What do you think is the most, say, conservative or, venture to say even almost Republican-esque thing that you've ever done before where you're like, God, this is so against my character that I'm going to do it anyway?
I don't know, maybe call the cops when some guy attacked me with a knife.
Okay, call the cops on somebody while being attacked with a knife. This is how these people think, by the way. Like, oh, I don't really want to do it. This is so conservative, but I guess I'll do it since I'm being stabbed right now. It's revolutionary, man!
I usually have a knife, too, but...
You have a knife?
Not with me.
Not with you.
But yeah.
Where did this happen? Where did the attack with the knife happen?
It was in Northern California, actually. I was riding my bike to House City Grow Scene.
To the what?
It's an indoor grow scene, that's what we call it. There was a guy last week talking about being a grower,
Okay. Okay, let's go back one more time. Let's see if you thought of anything. The most hippie-ish thing you've ever done, because you are an extreme character, I have to tell you. We've never really had anything quite like you on here. Like, your dog is so at peace, it's asleep right now. It's like you have them on the same tranquilizers the Longhorns give Bevo before a big football game. You ever seen this mascot? I fucking love it. And it all makes sense, by the way. It all makes sense. Nothing better for the Texas mascot than a fully grown bull on tranquilizers just drooling on itself. Okay, I'm giving you enough time to think about it.
The crystals on the toes is like...
Alright, if you don't have an answer, Red Band has something obnoxious he's about to ask you.
$50 an hour to do it.
Here you go, Red Band.
Is there a crystal that like really pisses you off? Like you don't want anything to do with it?
There it is. You're right on cue, everybody. A definite unanswerable question.
I got another diabetes joke about the blindness thing, and basically the processed sugar causes your eyeballs to cloud because of it. So basically your vision isn't crystal clear. So they're probably that.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
There you go. All right, Jason. Pretty interesting character. So you've been doing stand-up, did you say 13 years?
Yeah, I got 25,000 YouTube subs. I got some mixes on there. My George Carlin mix has 6 million plus views, yeah.
What's your George? That's a mix of what?
His best material, he said he found his true voice after 92, so I use all that, and I like audio level it all. So
I think you're going to have your best material after 92 as well, the age of 92 perhaps. Fun times today, Jason. Very fun interview. You definitely are an original character. There's a medium-sized joke about Jason Robo, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, I have a special treat for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. One of our elite regulars of all time is here for you. He is a reigning, defending Kill Tony Hall of Fame member that is here to grace us with his presence. I present to you one of the greatest, to ever do it here on Kill Tony with hundreds and hundreds of appearances. This is the long-awaited return of David Lucas, everybody.
BLM said there's no such thing as black on black crime. Well, what I want to know is, who was that nigga who broke into my house last night? He wasn't white. Trump said that Tylenol is making kids retarded. I do believe him. Because the last few bitches I had sex with all had retarded kids. They never let you know their kids is retarded. They just put them in the back of the house and you got to hear that nigga. I was in the middle of having sex with this one girl, and next thing I know, her fucking door busts down, and in comes 6'6", 11 years old, butt-ass naked in dinosaur slippers. And I'm like, hey, bitch, what the fuck is that? She's like, that's my autistic son. I'm like, I almost shot this nigga, bitch. I didn't know you lived with a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She was like, let me put him back to sleep. He was having a bad dream. I said, bitch, I'm having a bad dream. Huh? I just seen a retarded nigga's dick. How you think I feel? She was like, we can finish fucking. I'm like, I'm good. I don't want no more of that retarded producing pussy you got. My dick is inside of itself. But I'd rather fuck a bitch with a handicapped kid than a retarded kid because, like, at least if she got a handicapped kid, she probably drives a van, and I like space. And I'd sit in the front seat and recline my seat on that nigga's legs. I'd be like, shut up complaining, nigga. You can't feel them legs anyway. All right, that's my time.
Hell yeah. David Lucas showing us how it's done. Done it again. Oh yeah. Use that jacket together. Can you zip that thing up?
Tony Yayo ain't been this close to a gay nigga since he partied with Diddy.
Oh my God. Oh.
Yes, you did, nigga.
Slide Stallone. Have you ever been to a Diddy party?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
That nigga looked like when SpongeBob had them muscles.
I'll come at Stallone, man.
Hell yeah, boy. That nigga teach retarded power clean. Nigga, get straight.
Yeah, see if this orbits around you. This guy coming out of Stallone? Come on. I'm a legend, sir.
I don't even know who this nigga is with this wig on, bro.
It's Sly Stallone. What are you talking about? That's the actual Sly Stallone. This is like your fight. It's like a different fight. Stallone.
Like Blubber Lang.
Yeah, it's like Showtime in the Apollo Creed.
He's got Ellen's face with Joe Rogan's midsection. Ellen Rogan body ass nigga.
Come on, man. It's not funny. I got an eccentric face.
Yeah.
Better lose some weight.
Hell yeah. Tony Yayo, what's up? That nigga look like a poisonous snake. And he stuck his tongue out before he walked out here to check the temperature in the room.
All the thing about is that Austin barbecue when I see you. Clear me. What kind of sweats are those? Slim fit? Nigga, what you got on? Shut off of me, man.
When you take that hat off, your back scales come with it. You look like a retired racehorse, nigga.
What size is that shirt, though, buddy? What is that, a 5X, 6X?
You look like Scooby-Doo daddy, nigga. You got that one.
David Lucas has arrived.
All the other kids with the bumped up kicks.
I love it. David,
I've called you gay 10,000 times, Tony. I don't know what else to call you except the.
I know, okay.
I'm joking, brother.
Well, I know you're joking, but every time you say that word,
oh, cut it out, Red Man, my bad.
We're going to cut it out. We're going to cut it
You're
out.
homosexual. They can use that word, bro.
All right, okay.
You can't say homosexual?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay.
All right. Waiting for you to take a breath. Lord knows you need it. That is an incredible haircut that you have. What exactly do you ask the barber for when you go in there? The fucking Starlink antenna? Does your head get its own Wi-Fi?
I asked for the Whoopi Goldberg, nigga.
That is crazy.
From Sister Act.
That thing is hanging on by a thread back there. Look at that. Oh my God. You are something else. So David, what's been going on in life?
Man, touring on the Killer to Kill Tony tour, you know what I'm saying, bro? Working on a lot of stuff. 2026 is looking real exciting, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes, sir.
You know, Kill Tony, bro, they don't even know how big it's about to be.
2026 is what David sees when he stands on a scale. Hello.
2026 is how many you up texts you got in your phone. You up, like a nigga about to come through him.
Yeah.
You up, Tony? I got the eggs. I know you got the meat.
That's what the trainer at your gym texts you. You're like, yep, I'm up. Cholesterol's up, blood pressure's up, weight's up, everything's up. I love it, David. Well, you're one of the best fucking regulars in the show's history. You did it again. So much fun always. Comes in like a wrecking ball. And that's just the way he's shaped. The great David. Look, his hair waves goodbye. I think I gave you the middle finger there at the end. All right, back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your next bucket pull is Ben Dalkey. Ben Dalkey, everyone. Here we go.
I think I have a bad handshake, so I did some research. And apparently Trump and Bill Clinton are the world's top handshakers. I read that Bill Clinton's handshake is known for being both warm and personal, which is definitely interesting for a guy who rapes. Whereas Trump's handshake is more of a dominant power move, a handshake that makes people go, oh yeah, this guy rapes. And I've been told my handshake is both smooth and pliable, a handshake that makes everybody go, oh yeah, this guy's gonna get raped. For some reason, people think I rape, but I'm not strong enough to rape with force. I can only rape with drugs. I'm skinny and I have skinny arms, but I read that your legs are about twice as strong as your arms, so maybe I should try raping with my legs instead.
Okay. All right. Well, I feel like we're all gonna get raped right now. I mean, that's a rape-heavy set, dude. You do. You have that energy. Have you been on this show before?
One time, yeah.
I couldn't tell if I've seen you here or just in my nightmares. Ben, remind us, how long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. And how old are you?
22.
22. Okay, so you started young. How's it going for you?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know, not that good.
Okay, perfect. What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
Nothing right now.
How do you survive?
I have a bit of money from, like, military pension.
How much?
The Apple Store will hire anyone.
How much money do you have saved up? I'm always intrigued by how people survive.
Like 30,000.
30,000? Okay, good. And you were in the military?
No, it's from my grandparents. Whatever.
Something like that.
You inherited money from your dead grandparents.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So you got 30 grand. What's your living situation like?
Live in an apartment.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Oh wow. One bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. That's amazing. So how do you spend most of your time, Ben, when you're not doing stand-up at night? What else? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to take a pair of binoculars, go to the playground. What do you do, Ben?
Play a lot of games. Yeah.
What kind of games?
You ever played Death Stranding?
I've never played anything that you've played, without a doubt. But I guess the answer is, what is it? Death what?
Stranding.
And that's a video game? Okay. What is that just online?
No.
It's on like the TV screens, yes. No, it's a very long game, though. It's a very slow game that you're playing.
Yeah. I'm not done with it yet.
Such senior video game correspondent, the Duke of Do-Nothing over here. So Ben, what do you think is the most interesting thing about your entire life? You're 22 years old. There must be some fun fact about you, something that happened to you before, or a family trauma story, or something interesting about you.
I did recently start getting pussy.
Oh my God! There you go. He got it. Nope. He's getting pussy, ladies and gentlemen. And what? So what is this transition like for you? You're getting pussy. Did they?
Tony, do you see his smile? That's it. Do you see his say get pussy? Smile again.
So you're transitioning, you're getting a pussy is what you're saying, is that right?
That's what everyone thinks.
Right, exactly. Okay, so how did you start getting pussy, Ben? Take us through this, because if you can get pussy, this is proof that anybody can get pussy. Take us through it, Ben.
Honestly, it was completely an accident.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Unlike the rapings that you're used to, which are very purposeful rapings. So let's talk about the accidental pussy.
Yeah, no, I started banging an open micer.
So how does that happen? Take us through it. So you perform, she comes up to you and goes, I think you're really funny. I hope you don't rape me.
Nah, she said that she wanted to bully me. And then I was like, that doesn't sound fun. And then I felt gay for not letting her bully me.
Okay, and then what happened exactly? What happened?
I let her bully me.
Right, but what does that mean? Her bullying you, what is that? What did she say about you? Dude, what is bullying to her?
She said I looked like a school shooter.
Well, we all thought that, but like, there must be layers to it, right? Was there more?
Well, I mean, for some reason she's attracted to that.
And then what? You took her back to your place?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Like, botched having sex.
Let's talk about it. How did you botch having sex? Here we go. We're getting there, Ben. One step at a time. Every time you say something, just pretend like I go, and then what happened after that? And then it's going to be a good interview. When I go like this, just know that means, and then what happened? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure I have erectile dysfunction, so... Yeah, so my dick didn't get hard.
What was she doing? Was she using her hand or mouth? How do you know you couldn't get hard? You were there.
I know.
This is your story.
I know.
Are you writing it right now?
No.
Okay, so like you were there, and then what happens? You guys start making out?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Nothing after that, pretty much. It was pretty bad. I mean, not really, but like...
Did you take... Go ahead. Slide still. I'm just like, that's not getting pussy. She literally just bullied you and then left afterwards. I get it.
woman's vagina is a scary place, you know. And every like 3 or 4 weeks they get their pyramid. It's a total mess. So I get it. Sometimes Scalone gets a dysfunction too.
The great Sylvester Stallone. Plugging KyleDunnigan.com on this appearance. Must be a fan of Kyle Dunnigan's. We've seen this before. Elon Musk plugged Kyle Dunnigan. Bill Maher, the great Bill Maher, plugged Kyle Dunnigan. A lot of these big stars come on here and their careers are so good that they plug Kyle Dunnigan. How cool is that? Who's on a sold-out tour right now all around the country. Okay, so did you try to hook up with this girl again after this one experience?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So?
Eventually, I was able to fuck her, yeah.
How were you able to fuck her? I love it. Sure. Get it out of your system. All right. The sounded like the lighting guy Kino's going crazy, setting off the lights. How did you find it within yourself? What tricks did you use? What did you do to make it work?
Lots of self-talk, I think.
Like what? What were you saying to yourself?
Positive affirmation.
Like what?
You are enough.
There you go. You got there. Was there anything else you were telling yourself? You are enough.
She's not just lying.
Wow.
Only some of it's lies.
So amazing. So let's face it. So, okay. So the first time you get hard, right? And you're with her. Was this the second time you guys hung out?
I would say so, yeah. I would guess.
You would guess, okay.
Yeah.
So, you get hard, and then what happens?
Fumble around for a bit.
What?
Just fumble around for a bit.
Fumble around. So what exactly does that mean to you? You just did something with your hand there. What does that mean?
Go soft again and gummy worm her.
But then at some point, you were able to tell yourself that you're enough, and then it got hard again. So how long do you think you lasted? You put your wiener inside of her vagina, right? And then how long do you think that lasted for, Ben?
35 seconds.
35 seconds. Finally, a very straight answer. And then, so at 35 seconds, you feel it starting to happen, and you pull out.
Yeah.
And then where do you finish at? Where did you shoot your load?
On her stomach.
On her stomach, very good. I would have expected something weirder than that. I would have thought you would have been shy and shot it on the floor, just on your own pillow or something like that. But wow, you went for it. And did she like it? Did she make any noises or anything? What type of noises was she making during this 35 seconds? Can you do an impression? Go ahead, give us a spotlight here, Kino. This is the girl during... Go ahead. All right, no one believes that. Bring the lights back up. Sly Stallone, you think that's how it went down?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Were you attracted to her? Was that the problem?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You liked her?
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Yeah.
All right. And have you've been doing this regularly since then, or was it just that one time?
Not regularly.
How often? Once a week? Every day? What are we talking here?
Probably once a week.
All right. Very good. Very good. And you're excited about it?
Yeah.
Have you gotten better than 35 seconds since then?
Barely.
Wow. Incredible. It's not that bad for 22, Ben. You're not doing that bad. All right. The whole set was rapey and weird, so you're getting a little joke book. There you go. Sign up again, and we'll see what you talk about next time. Been doing it 2.5 years. You got to have something other than rape jokes. There he goes, Ben Dalkey, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, this looks like a fun name. Let's see what this is all about. Make some noise for Nino, everybody. Nino is next here on Kill Tony.
Mothership, what the fuck is up? I don't know if you guys can tell by the way I'm dressed. but I am an essential worker. Okay, cool, don't clap, fucking assholes. But yeah, I deliver groceries for a living. Without me, Westlake and BK would starve, alright? Austin needs me! And I think I speak for all delivery drivers when I say this. If you live in an apartment complex, do not order groceries online, okay? That is for homeowners only. Because every time I go to a shitty apartment complex, you're on the 12th floor, your elevator don't work, and you don't tip. Speaking of no tips, if you're Indian, I'm not talking about Native Americans. I'm talking about Dasher Dog. Don't order groceries online, okay? Taj Beer, I swear next time you order with me, dude, I'm gonna rub your chicken masala all over my nuts and give you some real spice. Bam! Alright, that's my time, guys. Thank you.
Nino! Hi, Nino. You been on this show before?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
That went pretty well, huh?
Yeah, it was good.
Was that your best set on the show so far?
Yeah, it was.
Very good. I love it. So, you've been delivering groceries. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Gonna be 4 years in May.
4 years. And where are you originally from?
I'm from SoCal.
Okay.
Santa Ana, Orange County.
Okay, you're getting specific there. Okie dokie. And how long have you been in Austin?
Almost about 4 years too as well. I started here doing stand-up as well.
Oh, cool. Okay. And you've been delivering groceries that whole time?
About 2.5 years.
All right. And so a lot goes on in the grocery delivery business. I'd imagine when the elevators work, it's not that bad, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. But sometimes the elevators don't work.
Yeah, they don't work. You gotta use the stairs. People in the apartments for some reason want to order the heaviest shit too. Pieces of water, dog food. Just dumb shit, bro. I hate it.
Okay. All right. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up or delivering groceries?
Well, I'm not on the spectrum, but I collect toy cars.
You do?
Yeah, like Hot Wheels, 1/8 scale toys, trailers, replicas. You guys want to see the smallest toy car in the world? Yeah.
Is it in your urethra?
So this is called a Micro Mini. And Tony, open it up. I want you to open it up. It's a really... Grab it by the front wheels and open it up.
Is that like a micro machine?
Yeah. No, take out the car.
Oh, there's a smaller car in there.
Yeah. Smallest toy car in the world.
Wow, that's amazing. That is indeed a very small car. There it is. Yep, it's so small. There you go. I'm going to put it there. Okay, so that's a small car.
Yes.
I love it. You must get all the pussy.
I'm single, ladies.
They know. They know. Has a woman ever flirted with you while you're delivering groceries?
No, not really. A lot of my customers are old people, so they'll bake me like cookies, give me candies, stuff like that. So not really like hot, sexy ladies, no.
Nice. What do you do for fun around Austin?
Let's see. I like to go bar hopping sometimes. I hooked up with my first GILF a couple weeks ago.
What is a GILF?
GILF is grandma I like to fuck.
Oh, wow. So how old at ballpark was this lady?
She was probably, no lie, probably like 65.
Wow. Where'd you find her at?
Shout out to Deborah with an H.
Wow.
She literally told me that. She was like, my name's Deborah with an H. I was like, all right, cool.
Hell yeah. So where'd you meet this old bag of bones?
I met her at the airport bar right here in Austin, yeah.
Wow.
So I was on my way for one of my friend's weddings in California. And before my flight, I was like, oh, I'll have a drink. So I was at the bar. I saw she was sitting by herself. I saw she had a fat ass. So I was like, oh, shit. All right, cool. So I made my way next to her. We started talking. Next thing you know, I got her information. She was like, yeah, hit me up when you come back. And I was like, all right, cool. I hit her up. We went to I think she was staying out in Pflugerville, I want to say.
That's where they live. That's where thick-ass 65-year-olds live, isn't it?
She took me to like this local brewery.
Ah, did you see him there?
Pflugerville with an H, I know.
That's right. That's right.
And long story short, we had a couple drinks. We kicked it off. We went back to my car.
Oh, this one right here?
What? It was actually a bigger.
What kind of car do you have? What kind of Honda Civic do you have?
No. It's actually a Kia. Shout out to the Kia boys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sportage?
No, it's Forte.
Ooh.
GT.
Wow. You took a 65-year-old to a Forte? Okay.
Hell yeah.
And then what happened?
And then we started talking, and then we started hooking up.
You're in the driver's seat, she's in the passenger seat. And when you say hooking up, you mean like
we're macking it.
Right. So it's always an interesting predicament when you're in the front of a car. So who do you think was doing more of the leaning? Were you guys meeting in the dead center? You're right over the stick shift?
I kind of put my seat back a little bit. Set the mood a little bit.
Yep.
And she's taller than me. She's probably like 5'10". I'm 5'7".
Yep.
So I lean back a little bit. She's like gets on top of me a little bit. We're hooking up.
Okay, so she's the more aggressive one.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, fuck it. Like I just start pulling down my pants.
Oh shit! Is this in the parking lot of the brewery?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Nino, you really do collect Hot Wheels. Okay. So you start pulling down your pants right then and there. You got nothing to lose.
And then she puts,
Yeah.
She puts my dick in her hand, starts jacking me off, and she starts getting me sloppy toppy, dude.
Wow.
It was the best.
Damn.
The best way I could describe it is like, fellas, remember when you were a kid, you would go to a jacuzzi, and you put your dick inside the jet? That's exactly how it felt, dude. Just hot, sloppy. It was the best.
Wow.
So Flickerville.
Yeah, that's amazing. You got sloppy toppy from an oldie goldie.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You got some of that fucking.
Bro, if you're seeing this, call me. I miss you.
Wow. So she finished you off right there in the parking lot?
Yeah, I try not quick. I probably lasted about 4 minutes top.
There you go. According to a lot of the people that have been on tonight's show, you're a professional porn star. So 4.5 minutes is a real humdinger. That's incredible, dude. Absolutely amazing. So then what happened? After she finishes you off, do you just drop her off?
No, so she wanted to make out with me, but I got kind of grossed out because she just swallowed my cum.
You're damn right.
And I was kind of like, oh no, bitch, like back up.
Right.
But I still made out with her, fuck it.
Hell yeah.
We're in for seconds.
You a crazy motherfucker.
I would like you to find Christ, young man.
Who the fuck is this?
I don't know anymore.
Oh shit! Wow, big fan, dude.
Yeah.
You look good, man. You look good.
It's one of Deborah's favorite actors.
Did you fuck Deborah too, dude?
I mean, a long time ago.
Oh shit.
D-Man is famous homophobe on this show. After you made out with a girl after coming in her mouth, he's gone.
He's like, I can't take this no more.
Hell yeah. All right, Nino. Well, you did okay. You talked about your actual job. It was pretty decent. So you're getting a big jump up. Congratulations, Nino. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you want the car back? Wow, what a cheap fuck you are. I keep this one? Okay, cool. I mean, what the hell's the point? The car holder card. What am I going to do with that? I'm going to throw it in the crowd after the show. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is an action-packed show we have here tonight, and we have another one of the greatest regulars in the show's history ready right now. He is the newest regular on the show. He is known as the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great and powerful Dedrick Flynn, everybody.
Man, this shit feel good, man. I used to actually hate rich people before I got money. I did. You know, rich people got different debit cards than us. They got, maybe some of y'all got about here these little 22-pound bulletproof solid metal debit cards made out of vibranium from Wakanda. And y'all seen these motherfuckers? And they did it. The thing is, my debit card, that shit, if I throw it up in the air, it's gonna be a minute before it hit the ground. If somebody open the door, that shit gonna go right back to the top. Sometimes if I'm high and I'm bored, I just go for my debit card. You know, rich people got heavy debit cards so they can break down cocaine better. Meanwhile, I can just roll my blunts on my debit card and they don't give a fuck about me. But it's cool though, because like now that I got fame and success, I get to talk to people that like have done it. So when I get to talk to Tony, first day I got regular, I was like, yo, what should I look out for? And Tony was like, stay out the comments on Reddit. They're mean and racist. They say things I wouldn't say. And Tony wouldn't say I wouldn't do it, but the thing is that when he told me, I just had to appreciate it. But I wanted to laugh in his face because he don't know me like that. For 20 years before that, I was working customer service. They said it to my face. Dude, I was working at a car wash in Atlanta for 17 years, and a girl walked in, this old-ass fucking lady, 65 years old, walked up to me, and she called me the hard R. And that shit hurt my feelings. Because I wasn't even being one at the time. Had she caught me in some niggardly activity, I would have been like, touche. We weren't shooting dice, selling crack, rapping when you walked up. I was just a GM at a goddamn car wash. But basically, the situation happened where she came to my car wash 10 years before. And then when she showed up, the prices were higher 10 years later. Like they do everywhere else in the fucking world, right? Because today's price is not yesterday's price, but not to this racist ass bitch. She ran up to me and she said, you niggers are always raising prices. And I was like, actually, man, we devalue the neighborhood. If you gonna be racist, be right. I hate a lazy racist. That's my time, bitch.
Unbelievable. The great Kendrick Flynn with a brand new 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Doing more work than he has to do, unlike his people normally do. Normally they show up late and leave early. Not Kendrick. Not Kendrick.
It wasn't a good job before, but now I'm on time.
Yeah. You really worked customer service at a car wash?
I was customer service at a car wash. I worked fucking restaurants. I hated that car wash.
What did you do at restaurants?
Serve tables, serve beer. I used to believe in people, right? Before I worked customer service, if somebody died on the news, like 8 people died, my whole family would come together and pray for their family. And then I served one shift, and there were like 6 people died. I was like, good. You should have called me. It could have been 12.
Was it like a chain restaurant that we would know, or was it?
Logan's Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. I hate all them bitches, bro. They fired the fuck out of me because I fought somebody.
You did?
Yeah, one lady, St. Patty's Day weekend, I was working at Logan's Roadhouse in Savannah, Georgia, where they have like the biggest like St. Patty's Day parade. A lady poured mashed potatoes on my head.
Oh,
and then I beat up her husband. Because I'm Southern, you can't hit women that good. I wanted to really take it out on that, and I whooped his ass. But they got mad at me for it, so I don't work there no more.
Wow. She poured mashed potatoes on your head. Did she warn you? Was there
No, it wasn't even my shift, Tony. I was covering another nigga's shift. I shouldn't have been there.
What was the reason for it, though? What'd she get?
Yeah, so she got her a steak, and then she just wanted to keep complaining because she wanted a free steak. And I was like, hey, I can't do nothing for you. I'm a server here. They throw peanuts on the ground there.
Yeah.
If you want a good steak, go where they don't throw food on the ground.
Right. Yeah. Yep. That is true. Dedrick, what else is going on? What's the update on your big amazing advancement in life?
Bitch, I'm on tour.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going there. I don't know where y'all from, but I'm coming there. I'm in the mafia now. I get to go everywhere. All the booking places, they hit me up for they're like, hey, can you come headline here? But the message before that was like, hey, I'm new in town.
Yeah.
If I can get a guest spot, that'd be cool. Red, not responded.
Right.
Now they want me to headline because they supposed to.
Yep. Your game has changed. Sly Stallone.
Hey, yo, I was just thinking.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm too high for you.
You know, I
did not know you was there.
A lot of experience. I just suggest that you sell your mouth and buy a diversified portfolio, like a good ETF, like a basket of funds.
You do it, baby. Yeah, you know I'm a Kill Tony regular. I don't need to sell shit to make money.
Look at this. Here's the before and after. This is Dedrick 40 years later, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. This is what happens.
I would never be blind. He chose that.
Has anyone in your family ever had diabetes?
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah, you're gonna be blind. But it's cool. Blind guys can be like rock stars and shit. That's a whole thing. Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, D Madness. D Madness rocking the fucking Heisenberg hat tonight.
He don't know what that shit. He's never seen Breaking Bad. He ain't seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he hasn't seen shit.
You ever heard Breaking Bad?
Yeah, he has. D Madness, what's your favorite? You ever listen to a Sylvester Stallone movie?
Oh shit. You ain't near the mic.
Good. Picked up. We got it.
Rambo.
Oh, collateral damage. Sly Stallone. You have any behind the scenes info on what it was like filming Collateral Damage? I see the wheels turning over there.
I remember ever making a movie called Collateral Damage. I made so many movies, you know. There was Rambo 1, Rambo 2, Rambo 3, Rambo. I kind of Rambo 3. I regret. You ever see that? I fought for the Taliban in Rambo 3. That is a fact. I gave a young kid a knife at the end. I think he hijacked a plane years later. You ever see Rambo 3? I hear that.
Perfect. Dedrick, another unbelievable set. I mean, you are just a fucking freak of nature. We love you. I love you! There he goes. The great Dedrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. Back to the bucket.
By the way, I thought that was adorable that he said like a gold-plated debit card instead of a credit card. I've never seen like a debit card.
Wait till he finds out about credit cards. We are watching a kid's we are going to watch Dedrick grow up in front of our very eyes. Some people got live debit cards. Some people be having heavy debit cards. Like, he has no idea what credit even is. He almost fainted when Sylvester Stallone said diversified portfolio. We're going to get to watch him learn everything. Oh, wow. Okay. We've seen this guy before on this show. I mean, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for what some people are calling a local legend. This is the return, I believe the second time ever, of Keegan Carmichael, everybody. Here we go.
Hey, a guy strikes out 9 times out of 10. I don't know who the 10th girl is, but tell her to throw the ball. Hey, I was at the bakery, they were like, baked fresh daily. Yeah. Me too. I wish I had a burrito restaurant because burritos roll. Free delivery if you live downhill. Our only competitors, a can of soup. Hey, I have a car. It's not push to start, but it is push to keep going. Come on, guys, push. Oh, we just got passed by a burrito. Thank you.
Keegan Carmichael. Welcome back, Keegan. Now, the last time you were on the show, all we talked about the entire time was on how you reminded us of Mitch Hedberg. And after a lot of, I talk to people and, word gets around about the guy that looks and sounds and delivers like Mitch Hedberg. And it turns out that you're a genuinely very funny guy that just happens to look like and have the delivery of Mitch Hedberg. It's pretty interesting. It's kind of
Tony, what the fuck happened, man? That's a 180 right there.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's what I'm saying, is that the first time we're like, oh my god, this guy's ripping off Mitch Hedberg. And like I said, I've heard from some of my associates that it turns out that you do this every night, that you're a good writer. They've seen you do longer sets, and it's just who you are.
Thank you, associates.
This is what I mean. He's a funny guy. Okay. So Keegan, tell us more about your life. What exactly do you do with, what's a day in the life of Keegan Carmichael like?
I've just been watching like a lot of Nat Geo. I learned a lot about whales.
Yeah, what'd you learn?
Every whale was a sperm whale. Then I watched an episode about kangaroos, and I learned a lot about kangaroos.
Oh, what'd you learn about kangaroos?
Like the mama kangaroo kept the baby in her pouch. The daddy kangaroo kept the baby in his sack.
Yep, that checks out. What else, Keegan? How do you make money, Keegan? That's what the world really wants to know.
I deliver food on a bike.
That's why I see you. I see you all the time riding your bike.
You do?
Yeah, 5 times since he's been on the show.
Wow, you just see him like out on the streets riding his bike. Do you have like a basket on your bike? How do you do it?
No, that cost $100, and that's fucking crazy. I hold it. That'll make more sense later. Anyways, yes, sir. No, but it's cool. I delivered to Coach Sarkisian this week.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, the head coach of the Texas Longhorns. What did he order?
Mary's Cafe.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he get?
It's I don't know.
Okay.
It's not like a doctor confident.
He but I told him, like, I shot my shot. I was like, hey, if we need someone on special teams, I'm your guy. He was like, no. You should play quarterback.
Why? Why would he invite you to play quarterback?
They got a lot of NIL money, Tony. There's enough to go around.
Do you know how to throw a football? Really?
What kind of dumbass question? Yeah.
It's a very good question. You don't seem that mobile. You kind of sway a lot.
Yeah, it's called pocket presence.
Oh my goodness gracious! You know about this. I never would have guessed this. Wow.
But on a serious note, that really did happen, and I will go to USC, so...
That's a different school.
Yeah, well, I don't think he took me seriously.
Alright. Okay, Keegan, what else? Keegan, what else is going on in life? Anything else interesting?
I have a cast iron pan.
We know about this. I think we talked about this last time. How's it been going with the cast iron pan?
I don't know, I just wanted to mention, last time I was on, I said I was a father to a pan. And everyone was like, missed the opportunity to name him Peter. No. My pan's name is Glenn Fry, because he performs when the heat is on.
Keegan, you are two of a kind. Here's a big joke book, buddy. I like your style. Keep signing up. There he goes. He has a little athletic prowess. He does know about pocket presence, and he did catch that joke book with great ease with his left hand. Underhand, left-handed catch. One of the hardest ways to catch a joke book. A little fun fact for you. All right, back to the buckle we go. You guys still having fun out there? All right, let's see what happens next. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Sean Cantwell, everybody. Here comes Sean Cantwell. Make some noise for Sean, everybody. All right, here he goes. Sean Cantwell.
This is my first time doing stand-up, so thank you. I feel honored to know the genius. You were grooving, right? So my name's Sean. I'm from Sean Cantwell. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. 462. No, too soon. All right. Anyway, so I'm one of those people diagnosed with ADHD, right? Because I grew up in the era where we didn't have helmets. All right, you're laughing, right? Yeah, that's why I never had kids. At 47, I never had kids. So I put a helmet on my kid and ride a bike. I just ain't doing it, right? So, and this is my first time ever doing stand-up, and I'm like a ferret. I the attention span of a ferret. I crystal meth, right? Right? Come on, you got it. You got it. Spit on it. You're like, holy shit, this dude's spit on it. So I had a total minute plan. No, I didn't. No, I really didn't. No. Seriously.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Piece of triggers.
What just happened? What just happened? What the fuck did you just do? Sean, welcome. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Is stand-up something that you've ever wanted to do before?
Yes.
And how long have you wanted to do it?
About 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks. It became a passion of yours. And this is your first time ever attempting it.
Yes.
What made you want to do it on this show in front of this many people?
Because it's got something to say. You got to say it's in front of the best. You're the best.
Well, okay. I mean, that's very
nice. I'm sorry.
Okay, Pat, Sean, you are a wild, wild person. So let's just slow it down, one breath at a time. How old are you?
47.
What do you do for work?
I'm an entrepreneur, and then I left that.
What kind of entrepreneurial stuff have you done?
I'm an investment advisor.
What have you invested in?
I'm not allowed to talk about that license.
You're not allowed to talk about it?
Not in Texas.
Not in Texas.
No, it's yeah.
Okay, so your investments are all in PA, and you're not allowed to talk about it here.
It could be considered as a solicitation and licensing doesn't want you to do it.
Tony, I don't feel very safe because
I know. Listen, that's just alone. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right.
This is the guy that trained you in Rocky, isn't it?
Oh my God! Oh, come here. Yeah, bring it in.
All right.
Fun fact.
Sean, give us a fun fact about your life.
Fun fact: I trained the first professional male boxer in the United States of America.
You really did?
I helped train, yes, when I was a corner person.
You were the corner person?
No, I was the corner person.
That's what I just asked you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Are you on something right now?
I can't talk about that either.
Okay, well then put the mic in the mic stand. If you can't talk about things, then there's no point in doing an interview with somebody that can't answer questions about their job or anything.
Wait.
Yeah. Wait.
I understand the algorithm for 369. I really just want to talk to Joe Rogan and explain how the universe works.
There you go, everybody. Wow.
Infinity.
There you go.
Come on.
Sean, put the mic in the mic stand. There he goes. Sean, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. Don't sign up again. Sean Cantwell. What the hell was that? That's him. All right. Okay, you know what? Let's cleanse the room with a little something special. We have a special a special type of sage we use to cleanse the stage here at Kill Tony. He is, without a doubt, one of the greatest Kill Tony regular / golden ticket winners / forces of nature to ever come across the show. Every time he does, it's absolute insanity. You're a very lucky audience. You're here on a very special night as I present to you a man who gets to do whatever he wants on this show. A man who is the only bucket hole ever that I'm slightly afraid of. This is the great and powerful Timmy Nobrin.
So it's fucking this 2-year-old. Relax. I was 1. Guys, that need to get a much bigger pop, okay? That's some funny fucking shit, all right? I need you guys, I want this clip to go fucking viral, so I need you guys to I need you guys to all stand when I do that. I want you to take your tits out. I want you to take your fucking dick out. Black guy, I want you to like it so much you give me an N-word pass. All right. Take it from the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, what can I say? I mean, truly, a freak of nature, a beast, unlike any other. You're here on a special night as I introduce the one and the only Timmy Nobrin.
So this 2-year-old was following fuck. Take it from the top.
Sometimes in this world, you are graced upon a presence unlike any other. Someone that is simply unlike anybody else. A man who has more power than any bucket hole in the history of the show. You're here on a special night as I present to you the old golden goose. This is Timmy Nobrin.
So, how about that N-word pass? Come on, bitch, give me that shit. God damn. Look at this motherfucker. I'm gonna turn to my left. Yep, I'm gonna look right. Yeah, I'm looking at the panel to my left. I'm looking at the audience for a little bit, but then turning to the left. Nope, there we go. Look at this gay motherfucker. God damn. Look at this gay motherfucker. Your face looks red as shit, you Navajo-looking motherfucker. God damn. What's your name? Chief Squats on dick? Holy fuck. God damn. Look at this black guy. There's a black man on the face. I challenge you to a rap battle.
Let's do it!
What do you know about rap, bitch?
Let's go, bitch!
Fucking, I'm gonna suck my dick. Come over here, get on your knees and suck my dick. I'm just setting the stage. All right, give me a beat. Now, what the fuck is that? No, that's not my beat. Cut it out. No. Every time I do this move, I need you to hit the beat the right way. God damn. All right, every time I do this move, just this move right here, I need you to do the beat good. Hit me. use them in this beat. Tony, say 5 words.
Okay. Horse, white, cigarette, gun, whiskey.
Nah, this beat sucks. Nah, fuck this beat. Nah, fuck that shit. What the hell was that, Tom? Goddamn. Jesus Christ.
Give him some gangster shit.
You want to see some gangster shit? I'm going to say the N-word in 3, 2, 1. God, I got scared. I was a little afraid of that shit. My bad. Look at this motherfucker. Yo ass. Nope, I'm not saying anything. You got questions for me?
I keep noticing that your lips are moving and sometimes nothing's coming up. It appears as though if I talk, the guys move. I think. It appears as though that if I talk, his lips will move. Where the hell did you find this guy, Timmy? He doesn't understand.
Don't break the fourth wall. Don't do that. Don't you do that. That's something Rabbi does. That's something you do. God damn. Look at these lights. I'm getting tired of this shit. Look at that light. Hit me with the spotlight. I'm blind. I can't see shit. Turn up the spotlight. Oh, man. Look at this Hootie and the Blowfish looking ass. Tone number 2. God damn. Look at the light. Anyways, any other questions for me, though?
Wow, this is incredible. How did you transform? We watched you come out twice as yourself, and then you came back a third time as a black man. How were you able to do this, Timmy? Your power is no bounds.
Great question, Tom. And I know I'm turned, from the camera. That's not good for video, but that's fine. Now look, the last time I was on, I set a bar, and I was like, how do I top this bar? You know how I thought I'd do it? Blackface. That's the only way to do it, Tom. It was the only way to do it. And I said, fuck blackface, black body. And yeah, I did just gesture to my big black cock. That is something I did. Any other questions?
Wow, this is incredible. Timmy, what have you been up to lately? I know you've been busy, you've been on the road, you've had a lot of opportunities lately, so what's been happening with you? What have you been up to with this, especially with this newfound power of being able to change races and whatnot?
Well, man, yeah, I've been doing big shows on the road, just going around. I did, I did Denver, I did your fucking mom, boom, got your ass. Hit me! Yeah, I fucked your mom, hit me! I was up in it so good that she was like, God damn, I want you to be my son, hit me! She came, hit me! Any other questions?
When you fucked my mom, did you do it normal, or were you in this older, blacker man character that you're able to do now? Ever do it normal, Tony?
Yeah, I never do it normal. No, I fucked her like this. She's a saint, Tone, and I did it missionary.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is absolutely.
Can I show you my dick?
No,
Can I just take out my dick?
You definitely shouldn't.
Wait, look at this. Look at this bass player. Look at this bass player right there. He's right behind me. He's to my left. I'm gonna turn. Nope, on the left. On the left. Fuck it. Look at this sax player. The fucking piece of Goomba from Mario. What the fuck is this guy doing? Jesus Christ. I turned left. I did it. Hey, this is fun.
Yeah, it is.
He's lip syncing. I saw
if you're so fucking fat you broke the fourth wall, you piece of shit, what are you doing? Who is this guy?
That was fucked up. I don't know.
This is incredible. Timmy No Breaks somehow absolutely not knowing which way to face tonight.
Looks healthy though. Looks healthier than ever. Younger.
No, I don't. No, I definitely don't.
Wow. Timmy, have you, is there anything else that you do now that you can become a special black man? Is there anything else that you find yourself doing out in society now that you can be black sometimes?
Yeah, it's great. Really good question, Tom. Yeah. I'm going to turn my back to the audience for this one, if that's okay.
Yeah. You're going to face that way towards the audience?
Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, ever since I became, embraced the power of being an old black man that I met 10 minutes ago, I've been going to Rothschild for less a lot. I'm good at basketball. I'm not racist at all. This isn't racist at all.
What does it look like when you shoot a basketball? How exactly do you shoot a basketball? What is your form like?
Here I go. Boom. Nothing but net.
Wow. How about throwing a football? Do you know how to throw a football?
Check this shit out. Drop back. Tight it.
How about bowling? Do you have a good bowling form?
Yeah, get ready for this shit. Get ready for this shit. Yeah, I'm looking at my ball. I'm bowling right into that guy's face. What else you got?
Now, I noticed that you bowl left-handed, but you shoot basketballs and throw footballs with your right hand. Are you ambidextrous?
No, I'm just black. What are you looking at, dumbass? Wow, Red Man looks like a crazy-ass motherfucker. God, this guy looks unhealthy. I'm looking at the ground. I'm looking all around. I'm having the time of my life up here.
I gotta tell you.
Oh, look at you. I thought, fuck these glasses. Who needs them? Nope, I need them.
Wow, Timmy, I mean, you're on a whole new level. Every single time you come onto the show, you're so innovative. You completely take over. This is unbelievable. In my near just about to be 20 years in this industry, I've never seen a man with the balls, the courage, and the talent to be able to switch races. I've seen people switch genders. I've seen people switch everything about themselves. But I've never seen anything like this before. Timmy, you have done it again. You have found another way to innovate and take things to a whole nother level. You're unbelievable.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Where's my big fucking joke book?
And I gotta tell you, you're showing amazing skills. Have you been trying to be a ventriloquist? Because there's times where you're talking and your lips aren't moving at all.
You see, I've learned, Tom. I'm gonna eat your pussy. You got a pussy and I'm gonna fucking eat that shit.
Here's a big notebook, Timmy.
Hey, once we catch this.
Here we go. Here it comes.
Motherfucker, see you next time. Here I go. I'm leaving now. I'm gonna dance a little bit, but then I'm gonna go. All right, I'm walking the way. Okay, I'm walking out. Here I go. All right, I gotta go now. I'll see you guys later. Gonna be you, Code. Gonna be you on the code. I love you, bitch.
Jesus, Timmy.
Wrapping up the one, bitch, Slayer. And I gotta get the fuck out. I'm going. I'm out. Please.
Make some goddamn noise. For Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. One of my favorite things ever, man. Yeah. Yeah. No
minutes of absolute chaos. Back to the bucket. This is going to be hard to follow. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Patrick Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Cassidy.
How we all doing tonight? You guys ever walk in on your parents having sex when you're a kid? 27 times. It's awkward when they tell you to stop doing it. You keep. It's my fault the first time, actually. I was about 5. He said, "What do you want for your birthday?" I said, "I want to watch." Just a new bill. Stupid. Actually, my father passed away not too long ago. I'm pretty happy about that now. He left me his motorhome, and I'm living there at about 2 miles away from here, so I get to sign up all the time. It's pretty awesome. But I've had a hard time talking about it with all my black friends because I don't want to think I'm appropriating their culture by not having a father now. Which got me thinking about Star Wars and how Anakin Skywalker was white. Oh, damn. But then as soon as he turned black, he left his kids in. Nah, that's all right. All right. That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Patrick Cassidy. All right. There's a little something there. I can see the premise that you were going with. When Anakin Skywalker turned black, coincidentally, he did leave his children. He became Darth Vader.
Played by a guy named Hayden, and then all of a sudden, he's 6'7", played by James Earl Jones. You know.
There you go. Patrick. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 6 months. This is my 33rd time on stage.
Months. Have you ever thought about doing your comedy off stage into a microphone while a black man lip syncs your material for you?
I am now because that sounded funny and I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah,
from back there, it was hilarious.
Yeah, it was great. Did you say 6 months?
6 months, yeah.
And remind us, you've been on this show before.
I have.
And what did we learn? What did we talk about that last time?
We talked about
your father dying,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And remind us what that was all about.
Well, we've always watched the show, and then he said, when I go, better get out there and do the show. So I came out here last year for 8 weeks, and I got on the show.
Yeah.
And then
have you been doing open mics? I'm working on it.
Yeah, I just moved out here in August. I've been doing open mics ever since. I've been working on my comedy for about 3 to 4 months.
How long ago was that you were on this show? Remind me.
I was on again about 2 months ago.
Okay.
I didn't do very well, but you let me do another joke, went all right. So,
well, do you have another joke that you could do that's better than your set this time? This could be your specialty. A guy that doesn't do good in the minute and then does a joke that's better than everything he tried in the minute.
Okay.
Do you have another one?
I got a lot, but I don't know what's going to be better, to be honest with you.
Just try it. I don't think you know what's funny.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Dating's a little different now that I'm 50. Like when I was young, the only birth control was the pill. And that was kind of, I don't know, it's going to work, or she's going to take it. They didn't have Plan B. Plan B was fucking move. Plan C was Canada. Plan D was down the stairs. But I never had to go that far, thank God, because I have family in British Columbia.
There you go. Sounds like you got a lap there. Patrick, what do you do for work?
I used to do insurance, but since I moved out here, I've been door dashing a lot.
Door dashing?
On my motorcycle.
Okay. How's that going for you? How's door dashing on the motorcycle?
It's getting my RV space paid for, my truck payment paid.
Any crazy things
Vomit on the table.
happen while door dashing?
I've only been doing it for about 3 weeks because before that I had, all Dad's money.
You spent that?
Yeah.
What did you spend that on?
Just rent and food. Hookers and blow.
Did you really spend it on hookers and blow?
No, I'm too old for that.
Do you do blow?
I used to. I've done it before. I'm not a big unless it's girlfriend. Why? It doesn't make sense, right?
Your delivery system sucks. Have you ever thought about enunciating so that people understand the words that you're saying?
Yes, I'm very nervous, but
okay.
In front of one of my heroes right now.
That's what happens. He's a big fan of Sylvester Stallone, obviously.
Don't be scared, when I was about to fight Club of Lang, and my legs are going all scared. Then I realized I had written a movie, and we weren't actually going to be punching each other.
There you go. That's a good way to move. Patrick, it's tough to follow Timmy No.
Yeah, I was hoping to follow that other guy. If not,
I don't know if it would have gone that much better.
Probably wouldn't have, actually. You're right.
You got a little joke book last time?
I did get a little joke book.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That is where it will remain. We'll see you again soon. Patrick Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen. And keep it moving real fast here as we come around the corner. This should be the last bucket full of the night. Make some noise for one of our very own. This is make some noise for Heidi, everybody. Make sure you check out Love on the Line at HeidiRegina.com. Again, this episode brought to you by Talkspace. This is actually one of our very own team members around here. Make some noise for a brand new minute from Dusty Carter, everybody. Dusty Carter.
I recently made a horrible mistake. I cut off all my hair and most of my beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus if his first miracle was turning water into meth. You know, I got tired of walking around looking like a caveman who had been thawed from ice. The problem is now I just look like a white guy hired by it. I was at my daughter's school the other day and I overheard these two ladies talking about a deaf kid that had been learning sign language. And then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July. Messed up some digits. I was like, that is so sad. That little boy was born deaf. Then he developed a lisp. It's okay for the rest of y'all to laugh. Hell, if he was here, he wouldn't have hurt you. That's my time.
Dusty Carter with exactly 58 seconds. Hi, Dusty.
Hey, Tony, how are you doing, boss?
Great, buddy. Good to see you, man. Not a lot of people know this, but Dusty, a little fun fact, opens one half of the curtains for everybody that comes out here.
Yeah!
Isn't that interesting? It's like some inside showbiz stuff. There's two guys right on the other side of those curtains. One of them is Dusty, and then there's another guy. And then when I say the person's name, they wait 1 second for the band to start playing, and then they pull the curtains that way. Isn't that interesting?
High-tech.
High-tech stuff.
High-tech shit.
Dusty also puts together the table every Sunday night.
Yes.
With another guy. It used to take 2 hours, and then it took an hour and a half, and I believe they've now got it all the way down to what? 58 minutes. 58 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Would you guys like to put together an LED table? That's not easy.
No. 58 though. Why didn't you say you took an hour?
No, they're timing themselves. Yeah, they take it very seriously.
Yeah, it's more of a challenge than, anything, just to see if we can beat what we did before.
Yeah.
Because each week it's something different, because this isn't the only show they have here. They have other shows, and then we have to sort through wires and things.
Right.
Make sure we got everything y'all need to enjoy what we do, or they do.
You're damn right. Absolutely. Dusty, you mentioned having a daughter. How old's your daughter?
She is 11.
Nice. And how's that going?
She's amazing. She's excelling at everything, and she's loving school right now. She's with her mom this year while I got settled in Austin, and she'll be back with me this fall.
Nice.
Yes. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Being a dad is the most rewarding and stressful thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Yeah, that's your only child?
No, I have a son that's 26.
You have a 26-year-old son. How old are you?
I'm 45, Tony.
Wow.
Yeah, prison has a lot of preservatives in its food.
Yeah. And you were in prison for what again?
Manufacturing methamphetamine.
There you go. The crowd goes wild. Welcome to the Kill Tony universe, where you get a standing ovation for making meth.
You never dabbled in holler healthcare?
No. Tell us about it. What's making meth like?
It's not like Breaking Bad. That was sissy shit. I used to do mine in the woods in 45 minutes, and it'd be 90% pure.
Wow.
What needs all that laboratory equipment when you're just fucking moonshining?
Right. I would ask you your secrets or your process, but I immediately realized that that's probably
entertainment
YouTube
for entertainment purposes only. We can talk about whatever we want. We can write books.
Oh, interesting.
By the way, Tony, I'm here to promote my coloring book.
You got a coloring book flight?
Yeah. That's why I'm here, kind of to promote that. Wow. I haven't talked about it like at all.
What's your coloring book?
Well, it's an adult coloring book, you know, and like the subject is very mature, you know. Like the pictures you color in, you know, of like scenes from September 11th, just to honor those fallen, those who got 9/11. Nice book. And at the end, you know, there's like a centerfold pop out big of those who fallen at the 9/11 memorial. Anyway, I'm sales now.
And KyleDunnigan.com. That's the only place to buy the coloring book. Dusty, a great appearance, fun times. You're a likable guy. There's a lot of funny.
There goes Dusty Carter, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what an episode we've had. I mean, this had
3 regulars and a golden ticket winner, the return of a couple great old characters, and now there's only one way to end an episode like this, and that's with the man with the most appearances ever in this show's history, the most interviews, the Hall of Famer, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, the magazine monster, the elevator Exceller, the ZipRecruiter, Zebra, the Talkspace Tycoon. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go.
Quick housekeeping announcement. There's an Astro van parked out front. It's filled with guys in turbans reciting prayers, like frantically reciting prayers. Anyway, so I'm watching this Diddy documentary, The Reckoning, and I didn't realize that early in his career, Diddy hosted a celebrity basketball game where 9 people were trampled to death when they were rushing into the gym to get a seat. Apparently, they thought it was an Aphex Twin concert. Is it just me, or has the Taliban gotten too woke? I've always wanted to go to a mafioso Christmas party and be like, hey, wait, this mistletoe has a tiny little microphone hanging down. A teenager wants to be a lion tamer jumped in the lion enclosure in a Brazilian zoo. If he had not been eaten alive by the lions, it would have gone really well. Okay, that's how I died.
Thank you, Jimmy. 7 seconds for the man who's done it the most. And still adding to his resume, the great William Montgomery.
So nice to be here. I'm excited. I started back on the row machine yesterday. And Tony Yayo, I got to say, man, one of your buddies up there is super high in the green room. He's been asleep this whole time. I drew a mustache on his fucking ass with a Sharpie. I hope he doesn't get mad when he wakes up. Please hit my back when he wakes up.
That is possible.
Yeah, the motherfucker's wasted up there, Tony. Yeah, but he's having fun.
Yeah, he's having a good time. I love it. William, you're back on the row machine. You've been doing your puzzles? You've been making puzzles?
Yes, I'm almost finished with the one that's filled with cakes. I ended up taking a break last week. I was out of the mood with the puzzles, but now I'm back at it tonight, and tomorrow I'll be done.
What kind of cakes are on this puzzle?
Yo.
Oh my God, Tony. I mean, they all have blue icing, which makes it super difficult. Some of them also have red icing. Some of them also have a little purple icing. There's just all kinds, but all of them have blue icing, Tony, which makes it really hard. It's a really hard puzzle. 1,000 piece.
1,000 piece.
Yeah, some of them have it's like blue and purple, blue and yellow.
But there's no specific types of cake. There's no like.
One is strawberry because one of them has red on the inside. One of them has white on the inside. Yell it, thanks, dumbass. Is that what you wanted, you fucking idiot? What you want me to yell? It was a strawberry cake, you fucking idiot.
Wow, you are mad at that guy guy in the crowd.
Fucking mad at that fucking idiot. What did he want me to fucking yell? Oh, it's a strawberry cake. I'm trying to have fun tonight, Tony.
Yeah. Well, what's fun to you?
I don't know how.
What's? Oh my God! How depressing is that?
Yeah.
For no reason whatsoever. Oh. All right. So what are you having fun with lately? What are you passionate about? Yeah. Anything, William? Is there anything that you're excited about in all of life?
I ate a banana earlier. It was pretty good. I hadn't had a banana in a while. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God, it was a really great banana, Tony.
Oh. Wow, you had a good banana. What did you have with the banana?
A little bit of peanut butter, Tony.
Let's just get this
with a little bit of honey, Tony.
We love that.
It's a Metamucil because I haven't been shitting it yet.
Metamucil?
Wow. Yeah, sugar-free Metamucil.
Oh, sugar-free Metamucil, right? When
it's horrible.
Oh my God, what does it taste like?
Like Tang. And it looks like Tang too. It's orange.
Wow.
So it's been fun mixing up the different mixtures, seeing how much I can put in there.
Okay.
It still dissolves. Yeah.
And the Metamucil makes you feel better?
Yeah, it makes my tummy feel a little better, Tony.
Really?
Better freaking doo-doo today, Tony.
Oh my goodness. How have your duties been lately? Solid?
They've been okay when I can. I mean, it's been 2 fucking days. I think it was because I was eating a bunch of Butterfingers out in Tulsa.
What were you doing eating Butterfingers in Tulsa?
Starving, Tony, and I felt weird. It was freezing cold, and I was in the hotel room, and I don't want to leave the hotel room, and I'm watching some football, and it's like, well, I can't do it though, and I got to before the sets later on, and 20 minutes later, I'm able to do it, so it's okay.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, so exciting.
Sylvester Stallone, have you ever seen anything quite like William Montgomery before?
No, but I believe. Thank you so much for having me, Tony.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Well, we are at the end of the show. Do you have any favorites on the...
Features firefighters pouring syrup on a giant stack of pancakes as one firefighter jumps the needs more syrup. And while the bowl is filled with syrup and shows the syrup dripping out, the float looks a lot like a firefighter with a hose that doesn't have water. Critics compare the imagery to real firefighters running out of water during the wildfires in January. The association says it's designed to honor firefighters and celebrate teamwork, not reference fires or offend anyone. Amy King, KFI News, another powerful winter storm system is disrupting holiday travel across much of the country. People are under winter weather alerts for the Northern 3,500 flights have been delayed nationwide because 400 canceled as of midday. ABC's Morgan Norwood says snow began falling this morning in parts of Colorado, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Much of that snow will overnight. It's dangerous. Black ice on drivers. Forecasters say a strong line of storms are developing from the Great Lakes into the Mid-South with the potential to cause travel delays in Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, and Memphis. President Trump says leaders of Russia and Ukraine want to make a deal to end the war. He made the comments as he was getting ready to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago. Trump says before that meeting he had a productive phone call with Russian President Putin. Zelensky said he planned to discuss territorial secession, an issue that has so far been a red line for Ukraine. French screen icon Brigitte Bardot has died. She passed away today at her home in southern France. Bardot rose to international fame in the 1956 film God-Faced Woman, which featured a global sex symbol. Give me one left.
Bardot was 94 years old. Right now we're going to a crash on the 110 in downtown LA.
Those things that are subject to some stuff. So that one was close to that. So the couple hold out.
Straight and involved two vehicles, and they are blocking the right lane. Traffic starting to stack up around Stadium Way. In Silver Lake, there's still crashes on the 101 northbound after Silver Lake Boulevard. It is over to the right shoulder, but traffic is still slow there for Echo Park. In Cerritos on the 605 southbound before Alondra, got a stall that's blocking Carnival Way. And in the Lone Pass on the 15 southbound over Escape Ramp, got an accident that was hit and run with injuries and is over to the right shoulder. And at Riverside on the 91 eastbound before 14th Street, still working on getting that vehicle to went up the right side embankment back onto the roadway.
Sorry,
California, trail.
Maybe get this messages. Let me get.
iHeart 20 years ago. Next with more Americans than TV, digital, social, and other media. And twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers superior times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart.
They can still get it in the book. In other words, one thing says, something goes swimming at 8:40. Another one, 9 o'clock. That's fine. In other words, even if we were that's why I'm not buying it. Was it? But funny. I seem to see that people have one of the things I think one of the most important things a person can possess is to take something just understand the message that you're transmitting. So it's not important. Job here, whether it's whatever it is, sure, there's never a shortage of excuses. But if you, whatever it is, it's not enough. Things that are important to us, always. I just think to be exact, right? 8 out of the 12 and then the third in Shikuba. Again, because the arguments people why they can't
a self-check. If you're not on time for something, broadcast without that. Broadcast is this is not important enough for me. Now, again, maybe saying other things are more important than this, and that's what I'm going to be raising. Just understand there's a lack of time in this. Communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life.
Yeah, some people are employing a new tactic.
We're trying to promote to other people or giving off to other people. We don't even intend to do it. But for myself, again, it's looking up. But I think it's interesting to see this range of people when it comes to time. Okay, there you go. LSC become the office. What's this? She tries to figure out what the has this Hakira. So what is this Hakira? So that's okay. So the tempting to say maybe the Hakira is what time, meaning exact time that a person is right at the event occurs. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability of national decision. So what would be the Hakira? Unless we become up to Yovel. What year in Yovel cycle did the murder occur? We already asked it. How do they use a Shavuot? So something that that's one of the first questions, right? What year in the cycle is going on? Yovel. No. The question is also never again. Yovel's like Yovel's
signing up for last
like
for $18 and signing up for $18
it's all part of the same time of $12, right? If you think about it, think about what it counts. We count hours, right? We count hours, we count actually we count minutes. Job as triple what's the whole load? I don't know, whatever, right? So after this. So we count, right? We count minutes, we count hours, we count days, we count weeks, we count months, we count years. We count years in a Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in Yovel, and we count Yovelos as well. We count every single unit of time. Because of us, like, what's interesting is the same lesson that keeps repeating over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource, and therefore time management is the most important tool. That's why, again, going back to Friday thought, we saw the accounting of other Rishon's day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not every hour was great. Every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolutely time management. Again, are we going to get down to the colloquial? Exactly what I feel it was. Right? I don't know what the colloquial, right? But okay, so maybe I'm not managing the minutes in it. That's probably how the virus gets out of it. But at least to manage the hours in life. Not to let the hours slip through every person into a personalistic success. So maybe, again, the question is, maybe the Hakira is what number Yovel are we? Even nowadays, the Shabbat will buy days. The other day says, no, you don't need to talk about Yovel. As long as this is know what number here in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than enough. So most like, so therefore, interestingly enough, just be, okay, so what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 Hakiros, and what you taught us is, interestingly enough, with the car, the source of those Hakiros, not the Hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses saw what they saw, at least they present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 Hakiros comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the conglomeration of Yeridakos, individual worship of the Torah, and the Torah. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Darashta Fakata Hativ, Darashta Hativ, Darshu Hativ. There's an opinion that says that there's an 8 Hakira. Halacha likes that we reject that opinion. We go with the 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah, but after the biblical source. It's incredible. Says,
I really want to see Stranger
Rabbi Yossi came along and said that guys getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi says there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Is it Yom? What day do they kill Shimon? Is it Shah? What time do they kill Shimon? And then also, whenever you see Shah never means 8:45. What does Shah mean? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And the Days of Makar. What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's That's WC's request. So the Gemara says, but the very thing is, Yossi says, according to you, let's say witnesses show up, right? The witnesses say yesterday, right? So let's say Monday. Which makes me think that, so what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday. So they say yesterday, Reuben told Shimon. And he said yesterday, are we going to say, oh no, Be'ez HaShavua, Be'ez HaShana, Be'ez HaChodesh, Chol HaChodesh? So we'll say citizens, Rabbi Yosef actually like this. You know, if witnesses show up and say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuben told Shimon. You're going to start asking the other witnesses all of these questions, like, but which year was it, right? Which year, which month, what year was it? Just told you yesterday. So in other words, Rabbi Yossi is trying to highlight is that very often all of these factors that come on espousing are unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday, moving to Shimon, so because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 or 4 questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All the other questions very often just unnecessary. That's what he also says. So the Gemara says, literally just saw moving just saw. So say to Yossi, are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time? So the rest of us say, so the conversation of Yossi, yes, because you're back on you. Ella, I put up to Rothschild, Ranura, Alibra, Shimon, and I also compensate to Yossi. You're right. It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but we will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to oppose. We need to share this information in accordance with what Shimon and Allah. Let's remember again, Shimon was one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get the testimony not just the word. Remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. So therefore, again, when some essentially say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary. So we ask them anyway. We ask them anyway in an effort, first of all, to ensure that the witness is really telling the truth. And if they end up with a trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. When the Yossi says, Emesh Hargu Shia, the Rav Edros, Achshav Hargu Shia. This will respond that witnesses coming in and saying hello for the nice star. You didn't kill Shimon yesterday. That's a common case. Witnesses coming in today and saying just saw you didn't kill Shimon. That's not common. And therefore, Allah for the nice again, we're not really that is going to act true. Alright, now say, so bottom line, Allah for the nice again, it's coming from the radio on iHeart today. They've been worth 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. What day, and
that reach means everything.
Just think about the universal capital cases.
The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, just call 844-844-iHeart and get radio working for you. Did you know that over 70% of people sign up for a course without hiring a lawyer? The course is built for them. I'm here. I spent 20 years as a divorce attorney, and I built a course to give you support to
They definitely measure hours, that's for sure.
everything you need is in the right place.
Yeah,
From filing to organizing your finances and building a parenting plan. Our smart technology adds transparency and speed, while real experts, lawyers, mediators, and financial pros are there just in case you need some extra help along the way. We've helped over 15,000 people move forward, 97% of them without going to court. And we're proud to be the highest rated online divorce platform on Trustpilot. Divorce is hard. The process shouldn't make it harder. Start your next chapter at hellodivorce.com. Anti-Semitism takes many forms, from a passing comment in casual conversation to vandalism and even violence. Shine a Light is a national initiative to spotlight anti-Semitism. A coalition of over 60 Jewish and non-Jewish organizations from across the U.S. and Canada, Shine a Light draws inspiration from Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, to encourage Jews and allies to speak out against anti-Semitism and send a message that one single light can dispel darkness. Join us at shinealight.com.
We all have eyelids. Close them. Open them. How do they feel? If you've ever experienced red, itchy, irritated eyelids, it might be an eyelid disease called Demodex blepharitis. But here's the twist. Demodex blepharitis is caused by tiny mites living on your eyelids. Surprised? Most people are. But there's something you can do. Stay calm and visit eyelidcheck.com. And together with your eye doctor, you can make a plan. Don't freak out. Get checked out. Sponsored by Tarsus Pharmaceuticals.
Black beans, Roman beans, Peruvian beans. You are all about the soya beans, huh? Let's just hear about it. Beans again. Red beans, pinto beans.
Perfect for some chili.
White beans.
Those in a soup.
Cannellini beans. Great on salads. And garbanzo beans.
These, I'm making empty cups.
Everything sounds really good.
With so many options, why not Goya beans again and again and again? Find them in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to save on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location. All supplies last.
Hey, it's Nora Jones. My podcast Playing Along is back. More of my favorite musicians. Check out my new episode with John Legend.
I feel like in a lot of ways our careers are parallel in some ways. Life is just never intersected for some reason.
I know.
Okay, so
Listen to Nora Jones Playing Along on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Nora Jones Playing Along and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
More stimulating talk. There's no business line. I'm 640 more stimulating talk past the show business questions. So we're diving on the talkback tonight. If you're on the iHeartRadio app, hit that talkback button and let us know what is the show you would love to see rebooted. If we have a Netflix corner, merger, collaboration, whatever you want to call it, or Warner Brothers, Paramount, and let's say that you got a bunch of creatives sitting around going, how are we going to launch this thing? What can we do to make a splash? How do we make some money real fast? What is it you would like to see them reboot?
Hey Chris, I left you a message earlier. I thought of one more that is right up there on my list, which would be 16 under.
Oh, yeah. Right on. Yeah, you guys are talking about the one that I think I yeah, they did the movie, right? We have played Margot Robbie.
I was thinking Margot Robbie. Yeah, Margot Robbie was perfect.
But never went ahead and
I think the marketing that is dangerous.
She would be perfect. I think that's something nice.
Yeah.
If you think anybody else, I don't know.
Isla Fisher. Oh, Isla Fisher would be good. Isla Fisher would be good. I can think of a few.
So that Ashley's changed.
Is this like is your storytelling in interviews, like reading something else, like anything like that or something? How do you try to get to the bottom?
Sylvester Stallone projects that you've seen?
I loved you in Predator. I thought you were wonderful killing off the Predator. That was wonderful when you put the mud on your body.
Talk about.
That was really cool. I love that part.
Oh, this close to thing in front of me, pal. You're gonna get the horns right here.
Did that? Hold on, Sylvester. Did that one guy?
That's a baby longhorn that I murdered myself. Strangled it in front of his mother.
Sylvester, did that one guy actually shave in the jungle without the shaving cream? Did that
You
actually
got
happen?
the wrong movie, buddy.
Huh?
I think you're the wrong guy.
Yeah,
That is the Arnold Schwarzenegger guy.
That's very disrespectful. You're thinking of Arnold. You're thinking of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Why are you shaking your head like a fucking idiot, dumbass? I almost didn't have to interact with your fucking ass this entire night. I was feeling pretty good.
man.
What's that little cigarette you're smoking? What is that, a Virginia Slim? You fucking pussy. What are you fucking
Speaking of, you didn't think I was gonna look down there?
Fucking idiot.
It's Christmas. That I met Simon was they asked me to be a guest judge for his poem to the that I met Simon with.
Fucking highlight of my day is drinking Metamucil, you fucking idiot. Why are you coming after me? Why do you think coming after me was a good idea, dumbass? Yeah, after your mom and I are fucking done in her bedroom, which is way too hot all the time, she's smoking those fucking Virginia Slims. Whatever, Robin Hood.
Whoa. Roasted by Red Man. The crowd doesn't know how to handle it because.
What are you referring to? This hat I got for my sweet dead grandmother B?
Your grandmother
referring to, or whoever you were referring to?
His grandmother's name was B?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That's adorable.
We called her Queen Bee. We used to fuck her from behind.
Whoa. Red Man is roasty tonight. They're having a I fucked your mom and grandma He called your bluff and raised you a grandma, everyone. It appears as though William is short-circuiting right now and doesn't know how to handle this situation. Could you Grammy tell you all about that Metamucil wheel? Okay, Red Band, very good.
Fucking mom did, dumbass. A couple years
Oh, wow.
fucking did.
It's a grandma-mom battle that's going nowhere. Before we let you go, I want to, because it's not easy to get a powerful guest like Sylvester Stallone here, and you accidentally named an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I'm going to give you another chance here. Is there a favorite Sylvester Stallone film that you have that you would like to say right now?
What, is it Rudy? Aren't you the kid in Rudy?
Kick his ass. That's what I got.
Is that what it is?
Don't kick his ass, Sly. Don't kick his ass. Let's give him another guess here. This is the great Sly Stallone.
Aren't you the coach of Bad News Bears? Is Bad News Bears? No.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Sly. I don't know what to do.
What's stopping me is the mental illness. I don't attack mentally ill people. It looks bad on TMZ.
It's true.
It's slippy. They don't show that part.
Yeah.
It's naming the wrong movies.
Yeah.
They just show Stallone beating up a retarded guy.
I'm going to give you one more chance here. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. We have Sly Stallone. You should pay your respects. You must have a favorite Sly Stallone movie. Do not leave your hotel much. You don't leave your house much. You watch and you consume a lot of television and movies. This should be very easy for you. What is one of your favorite Sly Stallone movies?
Rocky 3.
Oh,
Rocky 3. That was my favorite one. I thought you were great at Rocky.
All right, Rocky.
Well, a real climax there at William and improv guru, some would say. Absolutely amazing. William, anything else you want to say before we leave here?
Its mom will shoot your chain.
Wow, Redman, do you think you could create more silence in that?
Yeah, you're fucking
in my party machine
fucking
and she goes, up she goes.
funny.
Something on a beam in the air she goes. Where? There she goes. Up a little bit higher. Oh, nice. It's on fire.
Someone just broke a beer bottle over their head right now. William, anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
Here we are.
Just fucking yell something, William. Really, it's just such an easy job at this point. This entire world, where all you have to do is literally just go. Thank you. Good night, everybody. And I name the things, and then we're fucking out of here.
So vast and endless. They're so small. My crowd. I think they're giants. They're not even dust in God's eye.
There's been a mistake. You're not one of them. You got mailed to the wrong address.
I did, didn't I? Look, shooting star.
It was a long one. My pops used to tell me, every time you saw one, it was a soul going to heaven.
I like that. Are we supposed to wish on it?
Why? What would you wish for?
Did you know that in 2020, Sabrina Ionescu became the first player in NCAA history of any gender to reach 2,000 points?
On my party machine and it's up she goes, up she goes. Something on a beam in the air she goes. Where? There she goes.
See CapitaOne.com/SportsCashPlus for details.
Certified freak, 7 days a week. Drink ass pussy, make that pillow get higher. Shooters on fire. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Fucking in a moment with this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got. Look at my eyes, pussy is wet. Come take a dive, tie me up like I'm surprised. That's what. I said certified free, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that pull out get weak. Yeah, fuck you with some wet ass pussy. Real fucking in a mouth. Fuck this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got. Put this wet ass pussy.
Big iHeart, streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us
We need your help to protect your rights in AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need. The key information from our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. The time is running out. Please text the 2 letters AM to 52886. Ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. Text AM to 52886. Message may receive. You may receive up to 4 messages per month. Stop the message from the station. Or 24-hour plumbing and burger service.
What do you do when the monstrous man This is the story of a detective who thought he was left alone until he came here to take care of him. I said, you're going to save my face for the name of the yacht. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search your girlfriends, untouchable, and start listening today.
He said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. Fuck. This one's gonna be hard. Yeah, that song sucks, girl. Sing my song. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Fill a bucket in a mop for some wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun. You ever heard this song, bitch? Well, you're going to. You're going to live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. How do you like that song, you stupid bitch? Yeah, give me that North Face coat back. Oh.
Something fun. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun. You ever heard this song, bitch? Well, you're going to. You're gonna live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Bitch, your sense of music sucks. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun, girl. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a girl, your sense of music sucks. Girl, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something hot, baby. You like this song? Well, guess what, girl? You're gonna live it. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, Rabbi Nick, take a charge. Bitch, your sense of music. Oh, fuck. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. You ever leak? Fuck. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. You ever live a song, girl? There's some hoes in their house. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Woo! Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, Rabbi. Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Let's play something fun. You ever heard this song, bitch? Well, you going to. You gonna live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something hot. Yo, what up? Yo, how you living, pimp? Dog, I meet a lot of people. What's new, big? What were we fucking dating? Hey, I'm glad it was good for you, dog. I like your personality, big dog. What's new? Oh yeah, your your fucking Aggies suck dick in the college football playoff. Right, that's okay. At least made the college football playoff. That's an accomplishment. Yeah, and why not? You're like at a pretty big football school. What'd you do? Hold hands? Dog. You need to tell, dog. I can tell you guys are using stick shift on each other. All right. Yeah. All right. So you got the Aggies, and you had a pretty good women's basketball team a few years ago. Like, dog, you need to get into sports, man. What else is there to do in conversation? Oh yeah. Wait, why don't you go to the game? Oh, so what do you want to be? You want to be you gonna run for governor? Oh, is that what you want to do? So you were in the White House. Was that baller? All right, very. All right, I'm glad we have a bunch of. All right, so like what in particular? Fuck yeah, GSA. They had some co- they had some college kid changing names of buildings. Hold on. Of course, I know Bonnie Blue Dog. Why? Why do you want to ban her? No, there's a lot of people in the United States who aren't good for the country. That doesn't mean they should. Yeah. Okay. What did she do wrong aside from getting dicked by 1,000 guys? I'll wait. No, that's what the president did. Hold on. Don't you find that to be a bit contradictory that the president can? Okay, just look at the testimony of Katie Johnson. It's on YouTube. It's 30 minutes long, and she talks about how the president raped her and took her virginity. And when she asked him what she's supposed to do if she gets pregnant, he quote said, "Then you get an abortion, bitch." Just for a moment, I've got some friends here. Not you, don't worry. No, that's not Sonica. How's your day going, big dog? Hey, how are you? What's new? Dog. I get it all the time. This is just part of my life. Yo, what'd you say? I'm your fun? I don't know what you're saying, man. All right, so Jason, back. Go watch it, Katie Johnson. Dog, I'm talking. Yes, sir. Watch it right now. Yeah, I'll watch it with you. It's 30 minutes. That's not long at all, dude. Quit with that shit. If you're allowed, type in Katie Johnson. Yeah, that one. She was gonna sue him, but then uh ended up getting threatened by people in his administration and pulled out her case. Excellent, man. I'm here for it. It's sick. I mean, it's really sad. Yeah, oh yeah, she was recruited by Epstein. She was recruited as a model. Yo, what up, Zoo? Zoot, my friend here, he is the Bonnie Blue expert. I mean, he's watched her documentary. And then I got my man in here, Jason, who tried to personally ban Bonnie Blue from the United States. This is like, I, this is like, right, well, my man here tried to get her banned from the United States. Zoot's coming after. Zoot, no. I think that you should allow people to do what they want to do. In terms of your legislation that you proposed, I think it's wrong to single out one individual. If you wanted to say, let's not have any foreign porn stars or sex work in the United States, that's how I would have gone about it. As opposed, okay, so Bonnie Blue wasn't mentioned in. But she's not the head of she's not the head of the state. Oh, incorrect. Incorrect, dog. You know how many foreign porn stars are in the United States making far more videos than she ever has? Like, that's true. So you're basically going for easily graspable fruit. Like, just because she got on your radar, just because she got on your radar somehow through TikTok in in Zoot's life, no doubt. Oh wow! Congratulations, you went after the two people who made headlines. Why didn't you go after? Well, I don't know her. Why didn't you go after every OnlyFans model who is foreign in the United States? So okay, I don't know. I'm gonna just I mean, wait, but let's talk about that for a second. So you've done a bunch of research on Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, but not the commander in chief. Like, that would be the first thing that I would do. And I understand that you don't want to piss off the people who are giving you an opportunity, but you are literally in the White House. Why wouldn't you just start looking at the highest person in government? Doug, Doug. There are like, okay, I stream my life online. Okay, so I'm an exception. But to Zoot and to you, I bet you don't have as many pictures as Donald Trump has in some compromising positions with convicted sex offenders. Just bet you don't have on all of Facebook. You don't have that many public pictures as this person does. There's obviously this man was doing something that was perhaps highly illegal, and I've given you evidence to watch, and I understand that we've been interrupted. I get that. I'm going to sit here for 29 minutes with you, and until you watch it, then we're not on the same playing ground. I mean, basically, I have more knowledge on the subject than you do. You watch exactly. So if you watch it, then you're going to recognize that wow, the guy who they elected is incredibly guilty if what this one person says is true. But it's not just him. There are other people who have talked about. I mean, he's a convicted felon and rapist. Sexual assault. I get that. I get that. I get that. But to me, you seem like a lackey. To me, you seem like a lackey. Basically, someone who is just going to toe the line for whatever the boss says when you don't have the open mindedness to just look into all of this evidence. Look, I'm not saying Donald Trump raped anybody. I'm saying this woman says that he raped her. So just watch it. That's all I have to say. I get that. I get that you're in at a university that gave you this opportunity, but at well, whoever gave you the opportunity, you didn't look into the president, and the fact that you didn't. When I said the term lackey, if you don't know what it means a follower. You're just following. You're just like blindly following. Now, look, I personally don't like to get political, but in this case, just watch what Katie Johnson says. It's 29 minutes. She talks about the multiple rapes. She talks about him taking her virginity and with some other woman there. And then you've got E. Jean Carroll, who said that she was sexually assaulted. There are other people who have allegedly been sexually assaulted by him. And if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. I mean, look, if you know who the stand-up comedian Cat Williams is, he's got a a joke, but it's true. If one person says that you smoke crack, you might not smoke crack. If there are multiple people who say that you smoke crack, you might be a crack smoker. And it's like where there's smoke, there's fire. And in this situation, I want to defend him. I want to defend Donald Trump as best as I can, but after I saw the Katie Johnson testimony, I understand they blur her face. I get that. I 100% understand that because she has been threatened and such. But once I heard what he allegedly did, and I see why would she put herself out there? She's not political. She's not working for the Democratic Party. She really wants to stay anonymous, but she wanted people to know. Now she did this interview in 2016 or so, and the American people were able to make their decision not just in 2016, but again in 2020, perhaps, and again in 2024. Uh, what's the problem, Zoo? Yeah, there's majorly an alternative. I'm not saying that I would have done it either. Just not go and say, look, I get that. I get that. I get that. I get that. Just watch the. I've got 29 minutes for you. Let's watch it. What did I do? What? May I ask what? Oh yeah, definitely. I'm on muscle, baby. You should. That's not even the thickest part of me, baby. Dog, why do you click your mouse so much when you're watching a video? What up, puppy girlfriend? How you- What's up, girl? It closed out? What do you mean? Oh, I didn't kick you out. I'm the only person who has the ability to do that. Are you sure Discord didn't like crash or something? Okay, so how are you and your friend doing? All right, any plans to visit before the new year? Is that your friend? No way, you got to meet. You got to meet. That's wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, congratulations. Oh, I'm very happy for you. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Well, don't spend time with me. Go spend time with your boy. Absolutely. I'm really well, thankfully, and I'm really happy for you. Not as well as you're doing. Good, but good on you, girl. Okay, how was that? Did you go with your friend? Wow, that's pretty serious. All right, very well. That's pretty serious, girl. Jason, Jason, Jason. Absolutely. You don't file federal lawsuits if you just are making something up. Generally, just watch it, Jason. Just watch it. Are you saying bye? Bye bye. Peace. Take care. Good on you, girl.
Streaming radio and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
Bad breath is a confidence killer. You have the best outfit, the funniest jokes, but if your breath smells like the food you just ate, it's okay. Remember, most gums and mints just cover it up. It's like spring perfume on your water. Selden's Minty Mouth is different. It's the functional breath freshener that you swallow. Clinically tested to fight toughness competitors. Garlic and onions. Go to Selmins.com. That's CELMINS.com. Use the code RADIO for 15% off your first order. Facts matter. Here are the facts. Fact. Wilshire Law Firm is California's number one personal injury law firm. Fact. We recovered our $2 million for our clients. Fact. 100 plus attorneys and 500 legal professionals ready to work for you. Fact. Our consultation. Fact. No fees unless you win. Wilshire Law Firm certified to the maximum balance issue you deserve.
What up, baby? Okay, tell me all about it, Big Dog. Right. Yes. Yes, I did know this. All right. Well, I don't think he's been canceled. Okay, so how is anti-trans, anti-Israel? I'll wait. He wouldn't have gotten. Hey, my man Jason, watch the Katie Trump. I know it was Katie Johnson. Um, I, okay, that's not her. So Zook, get your facts straight before you just start throwing out words. Doug, you're wasting my time. You're wasting my time. I was doing something before you came in. I'm giving you my time. You watch these 29 minutes, and then we'll talk. Jason. It's not out there at all. Absolutely not. Watch the rest of it. Look, watch the rest of it. Okay? I do too. Zoot, are you excited for stand up tonight? What were you saying, Zoot? You think that what? So, Zoot, how many hours until stand up? 4 hours. Okay. So, do you know what you're gonna say? Why is that, Zoot? Well, and then there are the stories that so he not only went to them, he bought it. He bought the Miss Universe pageant and the Miss Teen USA whatever pageant, and then he would go behind backstage. And this is out there. This is okay. Well, if you're not a pro, it is it is creepy. It's absolutely creepy. And he would just come in and surprise them when they were all getting ready. That's creepy. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll name them for you right now. Oh, her name is her name, her name is Virginia. Her name is Virginia Guilfoyle. Yeah, Gifyre, something like that. It's my man. Of 29 minutes of Katie Johnson's testimony. That's all you fucking need. All right. Well, you're doing a lot of talking and not a lot of watching. If you have to, if you have to, if you I understand. I understand. So if you have to, deafen yourself for 15 minutes. Deafen yourself for 15 minutes, and then you come back and we'll tell you all about the teen pageants and all that other stuff. Love you too, big dog. Dog, Virginia Guilfoyle was not a Trump girl. She was publicly a Prince. No, not well, yeah, but a Prince, whatever his name is, girl. There are pictures together. Prince Andrew, yeah, right. So, I mean, look, this is not the person who you want in your presidency. Now, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is any better. They're both controlled agents of the same organization. And he got the what? And he was killed? Oh, there was no. Well, they're not releasing the files that are incriminating the Republicans, only the Democrats.
President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky have finished their meeting in Florida on a potential peace deal. Trump says progress had been made, but one or two major issues remain. He also says he had a very productive phone call with Russian President earlier today. Instacart is ending a price testing program. The program allowed customers to set different prices for the same product ordered at the same time from the same store. The program is meant to help retailers learn more about what kinds of prices customers will pay for things. It created controversy after a report from Consumer Reports and two advocacy groups that Instacart offered nearly 3 out of every 4 grocery items to shoppers at multiple prices in an experiment. Deborah Mark, hey, I'm buying you. French screen icon Brigitte Bardot has died at 91, sparking turbulence around the world to a star who helps define an era in cinema. Let's get to an accident on the 405 in Korea.
Outside of 405 is involved 2 vehicles. The 2 middle lanes are blocked. And the light turns on 605 southbound approaching reverse. And I got a crash that has the right lane blocked. And they are flaring off that right lane as I speak. And the iron bar on 60 westbound at 11. I got a crash that is blocking the carpool lane. Southern California is most active in traffic reports that train on 10. You know what your customers are doing right this second? The exact same thing you are listening to me. Which, let's be honest, is kind of flattering. But the point is, ads on iHeartRadio actually get heard. In the car, at the gym, on the couch, while walking your dogs. Who's an employee? Who's employed? You're a good engineer. So why not make the next ad about you? Get started today. Go 844-844-iHeart. Go to iHeartAdvertising.com. That's 844-844-iHeart or iHeartAdvertising.com.
Weather from Canada tonight, mostly cloudy with lows in the 30s to 50s. Right now it's 58 degrees in Irvine, 59 in Orange. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brigitte Magazino. Every business has an ambition. PayPal is the platform designed to help you grow and continuous. Your business goals, you can expand with access to hundreds of millions of PayPal customers worldwide. And your customers can pay all the ways they want. PayPal, Venmo, Pay Later, and all major cards. So you can focus on scaling up. When it's time to get growing, there's one platform for all business. PayPal. Grow today at PayPal.com. All subject to approval in available locations.
Last month, I needed help with a leaky tap. Then my daughter told me about AirTasker. I posted a few tasks and found a tasker to fix the tap. And another to help organize family photos. By the next day, everything was sorted. On AirTasker, you can find help for almost anything. Repairs, errands, gardening, even setting up your computer or phone. It's simple, secure, and you stay in control every step. Download the AirTasker app or go to AirTasker.com. AirTasker,
Do you know the difference between a HELOC and a PTI? Spelling? No. A HELOC means monthly payments. A split-tail HEI doesn't. You pay cash up front, which is pre-purchase when you refinance or sell. A HELOC has strict income and credit requirements, while a Splatero AGI only requires a 500 minimum credit score with no income requirements. Splatero. I'm trying to bring it back. Visit Splatero.com today. Access your home's equity. No monthly payments, just cash in hand. Splatero.
The party's just getting started.
iHeartRadio and ABC bring you Tim Clark's New Year's Rocket Eve. Join Victoria's Secret live from Times Square. Weekend 2026 with performances from 50 Cent, Devil Roll, Demi Lovato, Diana Ross, Mary Morris, Mariah Carey, Pitbull, Post Malone, and so many more.
It's America's biggest countdown party hopping year.
Wednesday night starting at 8.
Tim Clark's New Year's Rocket Eve.
Watch on ABC.
Washington Swamp, so you don't have to watch with Gary and Janet. Mondays at 11 on KFI. Stay on
I've been obsessed with science and love for many decades. I've read books on relationships, wrote a dissertation on attachment theory, but I'm not a therapist. I'm an academic. However, I have a lifetime of wisdom and experience. Think of me as your own relationship auntie. You are totally welcome to send me your relationship questions. Going to my DMs on Instagram this week. Just send a DM. To @Dr. Walsh. That's @DrWalsh. I will always keep your identity anonymous. You can identify things in your message. I will change the points or your sentence. This person says, hi, Dr. Whitney. The holidays are always hard for me. It's not my time of joy. My parents, coincidentally, both passed away in December, different years. So for me, it's a time of mourning. My husband doesn't understand and just has me get over it. He says, I choose it to be miserable. How do I explain that Reed is supposed to switch? And what do I do if he doesn't get it? All right, first of all, I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry December seemed to treat the person for you. You didn't say how long ago it was. I'm going to assume that it wasn't just last December, that it was perhaps years ago, and that your husband is desperate because he's trying to find one piece. So I think your focus is wrong. Your focus is trying to get your husband to understand.
All right, big dog. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So the next thing I want you to do is just type into Wikipedia or just Google Donald Trump sexual misconduct allegations. Yeah, absolutely. Just one moment, though. Now, when they have a page like this on you, something's up. It's not just one chick who said this. Since the 1970s, 28 women. And so that's 28 more than you're ever going to find on me. And hopefully 28 more that they'd find on you. And these aren't just like, he touched me on my bare back on a hug. These are like he open mouth kissed me while he was married and had a pregnant wife. And, you know, I mean, he's a scumbag. I hate to say it, but like he cheats on his wife. He cheats on his wives. He cheated on Melania with Stormy Daniels while she was pregnant. He cheated on his first wife, Ivana, with his who would become his Marla Maples, his second wife. I mean, he's a scumbag. Now, there are 28 women. You said, I'm going to make a Google Doc about this. Wikipedia is your Google Doc. Anything that you... Okay, with that, talk, absolutely. So there are 28 women there, and that doesn't include like dozens of women who talk about him backstage at pageant dressing rooms, and that doesn't include the perhaps like far more women who are just too afraid to speak out. They're going to have their lives ruined. They might be in a relationship and they don't want to ruin that. Uh, there, I would say for the 28 that are on here, there are at least 100 out there who have to have their voices taken away from them. Now I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. There's an exact same kind of page for Bill Clinton. So I'm not saying one side's better than the other. There there are just 28 women. Look, I could even understand 3 women. I could understand if I could understand 3. I might be able to understand 6 over the course of such a long period of time. 28's a lot though. And these aren't just like okay, we listened to Katie Johnson and she's like, he raped me when in 2000 or 1994 or whenever, and he took my virginity, and then I absolutely believe that he wanted to play maid with these chicks. That's what somebody in his position would want to do. Basically have a fantasy. And that's a very common fantasy to have. That's probably a top 10 fantasy of all men. So that's not strange. Absolutely. You're good. Do what you need to do. Well, there are. Hold on. His first wife in 1989 said that he raped her. It was it was in their it was in their divorce proceedings. 1989. Ivana Trump and Donald Trump married in 1997. Ivana stated in deposition taken in 1990, which is before whenever your date was, during their divorce proceedings that Donald had visited her plastic surgeon, following which he had expressed anger and ripped out hair from her scalp. So that's not just like sexually, but that's like violent. Donald said the allegation was obviously false. You can say this. You can go. That's on its face a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. That's fake news. You can do that a few times, but this is your ex-wife, the mother of your children. In the book Lost Tycoon: The Many Lives of Donald Trump by Harry Hunt III described the alleged attack as a violent assault. Yada yada yada. The Trump's divorce was granted in December 1990 on the grounds that of Donald's treatment of Ivana, including his affair with Marla Maples. Um, and then his wife, the his first wife, the mother of Donald Jr. and Eric and Ivanka, their mother is the one who accused him of this. How are you going to? How can you defend? How can you defend? How could anyone defend this type of behavior? Wait. Hold on. Let's talk about that. There's a reason why that is. Wikipedia wasn't even a thing until like 2000. So all of the sources before that also weren't electronic. So they're much more difficult to get. Additionally, many of them are paywalled. Even if you can get, oh, you're gonna hold me off 1 year? Is that the game we're gonna play? I said, I said 2000. I said 2000. I said 2000, and 2000. Wait, all right. You're not focused, and that's okay. You're playing a game, and I get that. But if you really want to delve into this, you would say, all right, look, to quote Cat Williams, if a motherfucker calls you a crackhead for 20 years, you might be a crackhead. In the same way, if people call Donald Trump a sexual assaulter or a rapist for 20 years, he might be a rapist. The same shit with Bill Clinton. If people call you a rapist for 20 years and there are new allegations that come out, now you're saying, well, all of these are since 2016. No, they're not. I just gave you one, 1989. His wife, Ivana Trump, said that she was raped. They have that. That's. I think it's done. On top of that, guy's a scumbag. He cheated on his first wife with his second wife. He cheated on Ivanka, or apologies. He cheated on Melania with Stormy Daniels. Why, if you're so against porn, why why wouldn't you go after the president and say, look, I'm against porn. I don't think that's good for the country. You cheated on your wife, Melania, when she was pregnant with Barron with a porn star. And this has been played out in court. You wrote checks to Michael Cohen as your cleaner, essentially to get this woman out of your life. I mean, right there, like there's just some hypocrisy I'm seeing. Nothing against you, but you're like blind to this. Like, dog, if you're so Bonnie Blue, which is fine, I get that, and Lily Phillips, why wouldn't you be against the president who cheated on his wife with a porn star? Wait, I I agree with you with Willie Brown and the mayor of San Francisco. I agree with all that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's only two ways to go. That's why, as a recommendation, I would stay out of politics because there's a no-win situation. You won't be able to put your head on the pillow at night, feeling proud of what you've done, knowing that you're working for scumbags. Okay, that's cool. I get that. I'm not, I'm I'm not hating on you. What I am saying, what I'm saying is, you have one group of people that holds up Bill Clinton, and he's a rapist, in my opinion. And whether that he hasn't faced criminal charges for it, I can name 5 women who he had at least inappropriate relationships with, cheated on his wife during that's a big thing to me. If you're gonna do this, divorce your wife and don't don't hurt don't hurt someone else. Don't hurt your children. Like, if you're gonna be married, if you're gonna be married, be serious about it. And these guys are scumbags. And then you just see, I mean, to quote George Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it. And basically you have pictures of Donald Trump, who is feeling Bill Clinton's balls at some, like after Bill Clinton was president. Like, basically they're and then that, do I believe it? It's on camera. Because we're talking about different things. I'm not talking about blowing. I'm not talking about blowing Clinton. I'm talking about typing. Um, it's Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, golf, um, picture. Um, I'll just say testicles because I don't really know. Yeah, okay, there you go. So it shows up. There's a picture of Donald Trump grabbing Bill Clinton's nuts. It's a video. How do you know? Yeah, Doug, that's fine. I can put out that kind of stuff too. This was reported in September of 2000 via Reuters. I mean, it's from Reddit. Just look under President Trump celebrates his handling of a big, beautiful bill. This happened in September of 2000 via Reuters. Now, I saw this picture before AI was making rounds. Like, this is like at least a few years old. Now, I could come out and just say anything's AI. Doug, I have relationships with my guy friends, and we'll, I don't want to say grab each other by the testicles, but we'll, we'll, we have like this too. So, exactly. Now, so this was taken by White House photographer William Vasta. Isn't it interesting? It's amazing to me that they say it's AI when this is this is like from a White House photographer. It's from the year 2000. It's at the US Open. Hold on. But it may have been after. No, he still would have been president. I thought it was AI though. Wait. Wait. Hold on. You said, oh, it's AI. It's AI. These websites said it's AI. And it ain't AI, baby. It's in the presidential record. So, leaning towards it. You don't think it's crazy to have a pic? There are no pictures of anybody with their hands on my genitalia. And I'm not the sitting president of the United States. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to have that in the presidential library. It's an embarrassing photo, but nevertheless, can we agree that this is a real photo? Okay, but wait. 3 minutes ago, you said it's AI. I don't. I don't think you are. I'm thinking that you are quick to judge. Your quote, your quote to me is it's fake. Your quote to me, and I can go back on my stream. It was something along the lines of "It's fake. It's AI." It says it's AI, and no, and then I don't think so because this has been around for like at least a few years. I think I said 2 or 3 years or something like that, and that's before AI was making the rounds like it currently is. Nevertheless, it's a picture. It's somewhat embarrassing. It shows that these two guys are really close, so to speak. What does that have to do with the 28 women who have cases or sexual allegations against the president? It really doesn't have anything to do with that. So let's go back to the women who had their lives, some of them had their lives ruined. And what I'm saying is that they're both scumbags. Wikipedia, you just read that Wikipedia article. It'll take you. I can. All you need is that Wikipedia article. All the sources are in there. It's. I mean, it's already been pretty much hashed out. Now, is it? Can you always believe Wikipedia? Absolutely not. But that has the sources for you. What more do you need? You do what makes you happy.
Started out as a solo crash that turned into a car fire, and the fire department is actually now blocking the on-ramp there at Newhall. In downtown LA, on 10 southbound at Restream, an accident is blocking the right way, traffic slow to third. Also downtown on 110 southbound connected to the northbound 101. A two-car crash is partially blocking the connector. And in Diamond Bar, some good news. On 60 westbound at Lemon, that two-car crash that was blocking the curfew lane has now been moved over to the right shoulder, traffic back to normal. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Save $9 this holiday and help feed the children to a child hungry every time they need to eat, thrive, and free. We can make a difference. Join our hashtag PJs and vote. We rate this holiday season. We're here to get comfy. Go for it.
What what more do you want?
Parental Education Foundation. For more smart, sustainable living tips or to take action in your local community, visit
I'm focused on this. All right, so here we go. Stacey Williams in 1993. She alleged Trump groped her in Trump Tower, introduced by Jeffrey Epstein. 1997. A former model accused Trump of sexual assault at the U.S. Open. 2006. Multiple pageant contestants claimed Trump entered the dressing rooms while they were changing. 2013. A Miss USA contestant said Trump repeatedly grabbed her butt. So, okay, what about Doug? Katie Johnson came out in 2016 before. No, I'm sorry, Katie Johnson. I know the woman you just saw a 29-minute video on. She came out in 2016. Jason, Jason, at this point, I don't know what proof I could give you. Okay, there are 28 women who have accused this man of sexual assault since he's been in the spotlight. That doesn't include all the women out there who just never went public because they didn't have any evidence or whatever it can be. I can't do anything more for you. I've got a woman who is willing to risk her life, risk her reputation to go on camera to speak about this. And that doesn't include the porn stars who he paid $200,000 in hush money for. I mean, that's where it's questionable. What you're like this bastion of morality that you're saying that some woman named Bonnie Blue shouldn't be allowed in the United States because she made headlines because she had sex with a bunch of guys. But you're not holding the same standard to the president who paid women off porn stars while he was married and had an affair while his wife was pregnant. Do you recognize, like, to me, if you ask me what's worse, a woman who has the freedom to make her own choices, she could have sex with a million men. I don't care. So long as she's not causing any heartache to anyone, that's fine. Or someone who is lying to their spouse while she's pregnant, going with a porn star, which you don't like, and then paying that porn star off. I get right. There are other standards. You don't necessarily have to play the game. I'm not saying that I get what you did, but you could be a libertarian. You could run for the Green Party. You could perhaps be a socialist or a communist. There are other options out there. You want, I get that. Who's a scumbag? Who's at what point? I understand that. At what point would you admit, and maybe you wouldn't, but that Trump is a scumbag? Come on, come on. Look, you're. It is. It is. It absolutely is. And Okay, so let's say you're running for you're running for the governor of Texas, and I say to you as a reporter, here are 28 allegations against this guy. That doesn't include paying off porn stars publicly and cheating on your wife. I had multiple wives. Ivana he cheated on with Marla Maples, who he married. Then he made Marla Maples sign a non-disclosure agreement, so we don't even know what happened there, and she's still held under it. And then he has Melania, the first lady he cheated on while she was pregnant. At what point, potential governor of Texas, are you going to say that this person is a scumbag? The people of Texas are going to ask you this question. The balls, the cojones, the courage to say that this person's not a scumbag, then you look implicit. You look guilty as much as, in some ways, that you are defending this type of behavior. Those are scummy. Uh, I'm holding. I'm just. They're scummy things. So it would be one thing if there were one or two or three or four or five or six scummy things, but this gets into 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 scummy things, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 scummy things. 28 scummy things. And you're not going to call this person a scumbag? You look like a scumbag. That's what the people of Texas are going to see. Okay? If you're not willing, it look, any I could take any average Texan who is open-minded and say to them, I have 28 allegations against this person. That doesn't include having cheated on multiple wives, and one of the wives was pregnant at the time, and he paid off a porn star while he had sex with her. Okay? Every single person, 100 out of 100 in a double blind study are going to say that person is a scumbag. If that's not a scumbag, what is a scumbag? She's a scumbag, and so even this. Let me ask you this: is what Bonnie Blue did, which is really not illegal, and exactly, and she didn't cheat on anybody without their consent. If she was in a relationship, it was an open relationship. Is what she did better or worse than what Donald Trump did? because you wrote legislation to ban a woman from entering the country based on her behavior. Yet you didn't have the courage, and I understand. I don't think this would have gone very far. Yeah, that's slimy. That's slimy. That's slimy. Bas- I get that. Basically, what I'm saying to you is a reasonable person, in my opinion, reasonable person would say what she's doing isn't illegal. She's doing something that tens of thousands of people are doing every single day in the United States. That isn't illegal. If anything, go after the industry. Don't go after this woman. And I think that's what you were advised as well. Like, it needs to be umbrella legislation. It has to be broad. And you tried to do that and it didn't work so well. So then you wrote another piece of legislation to go after this girl, which is exactly. And I understand. I don't agree with going after the girl. I do agree with perhaps if it's your passion, then eventually to go after the industry. But at a certain point, right? So in your world, is should all pornography be banned? Okay, should hold on, so do you look at pornography? Okay, isn't that somewhat hypocritical? You just you just said, yeah, it's hypocritical, and it is, and I get that, and that's cool. Okay, I mean, no, absolutely, absolutely. Wait, but you're saying I'm going to take the example that you gave. If you have sexual urges, go out and find a girl, and I get that. Okay, and you should be able to have relations with women, right? Okay, you think people should wait till marriage? Have you? Okay, no, I understand. Okay, great. So you have okay, whatever you want to be. Okay, so people. So let's say people want to have sexual relations outside of marriage. Should they be prosecuted for it? Okay, so then it should just be how. Okay, should a husband and wife, if they're married, obviously, should they be able to videotape themselves having sex? Wait, it's a pretty simple question. It's not complicated. You have a husband and you don't need a team. If it's up to you, I make you king of the castle. Okay, that's slimy behavior. You can you could make a decision. Think about it. What's your gut instinct? Okay, what's wrong with? This is something that you've never experienced. So I think that you're. I mean, no, I'm saying like you've never even had sex, so you don't know. No, though, that's like me saying I. I if you had if there was the right girl, super smoking hot chick who you were in love with, and she said to you, Jason, you're a politician and we're a perfect match for each other and we want to have children in the future. Uh and we're trying to do things the right way, and you are going to be traveling on tour and I'm going to be at home for whatever reason, and I'd like to be able to not just use my imagination but have the the intimate that we've shared together. Right, it doesn't feel wrong. Hold on. That's what couple sex tape. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So first you said no because that's not something that you think would happen within a marriage. But then you may have some like your future wife who says, "Oh, you're going to be gone." And just like someone would have home videos of themselves at on vacation or whatever it may be, I want to reenact those times while you're gone because you're not there. So I'd like to make a video. Wait, I'm not talking about prosecute. Let's flip the scenario. Your wife is going to be gone for a few weeks. She says to you, "Look, I know you look at porn. That's something that you've told me in the past, but I don't want you looking at other women. If you can control it, I want you looking at me. So let's make a video together. And when you fantasize, you can fantasize about me. Would you be okay with it?" Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. If a woman says to you, I don't want you looking at porn. I don't want you touch. I don't want you even touching yourself with thinking about anything but me. Okay. And if you need something to be able to arouse you or whatever, I want it to be me. I want it to be, even if it's not you in the video. Okay. We'll take you out of the video. We'll take you out of the video. This is just your wife who makes a nude video for you. Are you against that? But you already have. So you're already you're already as guilty as anybody else. Uh, Okay. Okay. I mean, then you might be with the right girl, with the right girl in the right situation. You're gonna film yourself, no doubt about it. Okay. Okay, I understand that. Um, all right. With all this being said, you admitted what I think is the right thing, which is that the president is a scumbag. Now, I understand you put a lot of qualifiers on it, and I'll give you time to do all the research that you want. I want to know. Okay, so before you go, I want to know what evidence would have to come out for you not to think that Trump is a scumbag. Right. You already admitted he's a scumbag, and that's cool. I think that's big of you. We also admitted that Kamala's a scumbag, and Hillary's a scumbag, and Bill's a scumbag. Right. So, what kind of evidence would it take for you no longer to believe that? Yeah. Okay, but you already said that. I understand. You already said he's a scumbag, and I agree with you. Look, I'll tell you what would make me not think he was a scumbag. If someone had come to him in, let's say, 1970 and put a gun to his head and said, "You have to do all these things, or else we're going to kill you and we're going to kill your family and all this other stuff." Okay, some type of evidence that came out like that, then I might not think he's so much of a scumbag because I'm going to say that he was forced to do all of these things. But nobody's coming out to say that. At this point, he did all of these things very voluntarily, of his own volition, of his own free will, and short of some type of event that comes out where he was absolutely forced to do these things, I'm going to say he's a scumbag. And I know you've already said he's a scumbag. And if anything, Jason, let's say this. If he even did half of that stuff, he's a scumbag. Look, if he's such a, look, I'll even give him the benefit of the doubt. And if he drank, which he doesn't, and he said, "Look, one night I got a little too frisky with a girl." Okay, I can understand that. Still not a good thing to do, but I could still maybe get behind you. But if you don't drink and you don't do drugs, and you have 14 chicks who say that you've or 28 chicks, but even half of those, that's scumbag behavior. That's grade A scumbag behavior. In fact, if you were to tell me, I want you to make up a character who is just a scumbag, we're not going to put a name on him. And I said, all right, well, let's say there were 28 people who accused him of sexual misconduct. Let's say he bought a teen beauty pageant and would go backstage knowing that the women weren't going to be clothed, that he cheated on his first wife with his second wife, and he cheated on his third wife with a porn star. That would be like grade A scumbag. Could it get worse? Yeah, he could be like he could have raped every woman on earth, sure, but I mean, being realistic here, that's like a gold medal for being a scumbag. Okay. And And keep in mind that Wikipedia wasn't out until the early 21st century. Mind as well, a lot of the publications have gone out of business. Most magazines since the 1990s have gone out of business. Most newspapers from the 1990s have gone out of business. So you can't even link. It absolutely does, 100%. Because previously, in 1998, you would have 50 newspapers that would have this published. When today, there's only one major newspaper in every city, essentially, unless you're in one of the major, unless you're in New York City, uh, or in Washington D.C. I mean, Los Angeles has the Los Angeles Times. That's it. We have the OC Register, which is different. There aren't competing papers. There used to be competing papers. There no longer are. So that makes it more difficult to have sources as well. Keep in mind, too, there are far more channels today to be able to get out this information from a television standpoint. Back then, there were only 4 real channels out there. There was no 24-hour, well, for some of these allegations, there weren't 24-hour news stations. And then even later on, they weren't so interested in publishing these types of allegations. You have to understand, this is a billionaire, someone who has a lot of influence in society. And not only that, he was in the pocket of NBC, or probably better to say, NBC was in his pocket. So he had one of the major 4 networks for whom he had their number 1 show with The Apprentice. And he also sponsored the Miss USA pageant on there. So they're not going to go after him. He's their ally. So when I'm saying, why am I saying all of this? That's why you're going to see a lack of some sources. But even still, people are writing it in books. Yeah, more, I'm more, I'm more, I'm more a libertarian communist. So what is that? Yeah, I mean, essentially the idea that no one has a right to own anything, whether it's a house, whether it's a car, that we should work in a communal sense. And I'm also an advocate for libertarianism. So what does that mean? It means uh, uh, individual rights. So I believe you should be able to say whatever you want. I believe you should be able to do anything you want, so long as you don't violate the rights of someone else. That's what's important to me. And then from a communist standpoint, what you have to understand is that in whether you have a capitalist system or a communist system, you have to look at the end game. And in a capitalist system, there is a there isn't a parachute. There isn't a safety net. Basically, you become homeless and you die. In communism, there's a safety net. And that safety net makes me more of an advocate for communism versus capitalism. If you let capitalism play out long enough, at the very end, only one person has any of the power. One person. If you let it play out long enough. Within communism, there are safety nets so that the people who may not have control in society at least don't end up homeless and don't end up starving and without water. And additionally, it provides for a system where education is free. And even the United States already has many communist or socialist types of ideals. We have free public education in most places. We have a post office, which generally, I don't want to give post office. That's perhaps not the best, but there are low income food programs. There are low income healthcare programs. So even like, don't think the United States is a purely capitalist country, and don't think that China is a purely communist country. Basically, China is much more capitalist than it's given credit, and the United States is more communist than it's given credit. So how does it work? What do I envision of this perfect society? Well, I'm not a fool, and I know that what happens in communism happens in capitalism. You get a small amount of people who are running society, and that's fine because it's really unavoidable. You let it play out. You let it play out. So maybe in the beginning, everybody's equal, but after a long enough time, you'll have a small group of people who control the larger group of people. But when's up? That's how. That's absolutely. You can see this in the game Monopoly. If you play Monopoly long enough, one person ends up controlling the whole board. That's how it works. Sure, at the beginning, you have some kind of division of resources and properties, but eventually, one person controls the entire board. And in the same way that a capitalist system ends up like that, a communist system ends up like that. And so, if we recognize that under current civilizations that we have, if you're going to have to choose between the two, I want a civilization or a system that allows for a safety net so that you run out of money, you have, I mean, there is no money in a purely communist system. What ends up happening, though, there are shortages on things because the people at the top don't allow the people at the bottom to be able to have what is considered to be the bare minimum, which is understandable. However, if you put some safeguards in there, perhaps then there will be opportunities to maybe be able to share the resources. I was looking this up earlier today. If you took away all the wealth of everyone in the world and gave an equal amount to every single person on Earth, it would be like $57,000, which I think it could be a lot more because that doesn't necessarily include the businesses of the world. It doesn't necessarily include banks and the corporate system. But if you were to just take Elon Musk and take up all his money and allocate it to everybody and John D. Rockefeller and everybody else, you would get every person with about $57,000. And generally, people anywhere in the world would be able to live on that. Now, would they be able to live on it forever? Perhaps no. In a current system where we are, um, if I had to change anything in this regard, once you make, let's say, $1 million or perhaps $1 billion, then you should be taxed at 99%. 100%. That doesn't mean you can't continue to make money, but then whatever you make needs to go back into the community. You can still, you're comfortable at that point. You don't need any more money. And uh, no, it is natural for humans. It is something that I would want to avoid because I do like. Yeah, I mean, it's just natural. If you get a group of uh, a hundred 5-year-olds, they're going to break themselves up, and eventually, one of them, who's the kid who's the best soccer player, or the kid who's the loudest, is going to be seen as the leader of them. That's just how society. That's just how society. And I think that if we're going to recreate a society in this ideal situation, you, if you're going to, let's say, if you want to be a billionaire, you should be taxed at 99% once you make that $1 billion. That gives other people an opportunity to be able to make their $1 billion. If not, it just ends up being a small minority of people who end up controlling all of the wealth of the world. And that's currently where we sit, essentially. But the thing is, they're not taxed on these things. And that's an unfortunate situation. Now, I'm not saying taxation is the way. I'm saying under this capitalist system in which we're under, that may be the way to do it. But frankly, I'm not a capitalist. I'm a communist. Absolutely correct. Somebody else would have been out there and would have created those companies. 100%. Let's take Elon Musk himself. He didn't start Tesla. He bought Tesla. Okay, he bought it with what he made from PayPal. He didn't start many of the companies. He acquired them. So there were already people who started the company. It's just his company already had more money, and so they purchased these companies. He didn't buy Solar City. That was already an established company. There are already established companies that he basically acquired. And so for him to be seen as this like amazing inventor and all these other things, he just basically takes other people's ideas, and because he has more money, he's able to acquire them. If he didn't acquire them, those companies would have continued without being acquired, or they would have been acquired by someone else, but they would have been successful on their own. Look, let's just take him as an example. If he, let's say, he did PayPal, okay, he should have. That should have been the end game for him. Now he might have been able to sell what he made on PayPal and then start another company. Like, let's say, he didn't even start Tesla. He bought into Tesla after two guys had already started it, and then bribed them essentially to make him, on paper, a co-founder. But he wasn't a co-founder. On paper he is, because he bought the rights to that, but in reality he's not. Okay, but let's take that. Or Twitter. He didn't start Twitter. Okay, so then he starts Tesla. Then he could make Teslas all he wants. That's great. But he shouldn't have been able to buy Twitter, and he shouldn't have been able to buy SpaceX or start SpaceX or Macro Hard, his newest endeavor, or the Boring Company. No, those would have been had to be made from other people, because they would have said, look, you are at the 99% tax rate now. Any more money that you make is going to go right back into society. Now, do I think the way that funds are allocated with the tax system are currently correct? No. That would need to be cleaned up as well. But if not, if you don't do this to people, then eventually you get one person who controls everything. It's just like a game of Monopoly. You don't play Monopoly? Okay, every single game that you've played all the way to the end, does it not end with one person having control of the board? You've never played a game of Monopoly where two people are headbutting the whole time and neither one of them is able to gain an advantage on either one. If you play it long enough, one person eventually gets the advantage on the other person. Am I wrong? Exactly. And the same happens in capitalism. And so you basically have to say, whatever the number is, maybe it's $100 million, maybe it's $1 billion, but after $1 billion, then all of the profits that you make from that company have to go back into society. And there shouldn't be these loopholes of trusts. So you just put your money into a trust for your family, all of that, because that is it's an unfair advantage that people use on each other. And then they make it so that you have to have incredible accounting firms and lawyers to be able to navigate that system. And if you don't navigate it properly, then you're going to go to jail. It's basically a trap for the little guy. That's not a fair system. And I don't think anybody really who's being honest about it agrees that it's a fair system. It's the current system that we're utilizing. But in terms of, if you look at, even in like 1940, the top tax rate was 99%. And now it's like 30%. It's just been shoved lower and lower and lower. And eventually it's going to be, for the top earners of the world, 1% or 0%. And it already is that, because they just take all their money and put it into a trust. That's what Bill and Melinda Gates did. That's what Mark Zuckerberg and her name is, especially the P, Priscilla Chan did, and the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. That's what Warren Buffett did. He just gave like 99% of his wealth to the It's called the oh, it's some not for profit. That's what that's what just one moment. Um that's what Rupert Murdoch has done. That's what um oh that's what George Soros has done with the open foundations. That's what everybody does. And that's not necessarily fair. Those places aren't giving back to the people. They're basically doing everything they can to ensure that this corporate hegemony is kept. And that's not fair to the little guy. So basically, the way that I would revamp the system is once you have $1 billion, you're going to be comfortable, and your family's going to be comfortable for the rest of their lives. You can't make anything more. Basically, I mean, you could maybe make 1% more if that's what you really wanted to do, but that's like the tax rate would be such a stranglehold on you that it wouldn't be worth your time and effort. And guess what? You could still vacation anywhere you want in the world and buy a yacht and do all that other stuff, but it just gives other people an opportunity to be able to work their way to the top. That's all I'm saying is that there should be more opportunity for people. And currently there under the current system there's not. And even these people who, whether you're Bill Gates or George Soros or Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, they're not that wealthy in comparison to the familial trusts that exist that have been around for hundreds of years. And so, yeah, they may be the ones who are publicized on in the public, but their wealth isn't nearly what some of these familial dynasties are. That who the people who literally pay Forbes and Fortune and CNN never ever to mention their names. And that's done. So, in answer to your original question, how does libertarian communism work? It's pretty simple. Ideally, we would live within small communities and take care of our own communities, and we would share resources. We would share childcare. We would share education. Everything would be free. Okay, well, it's like how do you get food out of that? Well, you could, especially in today's day and age, have all of that outsourced by drones and robots. That's why I'm a major advocate of agricultural drones and robots. There's no one in this world who should be picking crops anymore. That all can be outsourced by robotics. And maybe within a generation or two, we'll have universal basic income, which is an allocation to each person, no matter what their economic status is. And it's based on the fact that jobs are no longer available to anyone. And that really is a communist way um, of living. It's a communist society. And then eventually there will be fewer and fewer people who have any jobs, and everyone will become much more reliant on universal basic income. But that gives people who want to delve into art or poetry or perhaps arts and crafts or music, that'll give them the opportunity to be able to be impassioned by that which is of interest to them and not having to go to their boring 8 to 5 job. Well, let's see here. Could the U.S. do it right now? Uh, yeah, I think the United Nations could do this. Ideally, yeah, I would want. I mean, we already in many ways are with the United Nations. That's already established. The United Nations Secretary General. United Nations Secretary General. So, I mean, it's it's a position that's been around since the 1940s. It's just not a lot of people focus on it, and there are already UN programs that are very socialist and moving towards communism in themselves. So once we can establish, let's say, robotics and drones to be able to take care of the world's crops, to provide food for people gesundheit, then you can allow people to start focusing on that which they want to perhaps explore. Maybe someone who's never been into art, maybe someone who's never been into music, maybe someone who's never been into creative writing or building or woodworking or whatever it is. People can start to do the hobbies that impassion them, or even just video games. You could have people who really just want to spend all day playing video games, and you should be able to do that if you want to. That shouldn't be seen as lazy. It should be seen as a sign of the times. We're in late stage capitalism, and eventually we need to allow the money to work for us. So we have robots um, and drones that are able to do all of the jobs that are quite difficult for people to do, or that just no one wants to do. You wouldn't have migrant labor anymore. You might even get people, I'm almost certain you would get people who would not come to the United States, but would immigrate to areas of the world that have better weather. And because you would be able to have drones and robots create air conditioning, the reason why people don't want to go to Central America or South America is because it's so hot. But if you were able to have air conditioning there, there would be a mass exodus to these places that would change the world in a revolutionary sense. People would no longer necessarily want to move to the United States or even immigrate to the United States. These are options that aren't currently available, but perhaps within a generation or two will be. The invention of air conditioning transformed the world. It made it so that you no longer had to live in a cold climate. You could live in a hot climate and be able to live a comfortable life because air conditioning made it available to you. And there will be other inventions that will be able to transform society so that not everyone's trying to live in Los Angeles or Miami or the more desired locations of the United States. And on top of that, we can utilize different technology to be able to make the places where we currently live more hospitable. There shouldn't be any wildfires anymore because we have cloud seeding. We can use cloud seeding to just rain wherever there's a wildfire. Wildfire shouldn't be a thing. Drought shouldn't be a thing. We have cloud seeding. We should be able to water any crops that are necessarily in need of water. And cloud seeding is something that is done regularly in United Arab Emirates, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi have programs of artificial clouds that create rain once a week. There's no reason why that can't be done in California when we have a fire, or in Maui if there's a fire, or in Wyoming if there's a fire. Anywhere there's a fire, we shouldn't have to be dumping chemicals onto the earth through planes. That's just impractical and is like throwing a bucket of water on a roaring fire. Why not just make it rain? The problem will be over in 2 days. So these are some of the advancements I think that we may be able to utilize to be able to end many of the world's problems. And overall, I'm more optimistic of a world government than individual clan organizations that have. Yeah, the nation state system to me is a was created because of colonialism, and I am more an advocate for a global society where everyone has the same rights and everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. And while we don't currently have that, there was a time when humanity didn't even have the United States, and people would say, man, I wish there was a place where you could have freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of the press and all the other things that we enjoy in the United States. And I would like for those same opportunities to perhaps be available to people of the world. And I'm optimistic at a future world government. And for those people who say that that's the coming world order, well, what else do you think would happen if we advanced enough in time? Of course that there would be unification on the world to eventually be able to get off planet and start space tourism and space travel and terraforming of other planets. But that will only happen once we have unification on Earth. You won't have that if you have a warring civil war between nations on Earth. You're not going to have those types of advancements. So at only a point where we can put our differences behind us, start focusing on that which unites us, will we perhaps have the opportunity to start some of these other options. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? Very well. Miss Aquarius, are you ready for me? Oh, that's a, you could have interrupted me. Is it too late? I was still able to play? Excellent. Okay, Jason. So excellent. Look into those 28 ladies. Okay, well, I'll be here for you, big dog. Take care, big dog. I love you too. All right. You, my friend, have an invitation. Puppy Puppy came in and she got to meet her significant other for the first time, and she seems really happy. So I'm happy for her. That's cool. Aquarius, just coming off right at the beginning with the spare. Thank you, man. Oh, you're more than welcome to. Yes, ma'am. Get these 5. You got it. Oh, come on. No. That was a miss, Aquarius. A major miss. Look at your score. You went from in score to 41. Now get one of you should both. Miss Aquarius, I misspoke when I was saying that Brandon that his team was out of it. I thought they were out of it, and he was just sad that they maybe weren't doing all that well because their best player got hurt, but they're still in it. So, but I was not checking the standings as closely as I should have been. So he came in, and I it's sad. He's like the Ravens won, and I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't really matter because they've been eliminated, and he's like, yeah, that's how it is. And then we checked, and they're like, no, they're still in it. That was big time, Mr. I needed that. Absolutely. I needed that one. Get it. Oh, this could be big, Miss Aquarius.
Beautiful. That took. Get it. All right. A big lead. Oh, it's over, Miss Aquarius. You won. I can't get these. Great job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. That was a good one. I ended up with a really tough second shot on that last frame. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Good job. That was a tough one. Thank you. Get it. I know I've asked you this before, but do you like Cardi B? I agree. I like some of her songs. I think she's creative. Stefan Diggs. You like Mariah Carey? Oh, that was really good. Maybe you have a favorite Mariah Carey song? All I Want for Christmas Is You, or a different song, Santa Baby? Okay. I saw that she put one out. I haven't heard it though. Oh, Miss Aquarius, that was big time. You went near elimination to back in and get it. You just need this one to take the lead. And she gets it, folks. She is. There's ice in her veins. Ooh. And you win. That's the best one. When you win one, I win one, and we both win them all. You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win. Nice job. Yeah, I do. I like her old stuff. I like Fantasy. I love Always Be My Baby. That's like my favorite song first, maybe. I like Emotion. I like Honey. Yeah. I'm sure there are a bunch of others that. Yeah. That's a great song. Give Me Your Love. Um, think of it. Oh, Heartbreaker. I really like Heartbreaker. Yeah. And then she's got oh, what was that song? Hero. If you remember that song. Yeah, she's great. You know what I love about her? I love her attitude. Like she, I mean, like there are people who come out and they call these like people divas, and like to some extent they've like earned the title to be able to have like you do it my way or else kind of a deal. But there's this thing I love about her, and look, I'm sure there are things like not cool about her that I don't know about, but one thing she does that I love is she has this like beef with Jennifer Lopez. And this one time she was being interviewed by somebody and they're like, "So what are your thoughts on Jennifer Lopez?" And she's like, "I don't know her." And it was at where she should have known who Jennifer Lopez is, but she's just like and they interviewed her like yeah, exactly. And they said it. They asked her like years later, and she's like, "I still don't know her," and that could be interpreted multiple ways. And I understand how it could be interpreted. Like basically, she's not on my level. I don't know who that person is, but also she may not even really know her as a person. So I'm not going to comment on somebody if I don't know who they are. You know, that's kind of the mindset. So, um, yeah. But she's got about a dozen hits or so that I really like of hers, and I'm sure there are others that I'm not thinking, but yeah. Um, so anyway, I like her. All right, Miss Aquarius, what's the schedule? Okay, so you got your hair done on Monday, and then is it a normal week or do you get a day off? Okay, that's cool. Excellent. All right. Do you have plans for December 31st? All right. Well, okay. Very cool. Very well. Aquarius. All righty. Well, you know I'm here if you need me. You take care, my friend. Sweet, absolutely, ma'am. Sweet dreams. Take care. Oh, wonderful. I love when you're here. Excellent. God willing.
Montgomery's going to be here. He's going to be here, not in the main show. He's going to be here. All right, have a wonderful, wonderful time. Strong, Florida, Baltimore, anywhere I guess is warmer than here. All right, enjoy it. Enjoy. How about your child?
Yeah, in Hebrew, there's only I hate people. There's no give thoughts, and there's no all, there's no book, right? There's only, so you understand, or I'm talking to myself. For me, it's very clear because sadly I worked on it so hard. But okay, so it's not called a spa. Just like it's not really
Good morning. We don't have a microphone for today, so I apologize. Yeah, no, the speakers are here. We just don't have the microphone for today. And so I have a microphone for tomorrow. We'll say it is tremendous spot Hashem to be here.
It strikes me that there is a lot of chutzpah in the world at the moment. And that maybe it would be useful to find out something more about it. So I started with Millie. And the first thing she told me is that there isn't one chutzpah. There's actually two. The American version and the Israeli version. Chutzpah, I knew, but not this other one.
not that, but it's not a paw.
We were down in the old shul. There was a lot of extra space here. And that's what we're realizing that this Southwest. So that we just know, especially for that season of the year. So again, share it's fine, but just also just be mindful. People that
but in America, the accent is the first one. Chutzpah and chutzpah, and they all roll apart. And maybe our chutzpah problem is that we confuse the two. When I was in Los Angeles a little while back, I went to see a Hollywood legend named ViralRabbi. Tall guy, close to 90. He lives up in the canyons of Beverly Hills, one of those 1960s houses perched on a hillside that looks like something on the set of a James Bond. ViralRabbi was the middle child.
So I was the one that worked hard for everything I put on, because I had an older sister who was beautiful, and my brother who was the baby. I was the schmuck in the middle, right? So I was always working hard. But I decided that I learned her, that was actually a blessing, you know. As you know, I'm going to learn how to take care of myself. No one's going to open doors for me. Anyway, I got to do a bell running way.
The Al Running Way meant going to Brooklyn Tech and bouncing around, working at a gas station, studying architecture at USC, and winding up with a job as a computer programmer at the RAND Corporation think tank in Santa Monica. While he's working at RAND, Ruddy meets an unemployed actor named Bernie Fine.
So I tell Bernie what we do. Right to tell you, I'm not arrested by anyone. We have been arrested and a half-hour show to one line. It's the simplest format. The one act, break the high point anyway, so I'm in an act too.
So on the side, the two of them start to write a television pilot, a comedy set in a prison. Not just any prison, a Nazi prisoner of war camp. And a comic leads by the head of the prison, Colonel Clayton, and a prison guard, Sergeant Schultz. Somehow, Ruddy gets the script to an agent named Mike Levy, and Levy gets him a pitch meeting with CBS. This was the mid-1960s, when CBS was known as the Tiffany Network. It was the most prestigious television broadcaster in the world, intellectual, high class. Its president was the legendary William Paley.
I said, you know, William S. Paley, old CBS, the whole world CBS guy, had me in my county.
In honor of our
I tell you, discuss it, the show called the Terror. Well, Paley's across the table, and like he said, I find any Nazi to a comedy show, but tell him we're being some.
Mike Levy, the agent, looks over at Ruddy. You tell him.
Well, he blew it know what to say. He's, I have to tell you about it. He points to me, I've never saw him. I acted out the whole show. Getting on and telling him I know nothing but machine gun. Until Billy starts like he can't stop laughing. I swear to God. Before I know it, the whole world was looking at me and she was not. So I got through. And I thought Bill Billy stands up and says, I don't know if we can find that channel. But I said, I just want to come in. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Export has been open.
On the iHeartRadio app,
Don't forget to check out conversations on Restream. More from this episode of the latest. 6 creation. Look at the GMU. So one company, Derek, one give that food, one give that food. You have food, you already doing so much for food, but I beg, let's learn to support one another. Okay. I think Kamikaze raising up his hand. Kamikaze, how can I take some help here?
Very true. Thank you very much. You guys talk 10 times. Now one account or 10 different accounts. Because I can talk 10 times, but you got this thing. I mean, we go back to the can make clear God. Not 10 times, I said 2 times actually. Like I mean, no, just carry out. And that's before I account. I just need to calm down, make any DK for a bit. No, so that's okay. I wouldn't do that. Oh, but you did not go for life. Always worry about that. So I think, what am I doing in this station? As a day, I want just one way, people they collect. Collect like this. We talk to everybody with their accounts, but this is not boxing their papa. Sorry, we don't hear you. I beg, you need to talk from my side.
Molecular no vex or kamikaze na PTSD. Na PTSD they try not to take your account. They feel that instead you go join the 10 times people when you put 10 times to rise again. So yes, guys, just want to know everybody back. I beg. Anybody that else takes their account, it might be you, it might not be me, it might be somebody by your side. So just follow and keep the person. I beg. So Derek, Kamikaze is your brother in arms. He was also suspended. So I said that he's the first person you will connect with on this space. No, you're doing that. But he's on his second suspended account. So you remain one time. Just follow this account. They might take it very soon. They might not.
I don't want to even shock anybody. Stop it. Just stop it. But you Okay. So my amazing listeners, please feel free to question. I want to hear from everybody. You know, if there's no one thing to have, I go to bring Ru. If you don't come up to the speaker and say hi, yes. So do you request of Mike? I beg. Okay, let me see. I see Cryptomania. Please unmute your mic and talk to me. How are you doing today? You wear matching pajamas this Christmas. Are you like me? Are you an angry bird? Talk to me. And please, if you're not doing it, pretend that you're close to that and get prepared for life. Just account. Talk to me that you can speak.
Dear everybody, Mr. Next, I see every But the real story about the accounting, that's how the speech information, man. GMT, coherent, GMT. I'm looking forward to the new year. Well, put things together with everybody in this space. So that's what I came out for. The right over to you. Well, we thank you. I do on Friday just send to the I will send it to you as well today.
Yes. Company of clips in like just account.
Alright. So over to you to write the mic is yours.
Thank you so much for that massive energy coming to media. But you didn't tell me, did you wear matching pajamas this Christmas? Did you? No, so nobody on this page will matching pajamas. We need to do better. And this is supposed to be the new community. Anybody that did not wear matching pajamas on this speaker, I go first drop it down, make it to see. You have to take your life seriously next year. So please raise up your hand. If you don't wear matching pajamas, type Nazi your hand is up. You didn't wear matching pajamas. You'll be like, remove from speaker. No, I could do report and remove license account. Report and remove.
I beg, not single, I don't keep person.
Oh, you keep it cool, take me to your face.
Don't keep person, I beg. And why is Petunia sounding like this guy, what's that his name? That's teacher guy. I forgot his handle name. But he's always here on this. I've not seen him for a week or so. Thank you, Smart Educator. Thank you very much. It sounded like Smart Educator a lot. Sounds like Smart Educator a lot. Suppose have retentive memory.
It's not about retentive memory. It's not even about that. What the heck?
See, you recognize my voice now.
I'm a woman, I can recognize your voice. But if Kamikaze recognize your voice now, I would suspect it. If Elijah should recognize, in fact, anyway, Elijah will you not be able to recognize what he hears. Sounds like Elijah. Azal.
How you say debut? Okay. No, I like the French version.
On Fox,
not the debut. Not the debut.
On Fox.
Is that how you say debut? Okay. No, I like the French version.
And that's when I actually made my debut on Fox. And that's when I actually made my debut. There's nothing wrong with guys. I beg, if you don't kill go for speeches, I beg. No, feel right. It's not that close.
One of them says, how's business? The other one says, great. He gets it. He's Jewish, he gets it. You're not, you don't. This is the greatest Jew joke I've ever heard that I love.
You're not going to get it. Are you Jewish? Yeah. Okay, then you'll get it. The setup of the joke is it's a Jew joke. Two Gentile businessmen meet on the street. One of them says, "How's business?" The other one says, "Great." He gets it. He's Jewish, he gets it.
You guys speak. The mic is yours. Hi, guys. They're coming out. I'm Helen, and it's nice meeting you all. Actually, this is my first time on the space. I honestly don't know what this whole thing is about. But, yeah, I'm here to connect with people, make new friends, and also engage with people who engage with me. Yeah. So, nice meeting you all. In the late 1960s, Johnny Carson was the king of Eric had finished all the hats that Elo gave him to use today on one voice. Does any Finnish man here want to tell her what this space is about? Or should I proceed? Kamikaze and friend, you were doing first on my. Does any of you care to tell her what this space is about? Johnny Carson. Because you only met them your thinking for specific to concern me. Tyson, would you like to tell Helen what the space is about?
Okay.
Shame on you.
I didn't know. Who said? Well, I'm going to feed your closed mouths. Okay. Good morning, Rothschild. Welcome to the Maker Engagement Space, where we mingle, we vibe, we connect.
Questions, backsided questions, and I knew that at my age already. And I looked at all four of them and I said, are y'all crazy? I said, what you think I'm going to do? Tell you that Michael did something bad so I didn't get sued him for money? That's what I told him. I was like, you're crazy. I looked at my mom and I was like, are you serious, Mom? I was like, what is going on here? Why are you letting this happen? And she goes, well, I think something happened in the United States. And I'm like, really? That man did nothing but be hospitable, kind, loving, giving, everything you could think of. We rode 4-wheelers, 5 hours, me, him, and Chris Tucker in the mountains at nighttime after his birthday party. Him and I hung out and talked pretty much all day.
Well, guys, a new study was just released that found that people go on the highest number of dates in the fall. Here to comment on this is Jane Wickline. Hi, Jane. So how was your night last night?
Well, let's just say I'm wearing what I wore yesterday.
Yes, but you also wore it the day before that.
Well, let's just say the first 2 days were because I thought it looked nice, but this is the third day.
Okay.
This is 6:29. Are you in a different time?
Yeah, I live in the States, and it's 11:29. 11:29. Thank you. So,
ladies and gentlemen, that is not something they go over. That's not such a production meeting. Now, there are swerves and there are swerves.
forward, the audience believed that Hulk Hogan was pissed, and he took the belt and he left the building. It went according to plan. We jump in the limo. We leave the arena with the belt. We go to the airport. We're on the plane. We're high-fiving, cracking a beer, laughing. Everything went the way we wanted to go. As Bischoff and Hogan leave the arena, the show continues. What happens next will be debated by fans and insiders for decades to come, as Russo takes matters into his own hands. Here's Mr. Russo. 30 minutes later, the plane lands, and all of a sudden, Hogan's phone is blowing up. So was mine. Russo went out and cut the scathing promo and buried Hogan. This was like a big, great swerve that somehow turned real when Russo does the promo later, and things end up getting worse.
There's only one way for me to do this, and that's for me to tell it like it is.
You know, so again, these are the things people hate me for.
Baby, you got something to know. Sitting that cake.
With the, like, what do you do on the web 2, like, and what do you interact with here on X, basically?
I honestly, interact with anyone that is ready to interact with me, but I do have a lot of good people, but honestly, I really don't know who it's about, because I've not had anyone once, like, properly educate me, guide me, and all that. I kind of have a form of an idea, but I'm not into it that much. Yeah, like, honestly. So, I just jumped in the space, so, yeah.
Okay, that's understandable. Well, stick around. We have a lot of experienced minds here. We have Mr. Nex, his well of knowledge is overflowing. Let's say, like, even Kamikaze, anybody can literally just DM anybody and be like, please, what we do, and they're going to guide you through the process, through your onboarding process, so you learn more about Web3 and how we make money here and all that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You guys should ask for the mic now. Chineke, right? And you know the accessible again. MK Fogo, I just follow you back now. This is right. I don't want to imagine
For Australia.
No, good guess. Macon, Georgia. So I heard a rumor that it's Macon, Georgia, but I don't believe that. The largest city without roads. I mean, it's also the country, but it's the city's name is Vatican City.
My first thought was somewhere in West Virginia, but the only city I know in West Virginia is Wheeling.
City.
Yo, what up?
Blank, I don't know.
How you doing? Yeah, I watched some of it. Did you have fun? We're a dog. And are you a Niners fan? All right. Do you have a favorite player all time from the Niners? That's the right answer, though. Weird dog. Who's your favorite 49ers quarterback? Either works. Either works, so long as you just didn't name anybody else. I mean, I guess you could, but those would probably be wrong answers. Um, I mean, you could have said Purdy or Kaepernick, or even Caleb Williams, Purdy. I understand that. Well, Purdy got that W. Six straight wins. And he did it. I was just going to say he did it without Kittle. I don't. I don't know if they're going to have him play next week. Take. Okay, very well. Just the thought is like he doesn't necessarily. Didn't they clinch already? Um, they might be going for a better spot. So. Okay. I thought he would have played this week. They only pulled him like yesterday. Right, exactly. So they might do it next week too. He's been battling that ankle sprain since week 1. That could be. They clinched last week. Well, they might get a better spot if he plays, but I mean it might be a game time decision, and they just may say they might not start him. So he's the second highest played player in NFL history. No way. That's baller. How'd your high school team do? That's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty rare. Did they have a kicker do it?
What happened, Brandon? You got a game coming up? You're gonna play in a game? You think he'll be back next week? All right. So Brandon here really likes Lamar Jackson. All right, Brandon. He likes the Baltimore Ravens. Louisville.
He won the Heisman Trophy there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a big game, big dog. Second highest. Yeah, the highest paid guy is Matthew Stafford, and second highest is Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he's made like. Well, he can do it. He's made like $333 million. Well, that's nice of him. There you go. You're around Chico. Very nice. Does Aaron Rodgers still live in the area? Oh, okay. All right. Well, he is gonna. It's gonna be interesting once he retires what he's gonna do. If he doesn't need to do the whole Fox, CBS anchor kind of thing, but I could see him doing that. Then again, he's very controversial, so I could also see him not getting a position like that. Yep. Well, that's not a bad life at all.
Sure. You like that beer? What's Trail Pass? All right. Well, that's cool. So can't beat that. Did they get purchased by anybody? All right. As any good business should. Well, it's just a matter of time until Anheuser-Busch or Bev, um, what's it like, Coors, or I guess it's, what do they call it? It's a Molson, or what is a banquet beer? One of those companies comes knocking and gives them an offer they can't refuse. So you're gonna watch the Niners next week? I'll tell you in a second. They play the Seahawks. That I don't know. I'll look it up. Yeah, you think so? I mean, yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. They play. Oh, no way. The Niners play Saturday at 5 p.m. on ABC ESPN. How much you think? Oh, wow, that's an addiction. So it seems if the 49ers and the Seahawks, they'll play next week, and the winner, I think, clinches the division. And then they may get the first round bye. So maybe George Kittle will play. It seems like it is. Man, Seattle kind of snuck up on everybody with Sam Darnold. They weren't supposed to be the best team in the NFC, but here we are. They're 13-3, and they've got the best record in the West. In fact, they're tied for the best record in football with New England and Denver in the AFC. And the 49ers, if they win next week, then I think they clinch the division. And if they win next week, I think they clinch home field advantage through the playoffs. Looks that way. So that's a big game for the Niners. Dude, they have Christian McCaffrey. That motherfucker's a beast. He's the best player in football year after year. Last year was a fluke. He's just absolutely amazing. Sam Darnold, man, he's got a lot of experience. Yeah. As they should. Yeah, it wasn't until Daniel Jones. Yeah, I mean the Colts were looking to be at one point they were the best team in football when they had Daniel Jones, but Philip Rivers just hasn't been able to replace him. Not that that should be expected, but yeah, but Seattle has the arguably the best defense in the NFL. I get what you're saying. Well, next. Well, they had Seattle week 1. They won. That's big. And then they lost to Jacksonville. They lost to the Rams in overtime. Oh no, they beat the Rams in overtime. Apologies. They lost to Tampa Bay. That should have been a win. They lost to the Texans. That should have been a win. They lost to the Rams the second time they played. But yeah, that's a weak schedule. At least they've won 6 straight, but it's not been that impressive. So Arizona sucks, Carolina sucks, Cleveland sucks, Tennessee sucks, Indianapolis sucks, and the Bears. I don't care. I don't care how much the Bears are hyped or what their record is. I always have my doubts about them. It was tied with like 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And it's pretty amazing San Francisco's done as well as it has with Purdy being out for most of the season. Yeah, I mean, no, Purdy. Purdy was out the second game, the third game, the fifth game, the sixth game, the seventh game, the eighth game, the ninth game, the 10th game. He's been injured most of the year. Why don't you do fantasy anymore? Oh yeah, I remember you had like a $1,600 fantasy football league or something, right? Well, my season ended today, or like the season for my league ended today, and I did not do well at all. I ended up coming in, I think 10th out of 12, and I would normally be harder on myself, but I had Lamar Jackson, who was injured most of the year. I drafted Ashton Gentry as my first round draft pick, which was kind of like a crapshoot. You didn't know how he was going to do. And I ended up trading him for Brock Bowers, which then Brock Bowers got hurt or was hurt. I had George Kittle, who's been hurt most of the year. I had Tyreek Hill, who tore his ACL back in like October. And so just injuries just piled up on me. And I never could get in a groove. And the guy who won the league this year, believe it or not, he had Christian McCaffrey, the top player in the league. And it was basically, if you got Christian McCaffrey this year, it was going to be hard for you to lose. Christian McCaffrey was the top player in like anybody's fantasy football league. He was, he ended up with 370. Well, it's not over. The season's not done, but still, he is the best running back by 30 points. He's the best player overall by another 20 points. Josh Allen's number 2. He is the best flex player by another 30 points. And he didn't get hurt all year. And he averaged, at least in my league, he averaged something like 22 points or something per game. But then he had some just monster games too, where he just was averaging like 35 points. He's just, hold on, let me go to the standings. All right. New England below the page. Well, yeah, okay. So Buffalo, New England. I'm not too keen on Pittsburgh, but you never know. I'm not too keen on Jacksonville. You never know. What are you talking about? Jacksonville has a better record than the Eagles. Jacksonville's 12-4 this year, and the Eagles are 5. Look at the standings. Yeah, they're in it. They're going to clinch the North. They're 9-7. Yep. Was not older than Philip Rivers, and Philip Rivers is still playing. They're at the top of the AFC South, right above. Yeah. Yeah, Jacksonville is kind of the surprise team this year. And Houston is another team that I didn't think was as good as they are, but they are. The big Yeah. The big disappointments this year, I think, are Cincinnati because they lost Joe Burrow. They were supposed to be better with all their receiving core and everything. I don't know if people thought they'd be that great, but they didn't do as well. Indianapolis was the best team in football like 3 weeks ago, but they've lost three straight. And I think the Chargers are really impressive. Kansas City Chiefs, they are eliminated and they are a huge disappointment. And they're not going to win the AFC West for the first time in like 10 years. And Buffalo's not going to win the AFC East for the first time in like 6 years or something. No, New England clinched it already. So we have the Washington Commanders were a huge disappointment. They lost their quarterback, Jaden Daniels, but they were in the NFC Championship last year, so that's a big surprise. The Detroit Lions, a giant surprise. I mean, they're eliminated, but they're 8-8. There are some teams that are still 8-8 that aren't eliminated, like the Ravens. Minnesota was somewhat disappointing. They had issues at quarterback all year. Dallas, nobody thought they were going to do anything good. Atlanta, New Orleans, nobody thought they were going to do anything good. Tampa Bay 7-9, and they're still not eliminated. And then teams that are a big surprise. Well, I don't know if it's a big surprise, but the Rams did really well this year. The Seahawks did really well this year. San Francisco, I don't know if that's a surprise, but they did really well this year. But New England to me is a big surprise. I was not expecting Drake May to have as good a season as he did. All right. Hold on. Is it next week? The last week? I could be wrong, but I think next week is. Yeah. Well, calling them to beat the Jets, the worst team in football, that's not a surprise. And calling them to beat. The Giants have hope. They have whatever that guy, quarterback. He's a rookie, but he's really good. He just got hurt. And they have Scadaboo, who's very good. there's some hope there. The Jets. Thank you, Jackson Dart. The Jets are tied. Oh no, the Las Vegas is the worst team in football. But they don't. I don't know. Las Vegas is young. They've got Brock Bowers, who is in his second year. They've got Ashton Gentry, who is he's a rookie. All they need is a good quarterback and a couple of years in an offensive line, and they will be a powerhouse team. Yeah, I mean, I still think the Jets are the worst. The Jets, I don't even know a single Jets player. They're terrible. Right. Okay, so the quarterbacks, they're I mean, but the Jets. Yeah, but I mean, the Bills are the only real team in the state of New York. The Giants and the Jets play at the Meadowlands, which is in New Jersey. Yeah, so Buffalo is the only team that really plays within the state of New York. And there are a few teams like that where it's kind of confusing. New England, which isn't a state or a city, it's a region. They used to be Boston, but they just took up that whole area, and they play in Foxborough. There's what else? Well, there's the the Rams and the Chargers that technically play in Inglewood, but they're both Los Angeles. There's yeah, it's just a population thing. And what's I mean, enough to support an NBA franchise, which is something, but um, Allen, yeah, well, a weird one. It used to be the Angels were weird because they'd be the California Angels, and then Golden State Warriors. That's a weird one. That they were Oakland, and then they moved to San Francisco, but they are the Golden State Warriors, which is like, at least in LA, nobody likes the Golden State Warriors. Almost seen as like a rival to the Lakers, and it's just interesting that they try to take the whole state. And I mean, we lose, I guess, if you already want to include it, like the A's to Las Vegas. So that's going to be one less baseball team. So you just have the Giants, the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Angels. And trying to think of any potential moves that you might see in the future. We're pretty good when it comes to sports franchises at this point. Like, I don't really see anything moving into San Diego because the Chargers just moved from San Diego, and the Padres are just a shit organization. They haven't been good since the 90s. And even that. Tony Gwynn. But I know what you're saying. Yeah. I just did. Tony Gwynn. Exactly. But Tony Gwynn, they have had no one in the last 100 years. Well, they haven't been around 100 years. Um, yeah, he did. And yeah, I mean they were both, they were both big boys. That's right. Yeah, he looks more comfortable at a cookout than on the field. Um, yeah. The team, oh, Sammy Sosa, when he started to bulk up, he was a muscular dude. Um, did you ever look into Barry Bonds' arm guard? That's why he was able to hit so many home runs in addition to the steroids. He had that. You know what I'm talking about? He used to wear all kinds of armor at the plate, and he was grandfathered in an arm guard on his, I think, on his right arm. I want to say, um, and it allowed him to have a perfect, like, just. I want to get the right terminology. Yo, Doug, tell me about Barry Bonds' arm guard and its alleged advantage that allowed him to have like a perfect swing every single time, and it was grandfathered in. Nobody ever got to look at this piece of equipment. It was okay, so he had a custom elbow guard on his right arm, which was the subject of speculation and controversy. Some claimed it provided an unfair mechanical advantage, suggesting it helped him achieve a perfect swing by minimizing the risk of injury from inside pitches. However, no, that's not why. It was essentially like a pendulum or like a um let's see here if I can find it. This stuff becomes like difficult to find because there's so much garbage that comes in. Well, it did that too. It it did that. It did that too, but it created um a an unfair advantage. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT on this one. No, it's not that. Not it wasn't about weight. It wasn't about being a protector. It kept his left arm or his right arm perfectly straight, which gave him an advantage when swinging the ball. Just one moment. Yo, but Bonds his, that allowed him to have a perfect swing. It like forced his right arm to not move and always be straight. Exactly. And then he had it was called the Clean and the Clear or whatever from you remember it was Bay Area Bay Area Laboratory Company or something like that. And it's since gone out of business, but basically they had some kind of steroid that you could put on topically, and you would put it on and it would like work, and then if you had to take a drug test, you could use the clear and you would pass the drug test. There was a Sports Illustrated article about it and Balco, and it caused Balco to have to close. But Bonds' arm guard locked his lead arm, forced perfect mechanics, increased torque, reduced swing variability, and changed how pitchers pitched to him. And it was always kind of obvious to me, like, hey, you've got this one player who's wearing all this armor. He would always wear the thing on his ankle and that thing, and it just made it so he didn't have to fear pitchers. Pitchers had to fear him.
What does it mean? You got to system center of the work. Let me touch this.
No, tell me about it. That's baller. Right. You would wonder why the other teams wouldn't get their hands on those pitching machines. Yeah, you still would think that a $1 billion organization, they're all worth about $1 billion, that they still would try to get their hands on them.
It's like the moon. Go by the side. That the Sanhedrin is like comparable ultimately to the moon itself. They're just like the moon. Those that had radiates like glass.
That's nothing. That's like 5 cents more for hot dogs, and they'd make that.
What is it?
Right.
If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave that, take care of the product, so they use the restaurant. You can't leave unless they're 20 people. Right? Guys, you can't leave unless they're 20 people. So let's say, by the way, think about that. Like, right? So I'm sorry, yes, sir, say, so again, you imagine, let's say you're a member of the Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom. If there's one of you there, go to the bathroom. If there's one of you people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone comes in. What's the chance of this? Incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? To be a member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general when we have leadership positions? Arthritis. Arthritis. What do you say? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. True, not incorrect. Very good. Right. Let's just say arthritis. Arthritis. So listen. So often in life, right? You do stuff, and like it doesn't get done. It doesn't get done. Or someone else will do it. Listen, but what if you remember arthritis? The body stops with you.
I see that they're not portable.
Yeah, doesn't take a break. Never. By the way, take a break. What? Some else. Couple of minutes that you because he had arthritis. Same person was doing so. That's absolutely. You can't do it. You have to ensure that there is someone else who can. Incredible. He's licking.
I've seen this thing. It's like an invention for soccer players that I think will change how soccer is played. It's basically imagine a wall with little squares that are that like almost like flip open, and what happens is a soccer player uh, like approaches the wall with the ball, and then the wall like will light up one of the squares, and it's on the soccer player to kick it into that lit up area. If they make it, then they've done well. If they miss it, then they have to work on it or whatever. And it shoots the ball back at them if it goes through, and it just allows the player to just basically like really be able to pinpoint where they want to kick the ball. And with an invention like that, it makes something like a soccer shootout like unwinnable for the goalkeeper, because the kicker or the soccer player can achieve an upper 90 every time if they get good at it, and there's no way to really defend that as a goalkeeper if they kick it with a fast enough velocity. I just think it's interesting that basically we're getting to the point where certain technology is just changing everything not just in like industrial society, but like even entertainment and sports. I'm sure somebody will come out with one of these tragic arcs, like a portable version of it. And I mean, I see like some of them are allowing um, they're being used during the game when a team's at home. Like that seems like a huge advantage on your opponent. Well, that was different. They were basically using video footage to be able to tell what the pitch was, and then using a drum or like the lid of a trash can to be able to signal to their hitters what kind of pitch it was going to be. I mean, that's kind of like old fashioned. You could have been doing that for the last, I don't know, like maybe 60 years in baseball. But this is like revolutionary. Nobody has a machine like this. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, but they cheated with that. That was the whole um, where they were able to listen to their opponents on the radio, their headsets, and be able to um, intercept the calls. Like that, they should have been able to win. I mean, if you know what play calls your opponent is calling because you have tapped into their headsets, there's no doubt you should win. That's exactly true too, which a lot of teams did. Um, yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. I feel like Sean Payton should have been banned for life from the NFL. Not. Yeah, he was only banned for 1 year. I feel like that should have been like if you're gonna ban Pete Rose for betting on baseball, how aren't you gonna ban the head coach who knows that you're stealing the other team's signs, and you've got a like active bounty situation. You want to ban him for 1 year? To me, that should and that's And that's what it is. And I think that New Orleans, it was all after Katrina and everything. And I feel like the NFL just basically, it's a small market team, and they're just like, they kind of gave them that one. Like, okay, your stadium got destroyed. We'll put all this money into the stadium. You're going to get in trouble for the bounty gate. You're going to get in trouble for the headset issue. And then I don't think the New Orleans Saints sniff a Super Bowl for the next 50 years. It's like it's like they got their Super Bowl. Now it's like it's almost like a child who is raising a lot of fuss. You give them what they want just to shut them up, but then they're not going to get that again. Like once we get home, you're not getting anything more, whatever it would be. Like there are other people, we're going to share with all of them, but because you raised such a fuss, like we took care of you, and they're a small market team. The teams that I think, the big team that I think should be more successful and is not, are the New York Jets. They're in the biggest market in the NFL, and they haven't won since Joe Namath, since Super Bowl III. But I was looking at a thing, the net worth of all of the owners of the NFL. Who do you think is the wealthiest owner of an NFL team? It is not. He is like number 6 or something. So it's the Walton family that bought the Denver Broncos recently. They're worth like $77 billion. Like, I'm sure the Waltons are worth more than that, but just like that segment of the family. And then the second biggest was, man, I forget who the second biggest was. It was, the Chiefs, Lamar Hunt. They're giant. They're like $44 billion. And it goes the way you kind of think that it would go. Like the better teams generally are bigger, like have more affluent leadership. But it depends also how much they want to spend on their team. And then you've got the Packers, which are like owned like by like a trust basically. So they are kind of a different entity. But what was interesting to me, the least valuable owner was the Rooney family of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they've had a winning record like 19 years in a row, more than that. Tomlin, their coach, has like some kind of record, is like 19 straight years of a winning record. Like that's unheard of in the NFL. There's so much parity in the NFL that you're at least going to expect, like Mike Tomlin, you're going to expect a loss, like a losing season, at least half the time or so, but not with the Steelers. And they're worth, or not the franchise isn't worth, but their ownership is the least, is the smallest. Well, that doesn't include Green Bay either, because it's like a trust that owns that. But the smallest ones were like the Bears, owned by Virginia McCaskey. She's not worth that much. The Vikings, they're owned by like that Ziegel guy, Ziegel Wolf or something. They're not worth a lot. He's not worth a lot. Yeah, and then I think like the Seahawks are worth a lot because of Allen, the Microsoft guy, Steve Allen, no, Paul Allen, and but I think it is exactly. But yeah, it was like the Denver Broncos are worth like their ownership is worth like 77 times what the Rooney family of the Steelers is owned. And but because of the salary cap and everything, it kind of makes them all even. Unlike in baseball, where you can just spend whatever you want. If you want to buy a championship, you can buy a championship. It's really unfair, but it is what it is. Yeah, under the under the DeBartolo family, they won like they had Steve Young, Jerry Rice, Deion Sanders, and they just bought. I think it was '95. They just straight up bought that. They just straight up bought the um, Super Bowl that year, and then I think they were sick of losing to Jerry Jones. They lost him in like the NFC title. I think like maybe not 2 years in a row, but the Cowboys had just won, and then Jerry Jones came back and just bought another championship by bringing Deion Sanders from San Francisco to Dallas, and having Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman and that line, like with Leon Lett and all those guys, um, and Moose Johnston, and they just they they just bought a super team basically. But yeah, there's more parity now, seemingly. I mean, there's the argument to be made. The reason why um the New England Patriots, which before I continue, it's still amazing to me that Tom Brady has more Super Bowls than any NFL franchise. That's like a ridiculous statistic. Because when I was a kid, you would never think that one person would have more championships than any of these dynasties, but things change. But the reason why the New England Patriots, this is the argument that's made. The reason why they became so successful was because Tom Brady was married to Giselle Bundchen, and he wasn't the top earner in their family. Giselle was. And so he could actively say, I don't need to be paid to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And in exchange, they could share that salary cap with Gronk and all the other players that they get, Randy Moss, and in 2001. Yeah. Don't call it edging out the rules. It's cheating. It's cheating. They cheated. They cheated in a lot of different ways. They had Spygate. They cheated. I remember that. But they straight up had two. Bill Belichick should have been banned from the NFL if the NFL had any balls. Uh, why? For not just Spygate, where they were videotaping the Jets of all teams, but also Deflategate. Both of those are big enough controversies that they should have banned the coach and banned the general manager and anybody else in the front office who knew of the cheating that was going on. But they recognize the NFL has revenue sharing, and they recognize that, hey, so long as the New England Patriots are winning, we're all going to make more money. So let's not punish them majorly. And
will maximize profits. It's all about profit maximization. That's why a team like the Saints or I don't know, somebody who sucks who's small, the Falcons, they don't care if they're shitty every year. They're making the same amount of money as any of the other franchises. The only thing that's different is the merchandise that they sell and the amount of the gate receipts. Basically, like if you sell out more often, that is not going to be shared with everybody else. But when it comes to all of the revenue from television and advertising, that all gets shared. I think like 80% of it gets shared or something like that. So there's like no incentive if you're like the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, so we're not going to be competitive. Who cares? We're still going to make the same amount as everybody else. And for anybody, and so what they do is they'll say, we're going to be fine with mediocrity or even just being a losing franchise for 20 or 30 years. Who cares? And then when there's enough opportunity, we'll say that we'll change the city if you don't rebuild or build a brand new stadium for us. I mean, that's what they did with LA for all these years. They didn't have a team in LA, and then they threatened every city, if you don't build a new stadium for us, we're going to move to LA. And that's how you got all these brand new stadiums around the United States that are taxpayer funded. And then they just, in the end, just moved two teams that already existed into the LA market. And a team like, say, the Arizona Cardinals, they are still going to make the same amount as all of these larger markets. And what they'll eventually do is they will find their time where they're going to get the number one draft pick because they've been so bad for so many years. And then they'll say, okay, in 5 to 7 years or whatever, we're going to make our run at the Super Bowl. And if we win, then that's great. Then we don't need to win again for 50 years. It's the same thing that the New Orleans Saints did. Oh, yeah. I think the NFL's the the NFL the NFL's the NFL the NFL TV contracts, if you combine them all, I believe they're very close to $100 billion. They're 110 billion. They're 110 billion. I mean, that's 1/10 of a way to $1 trillion. Well, it's changing. I don't think in 10 years there will be tackle football in the United States anymore. I think that it will be all flag football or 7-on-7. Oh, yeah. No. It's already going to be an Olympic sport. 7-on-7 football. Even Tom Brady's thinking about coming out of retirement to lead the United States in the gold medal. This is happening in 2028. Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this for a second. Once it becomes an Olympic sport, then it's the gold standard of how people want to play. Also, the NFL owners recognize that too many guys are getting hurt. And also, they're only playing the games like 18 weeks out of the year or whatever, more than that, but with the playoffs. What they want to do is have year-round games. So maybe like a month off, but like 11 out of 12 months. There's a lot more money to be made if the NFL is going every single weekend. And you can do that in 7-on-7, and you don't have to worry about the guys getting hurt. So they're already making it an Olympic sport. Once it's an Olympic sport and people start to watch it, it's going to be very exciting for people. Additionally, they don't have to pay for linemen anymore. Can you imagine not like your salary cap is $250 million, but if you just have to pay your flex players, you're basically your what do they call it? The player, like your wide receivers, your running backs, your quarterback, your skill players. No, they call them skill players, skill positions. If, yeah, if you only have to play your skill, if you only have to pay your skill players, your skill positions, you can cut your salary by perhaps $100 million. And the question is, okay, well, what are all these big giant guys who have been bred to be like linemen? What are they going to do? And the answer is they can go play rugby. Rugby, especially internationally, is a big time sport and has a desire, and they will start to pay rugby guys more. But when it comes to guys who can catch the ball, throw a ball, and run with the ball, 7-on-7 flag football is becoming very exciting. And there's the women's aspect of it as well. I mean, women's flag football is growing. It's already played at the collegiate level, and eventually it'll be played at a pro level as well. Now, the thing with these owners is it's all about making money, and they can still make money. They're finding if you just have people get excited for 7-on-7 football. And 7-on-7 football is doesn't have the issues with the injuries. Another thing that's really big is that these guys don't have to wear helmets, so they're more marketable. One of the big issues why guys don't like to play football is they've got to wear their helmet all the time, and they can't have their face on television. That's what the NBA has a huge advantage on them. And in 7-on-7, you're able to market these guys. So can you imagine the potential of having a guy who's an NFL player who can be marketed more than he currently is being marketed? He could be marketed like Michael Jordan or LeBron James. That's a huge advantage that the NFL currently doesn't have. And another big thing about 7-on-7 football, and I said this, but the lack of injuries. I'm not saying that nobody gets injured, but if you don't have the same kind of career-ending injury. You know how much money they put into an athlete, and the fact that on any given play, that investment could be out the door. Well, with 7-on-7, you know that generally they're not going to have anything that's career ending. And then the other issue, more than anything, is the NFL Players Association is starting to push back and say, look, CTE is a thing. Concussion protocols aren't good enough. We need a different, we're going to make this sport basically illegal. And maybe I say 10 years, but okay, maybe 15 years, especially as 7-on-7 football gets popular in the Olympics. You watch, it's going to spread to the NFL. I know you don't think so, and we can certainly agree to disagree on this one, but when you're able to have not only 17 weeks of football, but you're able to have 52 weeks of football, there's a lot more advantage for you to be able to sell out every single weekend. You know that your players are always going to be available. You don't have to play linemen. You don't have these giant salaries for, I think they have like a 72-man squad or something. No. 52-man squad in the NFL now. You don't need that. You just need like 25 players and you're good. You don't need all of the different trainers, and you don't need all of the different, you need like a water person, a coach. Maybe it's a simpler game that way. And then you can market it easier to children. That's another issue. Oh, you know what they're going to do, and I've heard this, is the state of California is going to make it illegal to have 11-on-11 tackle football within the next 10 years. Have you heard about this? I don't. if you're there, you're muted. Exactly, but I'd rather have 3-on-3 NBA, and I'd rather have it make it take it, meaning if you make the shot, you get the ball back. Okay. To me, the NBA is just it's a garbage league because of the role of the referee. Going back to even before Tim Donaghy, but if you remember that scandal where he was betting on games and he got caught, and they did everything to say that it was just one lone wolf referee when even Tim Donaghy to this day says everybody was doing it. I mean, you remember the Lakers versus the Kings years ago in the absolutely. And well, um, in my opinion, if I were to be Adam Silver, I know he's trying to expand the game and everything. Um, nobody, nobody cares about the NBA. I hate to say it because in the '90s it dominated television, and there are a few things. I think there are too many games. 82 games is a lot. I think though there are way too many baseball games. It just becomes so monotonous. It's like none the games don't matter that much. If you could get it down to perhaps fewer games, also fewer players. That's that's absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever heard that they have that, and I think it's stupid. It doesn't count for anything. Nobody cares about it. It's just it was just a new idea that they created to mimic FIFA, which if you ask any NBA player, anybody, they're gonna say, I don't give a flying fuck about that. I just care about winning a championship and making money. That's it. And so how would I change the NBA to make it better? Okay, there are no hand checks, there are no hand fouls. If you touch another player, it's a foul. And I would be really strict about it. Additionally, if you can't travel like they currently do, you if you go in and you're like going for a dunk and somebody gets in front of you, that's or someone's already in front of you, that's a charge. I mean, basically, I would make it like a sweet science that it should be. It should be like jazz. Basketball should be like jazz. It shouldn't be like football. And also, I think I would remove at least two players on the court. Well, at least one player on the court, but probably two players on the court from each team so that it's 3-on-3. The players have just gotten so big and the court hasn't expanded at all. We're talking about a court that was the same size when you could have centers in the NBA who were like 6'4", 6'5", and they've gotten to be the point where they're 7'4". It's a different game. I would keep the hoop at 10 feet because that's kind of a standard globally. I also would. I don't know if I would want this necessarily. I would want this. I would make a 4-point line, not a three. You have the 3-point line, and that's fine. But there'd be like a little circle. If you ever played like NBA Jam, like the tournament edition or something like that, they used to put. Yeah, but they used to put like a circle on the court, like pretty close to half court, and it would be worth 4 points. That would really make the game much more exciting than its current iteration, which is literally like, I was reading an article about this today, and the article was this: 9-year-olds have been coaching better than everybody in the NFL and the NBA for many years. What's a 9-year-old going to do when he's playing a game, either on Madden or 2K or just in the backyard? They're going to shoot 3-pointers, and the NBA is learning, or has learned, that that's how you win games, is just put up a ton of 3-pointers. And then also in the NFL, go for it on 4th down. It's in your best interest. There's like a lot of guilt in the old way of doing things. Like, we don't go for it on 4th down for X, Y, and Z reasons, but it's really in your best interest to always go for it on 4th down, and to always shoot a 3-pointer. And especially if you got a guy with a hot hand, it's like kind of common sense. Like, oh, these points are worth more in the NBA. Yeah, go for it. And yeah, I have seen that. And especially with virtual reality, I think that you could get a team that just got really, really good at bunting and could win the game, could make the whole game into bunting. There's also a way to bunt that people don't utilize, which is basically a it's like it's unbeatable. So what, and you could make a VR that could emulate this. So what it is you bunt the ball, but you put spin on it so that you bunt it foul, and then you run to first base or whatever, and then it very close to the end comes back in along the line right at the end. And there's some kind of advantage to do this. Now, I haven't seen it done in like a full game, but basically, if you let's say you've got like bases loaded, you bunt the ball in a position where nobody can get it, and if it goes fair at the right point, everybody's going to be safe. And if it goes foul, if somebody gets to it, then it's just a foul ball. Who cares? But it's like there are no there are no flyouts then, and it's really hard to get, like, that's under the understanding that you get guys who are trained to always be able to bunt perfectly. And exactly. And there's actually exactly there's a place along the first. I've heard this argument along the third base line, but there's like a section, I don't know, maybe 20 feet away from the catcher and 20 feet away from the third baseman. There's like this no man, this like no man's zone, no man's land, where nobody can get to a bunt there if it's hit at this certain speed. And the idea is there's that. Exactly. It just takes too long to get there. Like, basically, the pitcher, it'll take him like 2 or 3 seconds to get there. The catcher, 2 or 3 seconds, and the third baseman, 2 or 3 seconds, and then it just takes too long to get there. And there's also things that you can do, like okay, so let's say you wanna like mess with the first baseman, then you hit it down the first base line, and you basically force him to get off the bag. Now, the guy on second might try to cover it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all going to work out. And you just basically have to, if you put the ball in the right spot, basically halfway between the home plate and third base, nobody can get to that ball in time. And if you can put enough, like the right kind of spin on it, nobody can, if somebody does get to the ball, then it's just a foul ball because there's no, now that's under the idea that you're able to get the pitch down perfectly every time. But again, with this advancement in technology, you're going to get kids who start getting a VR headset. Nobody practices bunting like generally, like until you get into like little league, but like just like pee-wee ball, they're going to start with these VR headsets and be really really good at hand-eye coordination and be able to bunt the ball wherever they want. And it's not like the speed of a pitcher is going to get that much better, meaning the fastest pitch I think in the MLB's history is like 104.7 miles per hour. Okay, but you're not going to see anybody pitching it maybe like 110 miles an hour. It's just that's too much of a, unless they raise the mound or something like that, and they don't want to do that because that takes away from, like, they like home runs and stuff. So you can I think probably accurately say that in the next 50 years, the average speed of a pitcher, and that's the best pitcher ever at like 104 miles an hour. Let's say, I don't think it's gonna, like, the human body can't push the limit all that much more than 104 miles per hour. So that means you just have to get kids in college and in single A, double A, triple A in the majors to get used to bunting at 105 mile per hour baseball. And if they do, then they're going to start to be able to put spin on these things. And, like, if you think about it, a baseball, I would say this, especially now that they're putting masks on they're going to be putting a facial mask on a pitch, on a hitter. These guys aren't going to be afraid to stick their face right into the strike zone just to be able to bunt. Like right now, it's a risk. Like only recently did they make it so that like you can protect the side of your face. But imagine how much less fear you would have at a pitcher if you had the whole cage, like you've seen the caged helmets. So then you're able to look down the strike zone basically and get that ball however you want, and just hit it down the base path with a bunt. And all you've got to do is work that a few times in a game. And then there's always the risk. If you don't do that, you can always just take a swing at it. Nobody says that you can't. If they're playing the infield really tightly, you're still an MLB player. Then just hit it over their heads if you need to. It just, people don't utilize the bunt enough. And especially with VR, guys are going to get really, really good at it. If you're able to start training yourself at age 8 on 105 mile per hour fastball through virtual bunting, by the time you're 18, it's going to be pretty easy for you to be able to put that ball wherever you want if you're doing it hundreds of times a day in a simulator. Do you know what I'm saying? That's where you hit it like into right field just gently. Yes, I have seen that. And I've never seen it in the MLB. I could see that. I could also see them changing the rules of baseball. Perhaps if they keep the rules this, I mean, they can always change the rules to say, like, okay, so like bunting currently under its current rules, you can hit 1,000 foul balls through bunting and you still aren't out. I can see them changing the rules perhaps that says if you hit like on your third strike, if you hit the ball foul, then you're out. But even still, even if they make that the rule, if you got good enough at bunting, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're out of the game. I mean, you even see guys now bunt, and if they can put that bunt down right in between the catcher and the pitcher, they're going to be safe if they're at all fast. And that's another element. Guys are going to get faster and faster. You're not going to have to worry. I mean, like, everybody's going to run a 4.40. Like, kids are getting faster and faster. So that distance between okay, so those are two outlier players, and that doesn't even necessarily mean they were faster. But like, just look at the Olympics. Guys get, I mean, like Usain Bolt, at least in like 2012. Um, okay. Okay. No, no, he doesn't have the vert for that. No, I don't. Um, I mean, why would you say LeBron James and not Victor Wembanyama? With Victor Wembanyama, but he's got nearly a foot of height on him. Okay, I mean, um, there are arguments to be made that there are taller players than like LeBron James. I mean, really, the the high jump is a lot of like how you can control your body and getting your hips over the bar, as much as it is how high you can jump. I'm not saying that he couldn't be successful in it. If he were going to be successful in any sport, though, I think it would probably be as a tight end in football. I think he could have probably dominated in the NFL. He's big. He's 6'7". He's got a athletic body. He's pretty fast. So I think if he were going to do anything like that double sport kind of a thing, it would be that. But I don't agree with what you said when you said I think people of the past are faster than they are currently. The Olympics are a perfect example of that not being true. Well, aside from basketball, you mean? I, I doubt he even did that. That was hand calculated. It wasn't timed by computer. That I believe. Now that I believe, yeah, absolutely. Especially for Michael Jordan, you don't think that the guy holding the stopwatch is gonna press go a little late and press done a little early for Michael Jordan just so he has good numbers. There you go. Just to build your confidence. I understand that. Um, I've lived with a few sub 4 minute milers, and it's incredible to me the difference between a guy who's like a 4 minute 5 second runner and a 3:59 runner, and how that takes years of work just to shave off 5 seconds off your mile. And I mean, the guys that I knew who did it, they would be like under normal circumstances, maybe like a 401 runner, but they would take maybe a bunch of caffeine, which wasn't illegal necessarily, and it would just push them over, just give them that little extra that they needed, or like maybe some kind of, and just some kind of legal way to do it. And but then those guys who didn't, they would just be 401 milers for the rest of their life, very very close, and yet not good enough essentially. Or I mean, still very fast, but I mean, I can tell you like um the Roger Bannister, the first guy to break the 4-minute mile in the 1950s, did it, and then a bunch of people did it thereafter, and like I think the record 4-minute, the record mile now is like 3:43, something like that. Maybe wind aided, something like that, or wind aided might be even like 3:38. When you're like that, that's that right there is telling us that people are getting faster, whether it's nutrition or steroids or agility or whatever. They're getting faster, and they're also procreating to get better athletes as well. So I mean, they're finding partners who are also fast, with the hopes of having their children be extremely fast, which wasn't necessarily something that was done 100 years ago as much. With that all being said, I'm saying that your average baseball player today is faster than the average baseball player 50 years ago. Maybe you've got a Bo Jackson out there, maybe you've got a Deion Sanders out there, but your average baseball player is just really fast. And I'm saying in the next 20, 30 years, the amount of time that it takes to get from home plate to first base is going to be reduced on average, so that that the pitcher and the catcher and the third baseman or the first baseman, they're going to have to get to the ball faster. Yeah, they're going to be faster as well, but it's a lot easier for a player to run in one direction than a player who has to run to a ball, pick it up, and then perhaps throw off their, non-dominant foot or something like that, or throw with a non-dominant hand. It's just it's more difficult, it's more complicated. When you're telling somebody you have to run 90 feet, the amount of time that it's taking people is getting lower and lower, and the distance between home plate and first base is not increasing. So long story short, I think that the bunt is very underutilized. With VR, you could get guys who are really good at it, who are just, all they do is bunt. They never take a big swing. And that's going to reduce the amount of injuries that they have. You could in the future perhaps have just people who all they do is bunt. Like they haven't ever taken a big swing. If they're good enough. Yeah, exactly. I'm in a I'm in a I'm in agreement with you. It's the same idea. Absolutely. I mean, it's the same idea like we talked about yesterday with Wilt Chamberlain. The commissioner of basketball basically had to change a bunch of rules, or else you would still have guys like Wilt Chamberlain just dominating it, just throwing the ball over the hoop on the inbound or dunking from the. Isn't it amazing to see that move? It's pretty wild. How sick is that move? Right. Right. I've seen that as well. And tough. I'm really creative, definitely. Right. Another, I really think that an underutilized shot is the sky hook of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And if you had a guy like Victor Wimbayama, if he could stay healthy, all you have to do is throw it up to him. Nobody's going to be able to jump higher than he does to be able to get the ball. And if he just had really good touch, he wouldn't have to force himself to the hoop. He just literally holds the ball where nobody else can get it and do a sky hook. I feel like that's a very difficult shot to be able to guard. And if if I were his coach, I would say, you're not ever going to take a 3-pointer. I know you like to sometimes take them. Don't ever do it. Don't even ever dunk the ball. All I want you to do is work on the sky hook. I mean, you can dunk the ball here or there, whatever, but never take a 15-foot jump shot. None of that. You're gonna literally just sit 3 feet from the hoop or 5 feet from the hoop. We're gonna throw the ball up to you, and you're just gonna take your big long arm and get a really good touch, basically, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did. I mean, that's how he became the NBA's highest scoring player for 40 years. It it's actually, I believe it was Tex Avery or Tex Winters, I believe, was well, no, with the Bulls. No, it was under Tex. So Tex was the assistant coach of the Bulls in the 90s. Um, Tex Tex Winter, but he also coached the Lakers as well during that time from 99 to 2004. So I mean, like, he took that and brought it to with the Bulls. It's really interesting. This is a guy from 1985 to 2004 was only an assistant coach. Like, you would not seemingly have that today. You have somebody, can you imagine, like, a guy who's won 6 championships? Somebody's going to pick him off to be their head coach. But no, he ended up winning a total of 9 NBA championships, which is incredible. I get it, but probably pay and notoriety. No, notoriety. Yeah, but yeah, there's something to. But even like under Belichick, all his coordinators eventually took positions as head coaches somewhere. He didn't have one coordinator who just was with him the whole time. Have you seen his girlfriend? No, her name is Jordan Hudson. She's 25 years old. That bitch is hot as fuck. Oh, for sure. But I think own way the NBA has an advantage on them because they're taller than all those other guys. So women are looking for that as well. So if you have choice, why wouldn't you go with an NBA guy? If they're making the same amount of money, why wouldn't you want a guy who's 7 feet tall as opposed to a guy who's 6 feet tall? Oh, totally. That guy's cheating on you. In every city. He's gonna have a chick. Well, I can't believe that. Like, I mean, there's like a stated like routine that happens. A guy gets a girl in every single city. That's 32 girls or so, including his wife or whatever. And she's just okay with him cheating all the time, so long as he's quote unquote safe or whatever, and not bringing home STDs. And he's going to play 82 games. And it's just like this thing. Like after a game, there are just all these whorish girls who are ready to fuck, and they just take their choice or whatever. And um, the the wife just kind of has to live with that. But because the money's so good, she can't complain. It's a sad situation. Yeah, I can see that. They just it adds to a lot of complications in their life, and if they ever impregnate one of these chicks, they're in trouble. Sure, I could see that, and especially because they're so competitive. They, I could see that, but there's not. Well, they didn't have games. They didn't have games. I mean, they would gamble and shit. There are two phrases. Oh, I think it. I no, I still think it happens. I know a guy who's an agent in for some major athletes, and it's just gone to Instagram. So these guys just get to their hotel and they have some bitch come to them on Instagram, and they can be on lockdown, but perhaps still have a chick there. Um, and everything went from this virtual world, from this in-person world to Instagram. But that's where these bitches, they've got a chick in every city if they need. Um, there are two phrases. Oh, for sure, Doug. There are two phrases that come to mind that are uh, that I've heard recently that are absolutely true. So, pussy's undefeated, which is pretty simple but extremely accurate, and also ain't no pussy like new pussy. Those two phrases I think are very accurate, and um, whenever you've got a guy who seems satisfied in his current relationship, ain't no pussy like new pussy. And why would a guy give away his whole career to cheat on his wife? Because pussy's undefeated, and ain't no pussy like new pussy. And that's how you get a guy very who seems really committed to his family and everything, and will throw it all away over some
floozy. But yeah, that's just that's the it's a tale as old as time. For the time being, that's absolutely correct. 100%. You know, you're always welcome here. I enjoy speaking with you whenever you come in. You take care, my man. Great question. Either the Buffalo Bills, um, we'll say, I'll say the Buffalo Bills, but if not the Bills, Denver Broncos are looking pretty tough. How about you? I remember looking at what Robert Kraft's net worth was. It was like $11 billion, which isn't that huge. And um, I want to say, yeah, not that that has anything to do with what you just said, but I would expect with all these championships that he won, maybe more money would come out of it. But they don't really. They make, I think, kind of like to own one of these franchises is just bragging rights too. If you're gonna make money, I think they have better ways to make money than just the franchise. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, so you got the Patriots. Who's going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl? Derek May. I said Derek May. I meant Drake May. Um. All right. I will say it'll be Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. They Buffalo. They lost 4 in a row in the '90s, and if they're ever going to make a run at it, it's now. If they don't make a run at it now, they're on the downswing of their dynasty. It's not even a dynasty, but of their like good years. And Josh Allen's getting older, so I'll say the Buffalo Bills, and if not the Bills, uh, Denver looks pretty tough with that defense, so we'll say that. But all right, well we'll know. I think it's February 8th is the Super Bowl in San Francisco, so there you go. Trayvon Henderson. All right. And who are they going to beat? Yeah, you can predict it. Okay, so we've got New England. They're going to win their 7th title, and they're going to beat what NFC team? Okay, so we could have Green Bay there. We could have the the Houston Texans are AFC, so they're not going to be there. Okay, so we got the Bears, the um, Green Bay. You could have the Rams. That might be a pick. Um, you could have the Seahawks, the 49ers, and um, the Eagles. Okay, that makes sense. That would be a that would be a rematch of the Super Bowl when Donovan McNabb played Tom Brady. Yeah, two, Yeah, it was 2005, I want to say. Right.
Oh, depending on the injury, they're coming back a lot. Sure. Absolutely. Thank you for your high praise. You take care, my man. Peace. You as well.
That's kind of my stance on it at this point. I learn more information. Trust me, I got a lot of we have not made in creating rational habits. It's tours, but it does not explain the variety of deciding to shapes over decades and centuries. We're going to go to a break in about 2 minutes. Then I want to talk about numbers on the other side a little bit more, but the most there was another image that was released. We were involved in getting it out there. Released by somebody else who had found it and tell us about the most quiet. Sure, 60 that made World 2016 around. There was a speed around footage the world was never supposed to see. And it was a object that looked like a sphere was coming UFO. Silver, and it is clear. I mean, it's color and picture footage on this thing. They go outside through the frame from the right slab. Across this platform, you and I have some of this data to release the still images right here legally. What we do is journalists release the still image, and then lo and behold, Dr. Slaughter right here was used which in litigation was able to get out this was like this year was able to get out video. So we just trying to fix we have this still image finally hide the video out of the government's hands, which is one of the smartest things to do. Somebody on the inside must have said, let's give this kid it was a video. It was amazing to see. It's pretty clear there's a lot of imagery in these servers that the military tells the community will not exist. We know that's true. We know Congressman Burns got so those that unveiled it during this last hearing back in September. With less than a minute to go, the general take on that, and we'll come back with I know for a fact there are archives of baby footage, videos that have not been released to the public. Every time you and I release something, we get some nonsensical countermeasure by the intelligence community. But I know for a fact that there is a huge storage of really great UFO footage. Some of them show the observable, 5 observable deceased. Look at the characteristics of UFO. And I have confidence that more of that footage will be coming out once we get to 2026. We're talking with Eric as well. I will save some time on the other side for a couple of calls from folks, but we learned to break with the latest guitarist, Robert. I'll work with all the greats and the stack is recording label as late as the blues brothers as well. Terrific
So he was as
guitars. We lost him a couple of weeks ago. Here he is, like the 70.
Exactly. There is another distinction, right? The other distinction, the other situation is that another person, another distinction between being in the process and doing it. So, in this case, there are 10 distinctions between Android and capital law. The man that wants to suggest is really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another person, fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. One of those individuals, you know, so decided really well, is fascinating. Anyone shooting this election cannot, the following people cannot say, unless I have anything that is a cancel of a cancel of a campaign, can't achieve with capital cases, because I think that's what we use in every time, that's what we call the things. Violent people, someone says, really, suffering, somebody's old, Swiss, right, somebody's sterile, you shipping with money, someone who doesn't have children. This one says, what's the shot where we go, what's the strategies of the girls?
I appreciate it. I can see the KFI 24 hours tomorrow. SoCal gas crews are back at work in Castaic repairing and investigating a ruptured natural gas line. The leak shut down the 5 freeway for hours and triggered a shelter-in-place order for thousands of nearby residents. Some residents reported hearing an explosion, but a spokesman for the Los Angeles County Fire Department says it was actually the sound of gas escaping under pressure.
Whatever the size may be, as it rushes out, especially if it's underground, it rushes up everything up in the air, creates some type of cloud. It also makes a lot of noises, and also the ground shaking.
There's no danger to the public. The cause is still under investigation, but SoCal Gas says crews saw signs of land movement near the break. President Trump says a peace deal for Ukraine may be taking shape after he welcomed Ukrainian President Zelensky to Mar-a-Lago today for talks aimed at ending Russia's war. Southland weather from KFI tonight, mostly cloudy with lows in the 30s to 50s, 54 degrees in Irvine, 55 in Orange. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Regina D'Agostino. Do you owe $10,000 more to the IRS on you? When I retired, I just let all my taxes pile up. I had gotten many threatening letters. The one that said they were going to try and take my property was probably the scariest. And I found out that I owed close to $300,000. I was in total shock. It was a bad situation. I didn't know what to do. Then Gail Bell texted me back when TRA told me I was only going to owe $368. In total disbelief. If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. You would be open and call TRA for a consultation. I was so blessed with TRA. Visit TRA.com or call 800-909-7224. 800-909-7224. That's 800-909-7224.
Running for office means having something important to say. Radio is the most personal medium out there. Voters hear the real you, exactly the way you want to be heard. No filters, no AI, just your voice, your message. And it's 1/10 the time and cost of video. Don't just get paid. Connect with millions all over the country, even thousands in the smallest communities with radio. Be on the air in just 48 hours. Visit winwithiheart.com. That's winwithiheart.com.
Do you know that 95% of divorces never go to trial? I'm Erin Lee. I spent 20 years as a divorce attorney, and I built Hello Divorce to be different. Smart technology to simplify every form of filing, plus access to lawyers, financial experts, and mediators. With over 15,000 divorces, Hello Divorce is 90% cheaper, 2/3 faster, and the highest rated online divorce platform on Trustpilot. Find your way forward at hellodivorce.com/island. Every business has an ambition. PayPal is the platform designed to help you grow into yours. Business loans expand and access to hundreds of millions of PayPal customers worldwide. And your customers can pay all the ways they want. PayPal, pay later, and all major cards. So you can focus on scaling up. When it's time to get growing, there's one platform for all business. PayPal Open. Grow today at PayPalOpen.com. All subject to approval in available locations.
Party's just getting started.
iHeartRadio has ABC for you. Tim Clark's New Year's Lucky.
Join the audience here at Live Times Square.
In 2026, performances from 50 Cent, Double Realm, Def Lovato, Diana Ross, Jared Morris, Mariah Carey, Pitbull, Post Malone, and so many more. It's America's biggest countdown party of the year. Wednesday night starting at 8. Of course, here's marketing. Watch on ABC.
To talk to free for these two projects, call 800-825-5033. For West Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nettle. Our guest right now, was pretty good. If UFO located on Tempe, you'll see it there. It was a pretty good start to what turned out to be a pretty good year. And here people say, well, why don't we see flying saucers like this anymore? All under radar. Well, there was a pretty big case involving a flying disc that was officially came out of the U.S. government. They're the ones who called it UFO UAP. When here's that story and how it came about right after this,
Real people, real stories. That's CARNIGORE.com.
America is entering an era of historic opportunity for mainstream investors. As President Trump cuts the market's rate for Washington red tape and job-killing regulations, the speech is more like stock market gains across the healthcare, energy, manufacturing, and more. Hundreds of exclusive opportunities are emerging as artificial superintelligence transforms the U.S. economy and reshapes the foundation of American industry. And most Americans are at risk of missing out on the biggest fortunes this transformation could create. To change things, the Financial Intelligence Initiative, Money and Power, has been launched. The Power side draws on direct access to the players, while the Frontier Financial Research team drives the money side and uncovering the audience best position to benefit from the massive wealth opportunity now unfolding across the nation. This groundbreaking project is designed to help everyday investors understand and profit from the forces driving the next wave of American prosperity. Details are revealed in an exclusive interview now available at Insider2025.com. See more by Paramount Press.
Find your place. And of course, you may not be happy with the luck of venture yet, but the good news is, just come over the next morning, right? And there's no set seat, so whoever color vote is up above.
Jeremy Corbell, over the last couple of years, we've been able to release some fascinating images, and we call them UAP or UFO, but only because that's what the military does. We don't say something is UFO based on our analysis of authority because we don't really have any. When we release something and we call it UAP, that's because that's what the military has called it in the files. And one of those instances happened back in this part as UAP. Can you talk about how that came about, what it means?
That is incredible.
Yes, that's important distinction. We get sent hundreds of UFO videos, hundreds of them, most of them civilian, some of them military. We try to run them down. It's only when you think our United States government has categorized them UAPs. They have designated them UFOs. That's the information gets linked to you or me. We go through our process, we look through it, and then we will report on it. And if it is factual, we do our best. Well, that case is extraordinary. It might have slipped under some people's radar, but I think it's really important to look back at. We call it the largest UAP. And why it's extraordinary is because this was filmed for the United States government, but specifically to the Air Force. The Air Force is so long when it comes to the UFO talk. It's not like the Navy outside Senior Chief Alexander. This is like an branch of the military that has held on to the secrets about UFOs since day one, and they continue to do so. They are not participatory or at the table when it comes to disclosures. So this piece of footage, large as UAP, it's incredible because they labeled it themselves with the file names and precursor cards to say this is what we see as a disc-shaped UAP. We didn't make up those words. Our government wrote that down. So that reached us. We were able to put that out to the public. I think it's really, really important. That event was from November 23rd, 2020. So we're talking about UFO as a range of what we think. This is a 2020 so that piece of footage we put out is there things to put on it, we sharpen the edges, they're really trying to make them like this around their machinery. I guess we shouldn't be surprised if the Air Force is not coming to honor it as well. Put up the files, how many Air Force guys showed up at these hearings. If you try to ask the point person, about any UFO or UAP base involved in the Air Force, you don't get much of an answer. This week we've got so you've had a chance to look and interact with members of Congress, elected members for the past couple of years, their staff, coordinating hearings, witnesses, and things of that sort. How can you characterize the level of interest among those who are held in front of this? Is it deep? Is it sincere? And what about the rest of it? Because we see these proposals for some form of disclosure in the end of every year before the budget is approved. The interest with Congress is just like that. All the population in the United States is sincere, which is a honor. Would you like to thank all the Congress sponsors for this morning's share to thank our public sponsors for
Year of touching the head until Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschilds. So it's almost trying to be so cheesy. To see the this is great that everybody's close together. So it's like a lot more especially get to say, all right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Now it's enough. Why now? Right? So it is a supposed to be so that tells us that capital worship is not so fast. That says that the person will go ahead so it's not I hear the comment. But what do you think? The local also what is that? Personal sacrifice. That kind of case is will be loaded on the hardware, but in another general sense, it's probably going to come out of capital person or not. So that is because that type of karma, personal karma, is not go for shots. This is very how we go. Say right now, don't go for shots. Right now, that's so maybe almost is talking about carbon dioxide. We'll go ahead and having a personal carbon, then that's not what Shabbos either. To which the Gemara says, And Rabbi Yochanan, he shops over Rabbi says, both the hay, the truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even go that carbon roughly for capital punishment. What is this? Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a cult is offering up private carbon, a local place, capital punishment should not override the ability to do so. What the capital on the draw, 36 by Yom Tov, they carbon roughly. So you also have Yom Tov set aside by even personal carbon. Now, we're talking about this is a big whereas the Rabbi is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tov you offer private carbonos. For example, again, we'll say this is actually very important. I love that doesn't go to this Rabbi that I know. He's actually so so what happens? So I quite the personal carbonos that I have. Right? That is different. It's like that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tov you're allowed to bring personal carbonos. So yeah, and in the season of the so yeah, Yom Tov. But capital punishment cannot be carried out on this verse. Capital punishment can't be broken off. So the verse says, Rabbi Yochanan should build has enough to deal with Shlote and Silver built also. So it says, so essentially like this, if Rabbi Yochanan can be built erected, right, and capital punishment is not built erected, and capital punishment shouldn't be built carbon erected. Which says, that's fine, so again, previous understanding works well if you hold that personal compromise in the offer of element, the Amr Zara, that was great beyond the microphone. But if you hold that the kind offer of what do you do with Rabbi's alcohol? Amr Rabbi says, let me boy the man, Amr Governor, that was the Holocaust kind of really wow. So I'll say, so Rabbi says like this, he goes without saying. It says that the term and the doubles can be also properly silence. So then again, you have a problem with those. Again, there's a bunch of the higher levels. Even on the doubles, it could be. According to the thing that says that you can't offer all these carbonos, private carbonos, the Sid serves as oxid, in misbehi, what you do that wasn't or answers, may misbehi how many you thought. It means that your coin is going ahead and doing the above, which apple it doesn't say in Hamis, they are but if the coin is involved in that whole you should security from the initial reaction was, yeah, let's do it. In this ultimately, again, taken from 9 what's 9 The Gemara says, Tommy, my nigel. See like this. Even if the coin is involved in communal offerings, even if it's involved in communal offerings, then even with that, we go ahead and take it from his dad, okay, so it says, so take away from all of this is that halach what I saw, execution is not built in Shabbos, and it's not built in Yom Tov. It is built in Avodah, that even if you have a coin that's actively involved in Avodah, and it's not for service, and it's not in that location, it's taken from the same person and executed. And that's presupposing, now, he has not yet started. If he's started, he seems to be that we will let him finish, then he will mention it. He is engaged, but it's not yet actually done. It's just an indication he's ready to go, but he has not yet actually done. Then ultimately we'll pull that next one like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Give me a moment. I'm going to start out. I'm going to remember again. If you remember, the Mishnah said like this, when it comes to dealing on this monetary law, I love what I said when you start hearing the judges for their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first, the most heavy regarded judge first, get his opinion, then work your way to the called the regular factor. In the functions, in capital cases, we start with called sat. And that sat, that means from the side. The side means the lesser no judges, right? The lesser.
Atomic Energy Act and the way that we can stovepipes compartmentalize,
right?
Have anything to do with energy and nuclear
the junior judges, Somewhere around, I don't know how much we got to pay that. So that's just like this. I was part of the base of Rabbi. I was part of the base of Rabbi. I'm sorry. I don't know how much we got to pay that. But we know you have a celebration. So listen to this. I said I was part of the base of Rabbi. And in Dini Mamanis, they always started with me. They always started right. They always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, "Wow, I'm not sleeping that other time." But that doesn't make any sense. It says in Mishnah that we always start with the greatest of the judges lesson. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rabbi's court. So Rav, right? Do you understand like what's over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to giving bonus, we always start with the greatest judge and learning the decision. Rav says, I sat with the and they always start with the what is Rav essentially saying? What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That Mishnah is Mishnah, not to follow Mishnah. Because I am not the greatest judge. I'm ready to support you. If I give you this, I'm going to always has to be my opinion first. They'll say there's a tremendous possibility in life. But I think life is important. It's important what I am, am I going to push for the truth? And am I going to push for it? Because somebody should perceive truth. That's the other thing. You don't want your mind to spiral. Sometimes we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. Because we think like it's like shameful, like should be everything, it should be this, it should be that. No person is no person has all the values. No person has all the qualities. No person has all the necessary skill sets. No person is everything. Sometimes the most incredible thing that you have is self-actualization. It's not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my emotions are, I know what my feelings are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service to the people. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide. But I can't. And none of us can. So there's such a conflict between this, right? God is saying, and I know we're not going to die. But I also know that sincerity, I am not the greatest person on that is based in. And that's okay. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person. I just have to be the greatest God. God has to be the greatest God. That's why such an incredible, such an extent, so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personal expression. It's so profound. Let's go over here. But Shai reconciles. So I'm a rabbi, great Rabbi, hello, great Rabbi, shiny Rabbi, Kulu Miyanai at Satanas. The base of Rabbi was different. Why was the base of Rabbi different? The base of Rabbi was different because Rabbi was incredibly humble. So, Rabbi obviously is the base of Rabbi, which means, is the ranking sage on the base of Rabbi? Yes. Rabbi. Yeah, in all of the cases of Rabbi always started from the judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rabbi's humility. It actually says over here, in Asad HaMasili, it may another Sarah Shahai someone. Rabbi was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in other cases with the Jews or the judges. That's why God says, again, I sat down on his based in, and I walked with my son. He always started incredible. Well, I'm a rabbi, great rabbi, great rabbis. He was supposed to tell them about it. So now we start talking about Rabbi a little bit, and Rabbi's based in. So the Gemara says it's fine. It's me, most Moshe, Ta'ad Rabbi, Lomatzinu Torah. Listen to this. The days of Moshe Rabbi, until the days of Rabbi, see, we never found rituals with Torah and Torah in one place. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi, Rashi is right across the Machamecha. Rashi says, Torah Shay so Machamecha. So Torah, I understand Torah. What is it? So Rashi says, we need a Shein, Kamoso, Shein Kamoso, the Lord Israel, Torah, Ego Moshe, Shaya Plegel, Al Kol Yisrael, Malchus, the Torah. That's what it means like this. Torah means authority. It means authority, like Malchus.
With over 15,000 sources, Salute Course is 90% cheaper, 2/3 faster, and the highest rated online course platform on Trustpilot. Find your way forward at salutcourse.com/writers.
You're always listening to the radio. Voters, lots of them. So if you're running for office, this right here, great place to reach them. And it's not like social media where people are just swiping through ads. Radio, they're engaged. Plus, it's 1/10 the time it costs the video. Don't just campaign. Connect with millions all over the country, even thousands in the smallest communities. Radio. Call now and be on the air in just 48 hours.
Consolidated in the same person's element of life. Spiritual, right? So it's this is by design. And by design, there's often a significance of religious leadership and what we'll call I guess authority or political leadership, right? And there's a scope that's there. But nevertheless, it's part of where the company also whether that particular thing like that in the hands of spiritual Christian as well. We're just what's out there. We get really and Torah authority and also get final authority on everything else. Because basically, both that have it, and in between the two of them, there's never another person consolidated like this.
Residents to shelter in place. A high-pressure gas line had ruptured near Ridge Road Road, spreading a strong gas odor across the area. SoCal crews stopped the leak after several hours. A nearby resident tells KCLA there was widespread confusion over a loud noise that many residents believed was an explosion. Police clearly was Stephanie. People were walking out of their homes on the old road with their hands over their ears, and it was so loud. I'm getting goosebumps at this moment. No injuries were reported. The rupture may have been caused by a mud flood. A new study reveals the risk of giving cell phones to preteens. The study out of Children's Hospital in Philadelphia is demonstrating the risk of giving cell phones to children at age 12. It shows a higher percentage of depression, obesity, and lack of sleep among those who had mobile devices as preteens compared to those who did not. Dr. Ron Barsley, the lead researcher, said the study consisted of data from more than 10,000 young people as part of an ongoing study on adolescent brain development. I think Gonzalez gave one of the most powerful women in American history is leaving politics after nearly 4 decades in Congress. Nancy Pelosi is the first and only woman to serve as Speaker of the House. Pelosi announced last month she will not run for re-election. She tells ABC this week she wants to be remembered for helping pass the Affordable Care Act. I think that it was a big change.
Authority, political authority, or
Pelosi also said she's confident Democrats will win back control of the House of Representatives in the 2026 midterm election. President Trump has met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago today as part of a push for a ceasefire to the nearly 4-year-long war between Russia and Ukraine. ABC Selena Wang says Trump believes Russian President Putin is ready and serious about it. He had just spoken to President Trump before this meeting. He also said that he was going to call Putin after the meeting as well. The president expressing that optimism despite the fact that Russia has continued these relentless attacks. Russia launched one of its heaviest assaults in months just hours before the meeting was set to begin. Sunlight weather for KFI tonight, mostly cloudy with lows in the 30s to 50s on Monday, sunny with highs in 50s to 70s. Reno's 54 degrees in Irvine, 55 in Orange, 53 in Calabasas, 56 in Tarzana. For the KFI 24-hour news report,
Hava, Shepard, remember again, was in text right a little while ago. Shepard, remember again, had to do a bigger share. And even a bigger share, 120,000 people understood. So they were shouting out, I'm a hot people, Shepard was killed. Right, Shepard was killed. Originally, when it was a general, once again, look, shining up. talking about who absolute authority all of the days of their worshipings. But again, there was Ezra. So the Gemara says, right, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So it's just a fascinating thing. Then generally, again, we have one person has all the tools of leadership. Again, there are no two other people. I worship them. Brought to you by Dr. Kids, the U.S. Department of all of the tools of leadership at their disposal during Torah, as well as never let kids do it. No one else house. So they said, "Let's something very important." That's something kids. It's historically fascinating. Like, what is it? What is it? What exactly? So then you say, which is what it shows a person doesn't have to have all of these things in order to be successful. So again, Moshe has all the tools that can have that level of absolute leadership. Control all of the pieces of the world. I mean, that you control all the pieces of the world. You don't have to control all of the pieces of the world. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can develop. All of these other personalities. Apparently, David did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during inside the house. So not during all six. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools of life at your disposal. So negotiating with non-accomplishment, non-self-actualization. Because we think, I don't have all of the necessary things, we have all the necessary things. We give ourselves a pass, right? But we don't push ourselves as much. When it says, you accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, put the toolbox in the trunk, giving you protect your family, great, secure, incredible. So the Gemara says, I. So we're about Rabbi. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi, they never found two other people other than those two, but both Torah and Ketubah in one place. So the Gemara says, and that goes on the Rashi. Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi says, in the days of Rabbi, the Torah Kashi, he also learned the Torah in the month of Adar. You never find again two other individuals who don't have Torah and Ketubah. Tons of things that you want those that have below. Really, Bahal, Haba, Mikuna, Bar Nasa, and Bar Nasa, to which the Gemara says, Kuna Bar Nasa, we have other kind of Rashi. Kuna Bar Nasa ultimately again was subservient to Rashi. More stimulating talk. Just fascinating. Take away lessons from both of these Gemaras. The motions of Rebbe Gemara, as well as from Rav Gemara on the basis of Rebbe. There are some people maybe who are Rebbe Gemara. Take the tools that know what you have, know what you take what you've been given and accomplish yourself. Incredible. That's what I did. Says my dear Nevashas, Nasilim and Asad. You have to remember again, if you have no pieces, not to start from the genius levels. Now, again, it's a good logic. Now, what's the logic for that? In the capital case, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And if you're a junior judge, you see this judge, I'm not going to fix that. Not the capital case. Not the capital case. The states are too hard. The first is, we're going to end up getting the actual juniors of judges. So instead of Jewish path, by capital cases, we start with the junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. Says the Gemara. So we're not even where do we know this? I'm going to ask about how the Pasuk says, Lo Sa'ane al-Riv, Lo Sa'ane al-Rav. It means like this. Lo Sa'ane al-Riv. What is Lo Sa'ane al-Riv? So literally again, so the Lashon of the Pasuk is Lo Sa'ane al-Riv, Lo Sa'ane al-Riv, really close. Literally again, not get involved in a fight Vintos to slander. You know, see exactly what it is. For our purposes here, as far as Darshni, Losana al Rav. Do not be careful about contradicting someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over there, Losana al Rav. Remember, live is from Losana al Rav. Siv below you, Mashma, Okafu al Muflosh of general, it may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. לא מסכמים למיני, לא מחזר לחום, לא מחזר למיני, מסכמים לצד, סוף נוסי against, therefore, Bangladesh will sign out, don't put a person in a position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, this person, Rabbi, sorry, but you don't know the governor said to these guys, Vigru ish escargo, the Yakuru ish escargo. So now he says literally again. Gird. Okay, it's useful in so many different contexts, right? Right? Children gird yourselves, or getting in the car, right? You know, whatever you can exercise. So again, gird yourselves with this right now. Again, one second. Where Dutch over here, it sounds like it's still ready for battle. That where it comes down to actually getting ready for judgment. Getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then says, I got gird David Ganes and Tago. David Amalek also went ahead and gird yourself with the sword. That's what he's girding yourself as a reference to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, then I'll judge after.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos.
Over out. Show me all the time. That's the first level. Right? So now we've established we just want a different source to this concept of legacybox.com. Go ahead. Side, but of course, we decide we need to over out. Show me all the windows. The done starting here with a splash of flavor. A person and then with him into the celebration capital shown up on those 3 months after before this water monster so but yeah, the public then takes power to go ahead and put forward the thing. What's the balance here? How do you flow? Then if revenue coming out, that is like executing of course process. Doesn't that sound like that is right? Because obviously you're saying, oh, I'm going to tell you I give you tiny gift shit. So again, it's fantastic. But I don't know that teaching the comments. It's not a good program. So giving a bunch of coordinator is again, the says it's okay. Even if it just teaches how to go ahead and take the case, Calvin's opinion is still Calvin. Basically, and Carlos got no, I love the coming of Morgan and Schneider. Also, when it comes to Testament, and Carlos and twins. So, father and son, or Rabbi in Islamic, are counted like two occasions. For those saying that, that's not an analogy. Remember again, what do you need? Ask him, and Carlos and twins, what do you need? What do you need? You don't need basically. You just need a rub or come proper. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, so of course, the father and son are being talking about the para. It's the daughter who need a base. The daughter can be constantly by one. On the other hand, Dine Mominus, Dine Nefashis, Dine Makros, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus cases of law slashes, Kiddush Apple, sanctification of the blood, the Iber Shalat interpolation of the year. Right here. Abu Beno, Arabi Tamino, in Moruma Adela Achon. In most cases, the father and son are together, already at the other are together. Their opinion is only counted as one. Right, they are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rabbi just said before, right? Rabbi said that you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a base. Even if the Rebbe is not teaching the Talmud as the Talmud to the Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. And Rice is living in the case outside of the Rebbe. But as far as our core capital law, their opinions only count as one. So what's going on here? I'll say. Rav said that Rabbi and their opinions are confidence to come around. He told Rav Hano, the Rav Asi, the liberate the Rav of the city, the separate the Rav of the ultimately again. What is the right? What are we talking about? What is that talking about? It's telling Rav Rav Asi. Rav Asi didn't need it already. Now why did they need it already? Because the Rabbi gave them information. But they did not need their Rabbi for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rabbi provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where my son, my son Rabbi the Talmud, to count is two, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rabbi is giving information, but the process, analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rabbi. That's coming from the Talmud. That's what the Rabbi and Talmud count is two distinct opinions. When the Rabbi is providing information and analysis, that's coming from the Rabbi second with Rabbi and Talmud count as one of them. That's it. So again, the Litveric Rabbi needed the information from the Rabbi, the Savic Rabbi in that same month, analysis came on their own. Rabbi Abba, administrator said that now is the time to be transparent. Based on Mishnah, which espoused 10 distinctions and differences between Dine Mamas and Dine Nefashis, right? 10 differences between monetary law and capital law. Full distinction and to a sharness, but again, what's a sharness? Sharness is all of the distinctions between the university and the fashion don't except for except for the fact that China's law is also that's the law that is some point. So you guys know aware of this. The garage that China's law also shove it in the fashion. אף על פי שמענו פרקמון, לעניין עשר שלושה כניסס בייר כניסס השמס, circumstances that which is about that's a base without and the local base of shark is treated like a capital. We treat the shark like we would treat it's like we would treat its owner. It doesn't owner whatever we got to his career by base of the so for the shark this club is judged by base of the on the base side, that's kind of where the comparisons change. That's where the comparisons are. What's the first says? Do not go ahead and alter or slant. Average person comes out during this time. Mishpat and don't can't go ahead and see it's an information which is not like I think it's a month and one after Mishpat shows her all the judgment of a shyness. What is that? Actually, go speak that she says go stop that. The will have to be down. So it says you're go stop it. He's like we've seen this before. When a treating a capital case, remember again, capital cases came out the majority of in order to stop someone in a capital case. So that's what you're going to stop that. You have split judgment of my bedroom. In other words, you cannot pick someone in a capital case on a majority of one. But you can go ahead and get the shyness. So in other words, the words coming out here that you see the shot in this one, right? The access where we can kill someone is treated like a capital case in circumstances. And then we get it treated by base 23. It's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, where the majority is two, in order to go ahead and pick someone in a capital case, by shyness goes to only
Arrow does not seem like it's really serious about investigating UFOs. Counterintelligence operating, getting people to come in, give their stories, and then tell them to shut up or just side with you. Your take on Arrow is
Is that so? Is that so that there are 10?
is a different breed.
Where it says, hot, yes, there are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions. Where it says, hot, circle, that's not essentially. It's 10. That's why I say 9. Shouldn't they not go sharing the aspirational should have the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case. Right? And which kind of what is happening is announcer, right? The announcer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the allegation of the case of what they are being out from the same source. So because those sources not the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as two, right? But they're really also looked at as one of the divine from the same source. Where it says as follows. Take a look. Yes, it's fine. It's copy and integration. Copy Shabbat. Because 100 particular as I think the ninth kind of non-answer must be in the process. So as I said, we see the narrative we're stealing a mountain. Why is it not fitting to a capital case? You should go about doing a comfortable. Now, it's an edgy sit because so we're going to see capital cases in 23. What it is called the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are geologically fit. So it's already out of this year. So then we're going to say it's the same person that teaches me that 820 for capital case. It's also the same person that teaches someone geologically fit. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's tempting to say that the 2 have been one. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay.
Ryan seems to request that the authority must be open with it. Have some insight that really should be out. We can take an arrow and trust them now versus trust them when
Another distinction between data and a bunch of the Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions. This is when it's about capital law. You might not want to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another more fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital. Who are those individuals? Or as the society goes, that's it ain't a transparent society. How many people did not serve on a Sanhedrin? He said that went inside, can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we also had to you. How many people get into the move, sucking from the old Swiss, right? Someone's got old shooting the money, someone's got that shooting. Someone says, what's the shot? Look at Rashi, Rashi says, sucking, shot, kidar, sar, money, and no raf money. So it says, someone's old, has forgotten what it's like to have information. And they'll say, what is the quality was must possess when they had no children? Quality. I think that I feel people would live without them. They're saying so quality is place. US government because children stuff without actually looking into it. That's why protection is the word.
And he's also saying kind of saying that something in this context, we know a couple of witnesses who came forward who thought they were doing their paper out their duty, invited to go to meet with Arrow and show what they know. Those guys, Bob Jacobs and Bob Salas, both had information about very serious UFO incidents that have been documented before and involving American weapons systems, and they felt totally disrespected, ignored, and belittled. What's your take on Arrow even now?
I remember at first, when Euro was entertaining and everyone was excited about it, I was excited about it. A lot of figureheads, falls on it. Right? And again, it's trial and error is that we gave them the benefit of the doubt. It seems like and down. And then exactly first Matthew Brown is playing with the claim it's like, just like that.
What is this character? What is and again, you know what? Just I say a little children, arrow, you and I forgiveness. Like a judge doesn't assess counterintelligence programs. Forgiveness is still in him. And forgiveness is no longer forgiveness. Understanding. To don't have understanding. So what's the problem? After that circumstance, we don't have understanding. Everything has to be our trust, right? Everything has to be our trust. The way I roll, the way it has to be like this. So if you have that, you don't understand. Right, on the nice side, on the nice side. You can't have that. We need people to be understanding. We need people to be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit more knowledgeable and understanding. So therefore, again, the subject so the same idea. First, you have you should hear about it. Let me do the most ads in here. I'm sorry. Right? Or just something about just like a very old thing. So someone again just very very almost stoic, motionless. Again, let's say it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment is dispassionate. Let's say it's very important. Judgment is dispassionate. But at the end of the day, I need like I have that ability to look at things and a little bit look at facts. But facts, the more from emotion, that's not the way of nothing is the emotion. Emotion is the gift from everything. So if a judge is a speak about stuff, so don't be a judge. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, if you look at the basis, was the exact opposite. It's never again, this. Right? What's the basis? Basis is the government. Tries to get other people to be able to level himself. So that person throws a book in. So for him, check the most cool and a different job. Which understand for him, we don't need to understand all judges because remember, again, the whole system is in capital cases. The system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. Get them off. That's our goal. When it comes to basis, when it comes to rules, it's the opposite. It's there in order to protect. Okay, it's incredible. Okay. Culture wasn't even honest. Everybody is cases. And we'll say, what is that called? Every there's like a answer. We'll say, this is not service. So the idea over here is so the idea is somebody using a logical answer. He's not fit for capital cases. Right? Because remember again, capital cases require some hedging. So hedging requires theologically fit. But the monetary cases is absolutely fit. Anyone who's fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. The issue Also, people are fit for monetary pieces. They're able to really love functions, but they're not fit for GDP capital pieces. Said who is that? Who is the person who was fit for monetary pieces but not fit for a capital base? Last year, right? Last year. So ultimately, again, to go ahead and so there's right how the last year, but how the last year, right? So reality again, one teaching was to there, the other was to improve nonsense. And we'll say, why do I need both? I will say this: say both the year and the nonsense are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Yes, the year, because the year has no marriage issues. I'm certainly below. I'm certainly can't marry to the general assessments. Maybe I'm not. Yes, I'm not going to share. That's what I'm saying. But as much as it was relationship to our parents, it's an illicit relationship. But as parents, again, when a pressures drop, doesn't come from right from some non-Jewish parents. I would have loved that perhaps he's not therefore, again, so when I say one comes to teach me that I love my son there, the other has something to love him. Both are fixed for monetary love. For it's like something just get the battle, just against the wall because they can't last year. Just say it's the right year changes focus, especially again after setting a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework for a local space. Any change, if it's a better change, always has to be something. I don't necessarily have I don't have the perfect setup that I had for myself. The perfect setup I had for myself is now normal. And it's going to be sometimes when that happens to feel like this time is small. There's a change always has changes. That's the way that it is. See, it's just never have any changes, but just stay where you are. Or embrace the change. Yeah, it's totally not being changed, even a little more comfortable.
Library tennis in the KL5 24-hour news room. Santana events will pick up today and tomorrow, and then the National Weather Service says we're in store for about 4 days of rain, including New Year's Eve. But right now it looks dry.
Right? And there's no set seats, so let them call them suckable. Whatever you get, because it doesn't even make somebody else have this stuff on the shelf there. It's open seating, but Southwest, right? It's, right? So again, I will say again, I know I mean a lot of this stuff.
And according to recent surveys, the top 3 New Year's Eve resolutions are to exercise more, save more money, and improve mental health. About 40% of us make resolutions, about 9% of us keep them. So my weather prepared by sunshine today with gusty winds, highs in the 60s to around 70. Right now we have 57 degrees in Santa Ana, Sea Beach is 56. It's 50 in Burbank and 26 degrees in Victorville. From the KL5 24-hour news room, I'm Bree Tennis.
He plays with toys, works 1 day a year, and kids need cookies and forms. How do I get that gift? And now the top 5 reasons to visit Rondo. Number 5.
Holiday dinner, 50% off chicken coconut soup, syrup, chocolate lava cake, and ice cream. All for special price, 24th to 31st. Number 4. Rondo. Hook your roof for 2026 now. 3. Great Frost, live at Rondo, March 30th. Get tickets now. And number 2. Start the new year on a hot streak. Exact over $1 million in progressive jackpots and 4 favorites locked and tables. And the number 1 reason, Rondo's New Year's Eve
This official had a voice. You know what she would say? She would say,
$50,000 free slot play prizes and fabulous good times. Morocco Casino Resort and Spa, the best casino resort in the Southland. Good times. Your one-stop for advertising. Call 844-844-IR. Running a business is hard enough. Don't make it harder with dozens of apps that don't talk to each other. One for sales, another for inventory, separate one for accounting. That software will go. Mojo is their ball. Places it all. CRM, accounting, inventory, e-commerce, HR, fully integrated and easy to use. Built to grow with your business. Thousands already made the switch. Why not you?
and maybe it is
Try
maybe
Mojo for
considered
free
as
at
well. I think showing the details I should just go back to what was it.
Party's just getting
Because there's only one direction for you. And that's
for you.
so something beautiful is going to come out of it. I apologize for that, but any of you think it's that's the way
Diana Ross, lyric artist Mariah Carey, Post Malone, and so many more. It's America's biggest countdown party of the year. Wednesday, Saturday, Black on ABC. Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies and start with bigger ways.
you are not sure.
Together in emergency create a family communications plan for Remind Ryan to keep backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
I think calling people morons, idiots, cretins, imbeciles works far better at convincing them that they're wrong and I'm right. Well handled, which is why the show does so well. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.